are they all connected? And this is the legendary Pokemon family tree. Now, for the purpose of this video, we'll talk about how each of these legendaries are connected with one another. And our explanations can either be confirmed in-game or through some speculation. And what better place to start than the alpha Pokemon, Arceus? According to legend, Arceus hatched from an egg when there was nothing, and shaped the entire universe with its 1,000 arms. With its ability Multi-Type, it has the power to change its type that corresponds with the plate it's holding. It shows great care for the Pokemon world and its inhabitants, having protected the planet from events such as meteor showers, and shows compassion towards humans that treat it with kindness back. On the contrary, it shows no mercy towards those who betray it, going on violent rampages and is known to hold long grudges. Because of its godly status, it has been worshipped in the Hisui region for millennia, with its nickname, the Almighty Sinnoh, being the basis of what Hisui would later be known as. Off to the side is the new species Pokemon, Mew. Mew is playful and childish, but at the same time harbors high intelligence and is quite resourceful and adaptable, being able to disappear at will. It's likely for this reason as to why so few people have actually seen it and why it was declared extinct for many years. In fact, it's believed to have been plentiful in numbers in the past. It wasn't until scientists discovered DNA of it in South America. Yeah, South America. It's actually mentioned in the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island. That confirmed it to still exist. Mew has unique DNA coding, making it able to transform into any Pokemon and use any move. And speaking of DNA, it has been said to contain the DNA of all Pokemon, with some scientists believing it to be the ancestor of all species. Though this is a bit curious considering Arceus created the entire universe, leaving Mew's relationship to it up in the air. Maybe it's a chicken and the egg type situation. I guess it's all up to interpretation. Now, directing our attention back to Arceus, it directly created 6 Pokemon when forming the universe. So you could say they're its children. The first 3 we'll be looking at are the Pokemon of Myth: Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Dialga has power over time, being able to warp and travel through it. It's said that time began moving when it was born, and it flows every time its heart beats. Palkia, on the other hand, has power over space, being able to warp it, travel to faraway places in other dimensions, and even destroy it. A proverb states that its birth created the world sky, and it's said that space becomes more stable every time it breathes. Both Pokemon have the power to create new universes by themselves or with each other. The Diamond and Pearl clans in the Hisui region worship Dialga and Palkia respectively, referring to them as, quote, the Almighty Sinnoh. Meanwhile, Giratina, representing antimatter, was banished to the Distortion world by Arceus for violent behavior. It's said to gaze upon the old world from its home in the Distortion world, which is the reverse side of the Pokemon world. Once holding a massive grudge against Arceus, it was willing to fight against it alongside Volo. After being defeated by a child from the future, it changed its ways and now helps to protect the universe from threats. All 3 Pokemon of Myth have origin forms that they retain in their home dimensions, or when holding their respective orbs, which are thought to be their true forms. Now onto the other trio that Arceus created, the Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, all thought to have hatched from the same egg. They each gave humans key abilities to survive. Uxie gave humans knowledge, Mesprit emotions, and Azelf willpower, and they can take these abilities away from those who disrespect them. After their creation, they went to live inside caverns at the bottom of Lakes Acuity, Verity, and Valor respectively, hence their title of the Lake Guardians. The trio is also capable of creating and destroying the Red Chain, an item that's able to take control of Dialga and Palkia, and they have the power to calm one of the two, but not at once. With emotions being a big trait of theirs, we can deduce that the Eon siblings, Latias and Latios, are related to Mesprit in some capacity. The two are highly intelligent and capable of understanding human speech. They are highly sensitive to the emotions of people and can sense them via telepathy. Latios can also turn invisible, while Latios can fly faster than a jet by tucking in its arms. Upon Mega Evolving, both can reach speeds of Mach 4. Now going back over to Dialga, it is highly possible that it has a relation to the time travel Pokemon Celebi, if its category name wasn't obvious. Celebi serves as the guardian of Johto's Ilex forest, always wandering across time and is said only to appear in peaceful times. When it disappears into the forest, it's said to leave behind an egg it brought over from the future, and grass and trees flourish in these forests it appears in. It's thought that as long as Celebi appears, a bright and shining future awaits. Now, a huge slew of legendary Pokemon come from space and can thus be likely traced back to Palkia. The first and most significant of these is the sky-high Pokemon Rayquaza. Rayquaza has lived for hundreds of millions of years in the ozone layer, feeding on the likes of water particles and meteoroids. Every time Kyogre and Groudon have clashed, it has come down and calmed them. It's also able to Mega Evolve and doesn't need to hold a Mega Stone in order to do so. In Hoenn, Rayquaza is seen as a savior by the Draconid people, having performed the world's first Mega Evolution to save the region from Kyogre and Groudon's fighting, and they built the Sky Pillar in its honor. The second most significant Pokemon of this group is the gigantic Pokemon Eternatus. Eternatus came from an asteroid that landed in the Galar region around 20,000 years ago, resulting in the Darkest Day, during which massive amounts of the Dynamax energy it released caused many Pokemon to Dynamax and rampage out of control. The Darkest Day was stopped when Eternatus was defeated by Zacian, Zamazenta, and the two ancient Galarian kings. Its defeat resulted in its power, known as Galar Particles, to leak out, which are what caused the Dynamax and Gigantamax phenomenon to occur in present day. During the events of Sword and Shield, Chairman Rose reawakens Eternatus and creates a second Darkest Day, causing it to turn into its Eternamax form. In this form, it's absorbed all of Galar's energy, making it go into power overload, releasing infinite amount of energy and warping the space-time around it. It was only able to be stopped by Zacian and Zamazenta, just like all those years ago. Our next mythical Pokemon in this tree is the DNA Pokemon Deoxys. Deoxys was formed by the mutation of a virus and came from outer space inside a meteor. It's highly intelligent, with its brain being the object in its chest, out of which it can shoot lasers. Other than its normal form, it also has attack, defense, and speed forms, which it can transform between when exposed to special meteors. Making our way to yet another mythical Pokemon, we have the wish Pokemon Jirachi. A legend states that any wish written on the notes on its head will come true. It will only wake for 1 week every 1,000 years by the singing of a pure voice. When asleep, it's enveloped in a tight crystalline shell and has the ability to fight even without awaking. And also of note is a marking on its belly, which when it's open contains a third eye. From the stars to the moon. Next we have the lunar Pokemon Cresselia, representing the crescent moon and the maiden that created the Milky Way. Cresselia dispels nightmares, and those who sleep holding its feather are guaranteed to have happy dreams. But on the opposite end, and completing the section of the tree, is the pitch black Pokemon Darkrai. Active during nights of the new moon, Darkrai has the power to lull people to sleep and make them dream, giving them nightmares. That said, this is not done with malicious intent, as it's merely a defense mechanism used to dispel people and Pokemon invading its territory. The nightmares caused by it can be stopped by giving the individual afflicted with them a lunar feather from Cresselia. Okay, so let's start off a new section of the family tree with the sea Pokemon Kyogre. Kyogre is not only believed to be the personification of the ocean, but the creator of the ocean itself. It also controls the water and expanded the seas, and can cause torrential downpours. It has the ability to go through primal reversion and change into what is said to be its true and original form. Whenever it encounters Groudon, the two clash in a battle for supremacy, just to always be calmed by Rayquaza. Because of its deep sea connections, the diving Pokemon Lugia likely has a direct correlation to Kyogre. Lugia is an extremely powerful controller of storms. If it flaps its wings, it can cause a storm that lasts for 40 days. And even simply a light flutter can blow apart houses. Because of how strong its powers are, it chooses to live in the deep sea trenches. And Lugia is the leader of our next Pokemon, the legendary birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Articuno has the ability to control ice, creating blizzards by freezing moisture in the air. Zapdos has the ability to control electricity, creating lightning by flapping its wings. And Moltres has the ability to control fire, creating flames when flapping its wings. The three also have forms in the Galar region. Whether they're separate from their Cantonian counterparts or they simply take these forms when they enter Galar is unknown. Regardless, they show up in the Crown Tundra every few decades to come eat fruits at the Dyna tree. Articuno gains psychic powers to keep itself airborne and fire beams to freeze enemies solid. Zapdos has become nearly flightless, able to run at speeds of over 180 miles per hour, and perform kicks able to destroy dump trucks. And Moltres has become sinister in nature, letting out flame-like aura that can consume the spirit of any creature unlucky enough to be on the receiving end of it, leaving them as burned-out shadows of themselves. With strong weather being a part of Kyogre's nature, it can be deduced that the forces of nature, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and Enamorus, are connected to it. Tornadus and Thundurus create windstorms and thunderstorms, respectively, which are able to blow away houses and create forest fires. Landorus is able to calm the two and fix the damage they cause by helping crops grow, giving it the nickname the Guardian of the Fields. In a similar vein, Enamorus signals the rise of spring whenever it appears, giving it the nicknames the Herald of Spring and God of Spring. Its love was said to give rise to fresh life. All four forces of nature have vastly different looking Therian forms, which are thought to be their true forms. With its connection to spring, the gratitude Pokemon Shaman has a possible correlation to Enamorus. Upon winter's end and people giving thanks, Shaman appears and covers the land with flowers, and the flowers all over its body bloom when it's hugged. It delivers gratitude and is able to dissolve toxins in the air, making a once polluted land become covered with flowers. Cedia Flower. It turns into its sky form and gains the power of flight. Strong feelings are also a big part of the Melody Pokemon, Meloetta, and the Victory Pokemon, Victini. The melodies that Meloetta sings are able to control the feelings of people and Pokemon that hear them, and have inspired many famous songs. When it uses the move Relic Song, it can transform between its aria and pirouette forms at will. Meanwhile, Victini shares the unlimited amount of energy it creates upon touching someone, making their body overflow with power. It's said that a trainer with a Victini will always win. With 80% of the seafaring Pokemon Manaphy's body being made of water, it's almost definitely a creation of Kyogre. Manaphy was born on the cold seafloor and possesses the unique ability to bond with any Pokemon. It swims a long distance to return to where it was born and has the nickname Prince of the Sea. Manaphy is also able to lay eggs that hatch into the Sea Drifter Pokemon, Phione, although the relationship between the two is still unknown. And to be honest, not much is known about Phione in general, other than the fact that it drifts via a flotation sac on its head, in packs, and like Manaphy, also returns to where it was born. And that ends that portion of the tree. Starting off this next section is the continent Pokemon Groudon. Groudon is the polar opposite of Kyogre, where it's said to be the personification of the land and the creator of the world's continents. It creates intense droughts that can evaporate water and cause volcanic eruptions, which, when summoned, can create land. And just like Kyogre, it's able to go through primal reversion and change into its true and original form. And the two have fought whenever they've encountered each other, just to be quelled by Rayquaza. But up next is the other legendary associated with continents, the colossal Pokemon Regigigas. A legend states that Regigigas towed the continents with ropes and can form whole other Pokemon in its own image using inanimate objects. It was later deemed too powerful, so it was sealed away in the basement of the Snow Point Temple. And that brings us to the very Pokemon Regigigas created. The legendary giants, Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Regirock's body is composed entirely of rocks, and if any part of it is chipped off in battle, it seeks out other rocks to repair itself. Regice is made of ice from an ice age, cloaking itself with air as cold as -328 degrees Fahrenheit. It cannot be melted, not even with magma, and anything that just so much as goes near it will freeze. Registeel has a completely hollow body, harder than any metal, and can't be scratched. Regieleki was created using pure electric energy and is powerful enough to generate all of Galar's electricity if its full power were to be unleashed by removing the rings on its body. Regidrago was created using crystallized dragon energy, and only a head remains because Regigigas ran out of crystals before it could be fully completed, which, let's be honest, is a real bummer for Regidrago. But it is said to be powerful enough to contain the power of every dragon-type Pokemon. All 5 of these Pokemon were sealed away in ancient times, like their creator, possibly because they were also deemed too powerful. Now, one of 2 other legendary Pokemon that have a connection to the ground is the Terra Pokemon, Terrapagos. Inhabiting the Paldea region in ancient times, it was thought to have gone extinct due to seismic shifts about 2 million years ago. However, it survived by changing the energy in its body into hard crystals and going into hibernation deep in Area Zero. It was discovered by Heath of the Area Zero Expedition Survey team and coined its name. It's actually responsible for Paldea's terrestrial phenomenon, is capable of bringing people and Pokemon from other timelines to its world, and its terrestrial energy can power up AI-powered machines. When either in danger or in battle, it turns into its terrestrial form, where it gains a sturdy shell made of crystals it produces. Due to its colors and shape, it was known as the Indigo Disc. And meanwhile, it takes on its stellar form when it's at full power, and goes on energy overload, which risks causing havoc on Paldea's entire ecosystem. Also having a connection to the ground is a Carbink that underwent a mutation to turn into the jewel Pokemon Diancie. By compressing the carbon in the air between its hands, it can create many diamonds, and its glimmering body is said to be one of the loveliest sights in the world. It's also capable of Mega Evolution, where it was known as the Royal Pink Princess due to its appearance. In this form, it can create a sword out of diamonds in battle, and can now shine so brilliantly that one cannot look at it when it reflects light. Going over to the volcanoes, the Lava Dome Pokemon Heatran is up next. Heatran was born from the magma within Mount Coronet, and lives in volcanic caves using its feet to crawl on ceilings and walls. Its body is made of rugged steel, and its blood boils like magma. Its own heat was enough to partially melt spots on its body as well. With a name like the steam Pokemon Volcanions, you couldn't get more blunt as to where it came from. Volcanion has a special organ that allows it to instantly vaporize the water it absorbs and let out powerful steam from the arms on its back. And the steam has enough power to blow away a mountain. You might be surprised to learn that our final Pokemon in this section, the Thunderclap Pokemon, Zeraora, also came from a volcano. Specifically, it was born from an explosion caused by a lightning bolt striking an erupting volcano. It runs at lightning speed, tearing opponents apart with its claws that emanate high voltage electricity. Even if its opponents dodge its attacks, they still get electrocuted by the sparks that fly out. Okay, starting the next part of the tree is the rainbow Pokemon Ho-Oh. Considered the guardian of the skies and possessing the power to resurrect the dead, Ho-Oh continuously flies the world's skies as a rainbow forms behind it. Its rainbow-colored feathers are taught to bring joy and happiness to those that see it. It used to perch on the bell tower in the Johto region until the brass tower burned down. Which leads us into our next trio, the legendary beasts. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. They were initially 3 different Pokemon that resided in the Brass Tower and died when it burnt down. A popular fan theory states that these original beasts were Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. In any case, the 3 were resurrected by Ho-Oh to become what are now Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Raikou represents the lightning strike that ignited the fire that burned the Brass Tower down. It runs around the land emitting roars that sound like crashing thunder. Entei represents the flames that burnt down the tower. It embodies magma, and a volcano erupts every time that it roars. And Suicune represents the rain that put out the flames of the burning tower. The north winds will blow whenever it appears, and it has the ability to purify polluted water. 3 Paradox Pokemon, Raging Bolt, Gouging Fire, and Walking Wake, are thought to either be ancient relatives of the beasts, or versions of them from a different timeline. Moving on over to Unova, we have that region's main legendaries, the Tau Trio, Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. Reshiram and Zekrom were said to be a single powerful dragon used by two brothers to create Unova. However, the older brother sought for truth and the younger for ideals. They began to argue and fight over who was right, and in response, the dragons split into two, Reshiram siding with truth and Zekrom for ideals. The two battled, but neither could defeat each other, resulting in the brothers to set aside their differences and came to terms that neither side was right. Years later, the sons of the brothers continued the fight, resulting in Reshiram and Zekrom destroying the region with fire and lightning. The two can transform into the light and dark stones respectively if their bodies get destroyed. Kirim is a dragon whose body is frozen and can form ultra-cold air. A legend states that when the original dragon split, the leftovers became Kirim. It waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. This came to be completed by fusing it with Reshiram or Zekrom to become White Kirim or Black Kirim. Next are the final legendaries from Unova, the Swords of Justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo. With a heart and body of steel, Cobalion punished people that hurt Pokemon, and can even control an unruly Pokemon with its stare. Terrakion has enough power to break through a castle wall with a single blow, which it used to protect Pokemon. And Virizion's head has horns as sharp as blades to cut opponents with whirlwind-like movements. And like the other members of its trio, it also fought against humans to protect Pokemon. One of these Pokemon they protected was Keldeo, who was separated from its parents in a fire caused by a war among people. They acted as surrogate parents and taught it everything it knew in order to survive in battle. Eventually, it grew up and surpassed its surrogates in power, and took off into the forest one day without anyone knowing why. The four eventually met up again, and they taught Keldeo Secret Sword. And one more thing to note is that there are paradox Pokemon known as Ice Crown, Iron Boulder, and Iron Leaves, which are thought to be either descendants of Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, or different versions of them from a different timeline. Making our way to Kalos, we have the region's main legendaries. The Aura Trio, Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. Xerneas can share everlasting life when its horns shine in 7 different colors, according to legend. It rescued Pokemon during an ancient war and later slept for 1,000 years as a tree before being revived. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Yveltal absorbs the life force of every living thing when its tail feathers glow red and spread wide, ending its life cycle and turning into a cocoon. Both can transform evolution stones into mega stones and are in charge of balancing life and death. Zygarde, meanwhile, is in charge of monitoring the ecosystem and preventing it from falling into disarray. Its form changes depending on how many of its cells it's gathered. It takes a dog-like appearance when it gathers 10% of its cells, a snake-like appearance when it gathers 50%, and when it gathers all its cells, it becomes a gigantic titan that it unleashes to destroy anything that threatens the ecosystem. Next, we have the Nebula Pokemon Cosmog. Known as the Child of the Stars by the people of Alola, Cosmog's name was coined by a professor at the Aether Foundation. It came from another world and is theorized to be an Ultra Beast. It has a very trusting nature and becomes attached to whoever shows kindness to it. This can be a bad thing for it, as some bad actors have used it to their advantage to exploit its powers to open ultra wormholes. Cosmog shares the rare distinction of being one of the few legendaries to be capable of evolution, and its first stage is the Protostar Pokemon, Cosmoem. Upon evolution, Cosmoem becomes motionless, staying in a cocoon-like shell harder than any known material. It doesn't eat, instead opting to absorb starlight and dust in the air to build energy in its core and prepare for evolution. Which brings us to the two Pokemon it's able to evolve into: the Sun Pokemon, Solgaleo, and the Moon Pokemon, Lunala. Solgaleo was once known as the beast that devours the sun, able to light up the world with the intense light it emanates from its body. Lunala, known as the beast that calls the moon, is able to devour light and turn the world into darkness. Both can also create Cosmog and travel through ultra space, with the residents of Ultra Megalopolis using them as ride Pokemon. And connecting the duo is the Prism Pokemon Necrozma. Hailing from Ultra Space, Necrozma once gained the ability to give light, but lost the ability after ancestors of the Ultra Recon Squad injured it in an attempt to steal its light. This light is the aura that surrounds a trainer and Pokemon performing a Z move, and the area that surrounds a totem Pokemon. Being in an incomplete state, Necrozma is in constant pain and searches for light to turn back into its original form. Because Solgaleo and Lunala are composed entirely of light, they are frequently hunted down by it, and confused into either one of them to become its Duskmane or Dawn Wings form. If it collects enough light and Z power, Necrozma turns back into its original true form, Ultra Necrozma, a massive dragon made entirely of pure light energy. But let's move to the Alola region's other major legendaries. We have the Guardian deities, Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini. The 4 Tapus are referred to as the Guardian deities because they are the protectors of Alola's 4 islands. Tapu Koko protects Malimali Island, Lele Akala Island, Bulu Ula Ula Island, and Fini Pawnee Island. They also control electricity, scales, vegetation, and water respectively, and are both feared and revered for their aggressiveness. Now making our way to the Galar region, we have the hero duo, Zacian and Zamazenta. Believed to either be siblings or rivals, Zacian and Zamazenta were both feared and respected by the people of Galar, and as we discussed with Eternatus, they worked together with the region's 2 ancient kings to end the darkest day. The 2 can turn into statues and rest for years, and also cast illusions. Zacian and Zamazenta can also wield a sword and shield, respectively, when given the rusted sword and rusted shield. Next is another legendary capable of evolution, the Wushu Pokemon, Kubfu. Referred to as the secret armor of the Isle of Armor's Master Dojo, Kubfu used to help people on their travels according to historical texts. Through special breathing techniques and intense focusing, it can create fighting energy thanks to a unique organ in its body. The types of moves it masters determine the form it evolves into. And that evolution is the Wushu Pokemon, Urshifu. Urshifu's appearance, style of battling, and personality is different depending on which form it takes. Single strike style Urshifu battles without holding back, often going for a one-hit KO with its signature move, Wicked Blow. Its Gigantamax form is known as the embodiment of rage, and it's said that its shout will rid the world of evil. Rapid strike style Urshifu, on the other hand, likes to observe the opponent's attacks while dodging, later using its signature move, Surging Strikes, to overwhelm them with multiple strikes. Its Gigantamax form keeps a perfect one-legged stance while taking the lives of those that are evil with a single glare. Moving on over to the Crown Tundra, we have the king Pokemon, Calyrex. Known as the king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex brings yearly harvests to the Crown Tundra, and is said to have been the king of Galar in ancient times. It has the power to heal wounds, and is one of the few Pokemon to possess the ability to speak in the human language telepathically. And it can also tame its 2 steeds to regain its full power. And these steeds are the wild horse Pokemon Glastrier and the swift horse Pokemon Spectrier. Glastrier has great physical strengths and destructive power that it uses to forcefully take anything it wants. It emits extremely cold air generated in its body from its nose and hooves, and while it can't move particularly fast, it can freeze the ground and slide across the ice. When tamed by Calyrex, it can create cold temperatures up to -508 degrees Fahrenheit, and becomes able to run up to 7 days and 7 nights. Spectrier, on the other hand, prefers to be isolated and comes out at night. Because of this, it has poor eyesight, but its other 4 senses are very strong. When tamed by Calyrex, it becomes so fast that it can run 1,000 miles in 1 day, and can create many small wisps to steal an opponent's life force. Our next stop is Paldea, and connected to the non-legendary Cyclizar are the Paradox Pokemon, Koraidon and Miraidon. Nicknamed Winged King and Iron Serpent, they're thought to either be an ancestor and descendant, respectively, of Cyclizar, or versions of it from another dimension. They were brought over via time machine by Professors Seda and Turo, who coined the names of the 2, and pretty much everything else about them is unknown. Onto the newest addition to the series, the subjugation Pokemon, Pecharunt. Known as the never-rotting peach, Pecharunt creates toxic Muchi, which when consumed by those that eat it fall under its complete control and draw out their darkest desires. Humans under its control have purple eyes and become surrounded by a purple aura, while doing a strange dance and possessing a limited vocabulary. According to a myth, it came from a distant land where it was adopted by an elderly couple. Pecharunt fed binding Muchi to its new parents, bringing out their greed, and the two gave it many requests. One of these requests was to fetch them 4 masks that could be found in Kitakami. Petulant recruited 3 Pokemon for help in its quest, known as the Loyal Three: Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti. The small and weak Okidogi went to Petulant wishing for strength. The slow and dim-witted Munkidori approached it wishing for cleverness, and Fezandipiti, who had short, dull feathers, turned to it wishing for beauty. Petulant granted their wishes, but at the same time binded them with its toxic chain. With its newfound control over them, it used the 3 to help steal the masks. The masks, which belonged to the masked Pokemon, Orgapon and its partner, Okidogi and Fezandipiti, snuck into their cavern while the 2 were away, stealing 3 of the 4 masks, after Orgapon's partner fended them off. Orgapon went after them, with the Loyal 3 losing their lives in battle, and Petulant being knocked out and sent rolling away in its shell. Orgapon would become vilified by the people of Masui Town, thinking the Loyal 3 had died protecting their village from an evil ogre, hence how the 3 got their nickname. The first in a string of mythical Pokemon that don't seem to be connected to any other Pokemon is the mischief Pokemon Hoopa. Hoopa in its confined form is a troublemaker that can use its loop to send anything to faraway places. This loop can also warp space, which is even more realized in its unbound form, which is said to be its true form. Here, it's able to bend dimensions and steal anything it wants on a much bigger scale. A legend states that it once was greedy enough to carry off an entire castle to steal the treasure located inside. Up next is the Gloom Dweller Pokemon Marshadow. Marshadow was a myth for a long time because it never appears in front of people, instead choosing to conceal itself in the shadows of others. While doing so, it copies their powers and movements, eventually becoming stronger than those it imitates. The rogue monkey Pokemon Zarude is next. It lives in dense forests, with the other Pokemon fearing it due to its very aggressive nature. The vines on its body become nutrients in the soil when they tear off, helping the plants grow. One special Zarude, called Dada, left its pack to raise a human child, donning a cloth that it used to comfort it. The last Pokemon we'll be going over before we get to our final section is the Hexnut Pokemon Melton. Melton melts particles of iron and other metals, using them to form its body of molten steel, and it also eats those metals. Melton live as a group, and eventually one that is strong enough will absorb all the others and evolve into the Hexnut Pokemon Melmetal. Melmetal came back to life after being dormant for 3,000 years and was worshipped in ancient times for being able to create iron from nothing. Its body has hardened due to evolution, but it's still in a liquid state and has flexibility, especially in its arms, which are said to deliver the strongest punches of all Pokemon. At the end of its lifespan, it will fall apart and rust, becoming reborn as Melton. Melmetal also has a Gigantamax form, which can send out electric beams that can vaporize an opponent in one shot. Now, finally, we've decided to dedicate the last part of the family tree to the legendaries that were created by humans. The first of these are the Treasures of Ruin: Wo-Chin, Chin-Po, Ting-Lu, and Chi-Yu. While not entirely created by humans, the treasures that are their true forms were brought to life via the negative emotions of people in ancient times. Wo-Chin was formed via the grudge of a person punished for writing a king's evil deeds on wooden tablets that make up its shell. It drains the life force from vegetation. Chin-Po was created by the hatred of people who got killed by the sword that it holds. It can control 100 tons of fallen snow. Ting-Lu was formed via the fear poured into a vessel that makes up its antlers. It can split the earth open with massive fissures that are 160 feet deep. Lastly, the beads that make up Chi-Yu's eyes sparked many conflicts, and the envy that emanated from those conflicts created it. It controls flames that burn as hot as 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Making our way to the Aether Foundation, we have the synthetic Pokemon Type Null. Type Null was created as part of the Beast Killer Project, a project started to create a Pokemon that can successfully defeat the Ultra Beasts. It was developed with cells from every Pokemon type, with the intention of giving it the ability to replicate Arceus, calling it the RKS system. This made the Aether Foundation name it Type Full. 3 models were created, but they all rejected the RKS system and went berserk. The three then got reinstated by special helmets and became permanently cryogenically frozen. Because the Beast Killer project was deemed a failure, Type Full was given its current name. Gladion later freed one of the Type Null and befriended it, hoping to find a way to break its helmet and give it the ability to use the RKS system. He would eventually be successful, and Type Null would evolve into Type Full, which he renamed to Silvally, the synthetic Pokemon. Now with the RKS system activated, it can change its type that corresponds with the memory it's holding, just like Arceus and its plates. Staying in Alola, we have the artificial Pokemon Magearna. Magearna was built by a scientist 500 years ago, where it was gifted to a king's daughter. It donned a pattern similar in coloring to a Pokeball on its body, but over time, the color deteriorated and it turned gray. It has a sphere on its chest called the Soul Heart, which is its true life form. It can understand human speech and perceive the emotions of people and other Pokemon. Our second to last legendary is the Paleozoic Pokemon Genesect. Genesect existed 300 million years ago as an apex predator. Team Plasma would later revive it from a fossil and technologically advance it in an attempt to create the strongest Pokemon. N canceled the project because he believes that Pokemon would lose their beauty if modified by science. However, one scientist kept working on it, reconstructing it, and attaching a cannon to its back. Special drives can be attached to Genesect's cannon to change the type of its signature move, Techno Blast. And finally, we thought it would only be appropriate to end on the original man-made legendary Pokemon, the genetic Pokemon Mewtwo. Mewtwo was created by altering the DNA of Mew and splicing the genes. It was held and studied in Cinnabar Island's Pokemon Mansion, where it broke free and destroyed the mansion, and fled to Cerulean Cave. Because it was only created for battling, it was not given a compassionate heart and thus only thinks about defeating its opponents. Mewtwo is also capable of Mega Evolution. Mega Mewtwo X gains the Fighting type, can run 328 feet in 2 seconds, and has a grip strength of 1 ton. Mega Mewtwo Y, on the other hand, has had its mental power boosted significantly and can smash a skyscraper with just one thought.
When it comes to ruining your opponent's day, few Pokemon are better than Weezing. It's not that it's the first Pokemon that's ever been frustrating to play against. Many monitors have been ruined after one too many Rock Slide flinches.
Sinistru might well win this with strength stats, etc. But depending on the flinches, there's another crit as well in return. And another flinch again!
It's that when you're playing against Weezing, there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. That's because Weezing's ability is completely unique. It's called Neutralizing Gas, and it's new as of Sword and Shield. This ability is relatively simple to understand. While Weezing is on the field, no other abilities can be used. Now, if you're not super into competitive Pokemon, this probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal. After all, your level 86 Charizard can beat the entire Elite Four on its own, and it's not like it needs an ability to do that, right? Abilities are so influential that they're one of the primary reasons many Pokemon get used. A key example is Incineroar, who was never used when it was first introduced back in 2017 and for the first half of 2018 until its hidden ability Intimidate was released, at which point abilities play a key role for many of the top Pokemon at the moment, with Pokemon like Landorus, Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Amoonguss, Tornadus, Rillaboom, and more all using their abilities to control the battle. But that won't work if I use Weezing, which is why I want to use it in a huge tournament with over 200 players. Well, that, and I think it's fun when I get to use Pokemon that don't let my opponents play the game. But Weezing is just one Pokemon, and to enter this tournament, I need 6, which means it's time to build a team. Before I can figure out which Pokemon I want to pair with the Gaseous Cherry, I need to decide how I want to use the Weezing itself. I actually have 2 Weezings to choose from. Normal default skin Weezing and fancy Galarian Weezing. Both forms get neutralizing gas and share the same stats, with the key difference being Galarian Weezing is a poison and fairy type. Important thing to do when using Weezing is to keep it alive, and the more weaknesses you have, the harder that is to do. So I'm using Kanto Weezing, and what I want to do with it is to make my opponents as unhappy as possible. Opponent strategies and don't let them play the game, starting with Will-O-Wisp and then adding Taunt. With these 2 moves, I can shut down physical attackers and support Pokemon respectively. I'll add Protect to keep Weezing hilarity. The sponsor of today's video, Raycon. Raycon is a premium audio company that provides premium tech products at a great price. They actually sent me their everyday earbuds to try out, and I gotta say, as someone who's never had a pair of wireless earbuds before, they're pretty nice. I love using my Raycon earbuds when I go on runs. Previously, I've just been running without music, so this is a lot nicer. You don't have to take my word for it. Raycon products have earned tens of thousands of 5-star reviews online. Also, if you're like me and you hate returning things, Raycon offers easy and free returns and free shipping. They're also great as a last-minute gift as we head into this holiday season. And right now, Raycon is offering limited time bundles on some of their best-selling products, including fitness kits, an everyday audio kit, and several others. I've got my eye on their Everyday Earbuds 3X kit after trying mine out. This holiday season, get premium audio and power tech at a great price, and save even more doing it. Go to buyraycon.com/Wolfie to get 15% off site-wide. Thanks again to Raycon for sponsoring this video. See, wheezing shuts down my opponent's abilities, but it also is going to shut down my own. That means that I have to be super precise with the partners I choose for wheezing. The thing is, there are a very small handful of abilities that aren't affected by neutralizing gas for some reason. Included in this very short list is the abilities of the Paradox Pokemon, Photosynthesis, and Quark Drive. For whatever reason, ancient and future Pokemon are immune to the gas, which means I have a starting point. One of the top Pokemon right now is Tornadus. He uses Tailwind, one of the strongest forms of speed control in the game. Its ability Prankster makes Tailwind always move first, meaning it's basically impossible to deny Tornadus from setting it up, putting your team immediately at a speed disadvantage. But what if you could, I don't know, turn off Prankster? Well, then you could KO Tornadus before it moves and deny Tailwind, something Tornadus teams literally never have to worry about. So I'm looking for a Pokemon that's fast enough to outspeed Tornadus and strong enough to KO it in one shot that also either doesn't need its ability or is a Paradox Pokemon. This is an extremely specific set of criteria, but thankfully there is one Pokemon that fits the bill. Choice Specs Fluttermane. With Thunderbolt, it can one-shot Tornadus, and even if they terrestrialize to Ghost, Terra Fairy Moonblast still picks up the KO. It's got the speed, it's got the power, and it doesn't need to use its ability. I give it a standard move pool, train it to be very fast and strong, and put the remaining stat points in its bulk. With both Fluttermane and Wheezing, I need help against Urshifu Water. The thing is, Pokemon like Gastrodon and Rillaboom really need their ability when facing off against Urshifu, and Amoonguss has bad synergy with Wheezing. Is there a Pokemon that can beat Urshifu without its ability? Well, as luck would have it, there is one. Ogerpon Wellspring. Although Water Absorb is amazing against Urshifu, even without it, Ogerpon doesn't really care about Surging Strikes because both of its types resist water. You might be thinking, but Wolf, doesn't Ogerpon get a different ability when it terrestrializes? Doesn't we that off too? And you're right, but here's the thing. Ogerpon's Embody aspect gives it a special defense boost when it terrestrializes, which is really important and we don't want Wheezing turning it off. But Ogerpon only needs to have a single turn on the field without Wheezing for this boost to activate. And afterwards, it's like it doesn't even have an ability. I feel confident that if I know I want to terrestrialize, I can find that single turn where Wheezing isn't on the field to get the boost before bringing it in and shutting down my opponent. I decided on a Swords Dance Ogerpon set with Hornleech. I don't feel like I need Follow Me on my team thus far, and if Wheezing shuts down my opponent's Pokemon, I should have some opportunities where I can safely go for a Swords Dance. At this point, the team is half done, and I feel like it's coming together well, but I'm a little worried about my team's speed support since none of the 3 Pokemon I have can control the speed of the battle. The issue is that the main Tailwind Pokemon rely on their abilities. Tornadus, Talonflame, even Murkrow all use priority to get Tailwind up. Is there a Pokemon that doesn't care about its ability that I can use to set Tailwind? Once again, there is one. Roaring Moon is a Pokemon that has been the laughingstock of the competitive scene for most of the year, with it commonly being referred to as Roaring Mid. It's a Pokemon that seems like it should be great on paper, but in practice, it's disappointing. One of the main reasons is that if it ever gets intimidated, it just turns into a wet paper bag. But what if you couldn't intimidate it? Roaring Moon learns Tailwind, giving me the speed control I'm looking for. It also isn't affected by neutralizing gas, meaning I can run the booster energy item to give me a speed boost even with Wheezing around. I round out the move pool with Knockoff for damage and support, Acrobatics with the Terra type of flying to make sure it can function as an offensive Pokemon as well as a supportive one, and Protect because it's the best move in the game. 2 Pokemon left. I'd really like Intimidate on this team, as even though it does get shut down with Wheezing, just like with Ogerpon, I feel confident that I can find ways of getting value out of the ability, even with Wheezing around. I'm also looking for naturally fast Pokemon because I don't want to rely on Roaring Moon in every battle. Choice Scarf Landorus Therian. It's a classic, I like it, it meets my requirements, and importantly, it has U-turn. While Landorus itself isn't very exciting, it can be used in really creative ways with Wheezing. For example, you can lead it with Ogerpon, Terrastallize Ogerpon, get the special defense boost and the Intimidate right away, and U-turn before your opponent moves, go into Wheezing and shut down abilities right away. You can also do something incredibly niche where if Wheezing is on the field next to Landorus and switches out, Intimidate will activate one more time. Normally, to get multiple uses out of Intimidate, you need to switch Landorus in and out, and this is one of the only ways to get around that. Landorus also benefits from Wheezing shutting down opponent's Intimidate. If I can get it into the late game where my opponent is low on HP and doesn't have that much that resists Landorus, I think I can run away with the game. Which means all I need now is one final Pokemon. I'm a little worried about Trick Room, and I need a Pokemon that doesn't need its abilities, so I add the classic Assault Vest Iron Hand. It's a standard set, but it's extremely strong, and I think it'll work here. And with that, the team is complete. You can use the team for yourself via the rental code here on screen. And if you want access to all of my teams weeks before they go up on the channel, check out the Patreon. Not only do I post all my tournament teams there as soon as the tournament finishes, but I make 3 extra videos a month breaking down underrated strategies, analyzing top competitive battles, and using teams that my patrons submit a single month. Those slots for this tier are almost full because these take me a while to do. With the team complete, it's time for the tournament. In order to make it past the first day, I'll need to win 7 of my 9 rounds, a tall task. Luckily for me, my first opponent has an absolutely awful matchup. They're using a team built around Dondozo, a Pokemon that when combined with Tatsugiri can run away with the game. But what would happen if Dondozo couldn't combine with Tatsugiri? It is Dragonite Annihilate, so that's a clever lead. I'm gonna Will-O-Wisp and U-turn, I think. I'm gonna Terra Will-O-Wisp and U-turn. This blocks Final Gambit. This blocks Extreme Speed from Terra Normal. This breaks the multi-scale. Like, these are Pokemon where it definitely is in my favor. They're not terrestrializing to give up my typing. Ghost is used exactly for this reason. And against a team with so many physical attackers, landing burns is really big. I'm targeting the Dragonite here because I can deal with the Annihilate easier with Roaring Moon's Acrobatics later. Just have Speed Booster. And it's actually slow Annihilate. So let's see here. The Dragonite didn't go for Extreme Speed, so it's going for Stomping Tantrum or Iron Hand. This is almost certainly Stomping Tantrum. There's no way they're going for like Rage Fist into Landorus. Final Gambit. Okay, nice. I went into a Ghost type. Blocked it with my Flutterman switch in. Here's Stomping Tantrum. It's not a bad move by any means, but you know, it's not that good into this Wheezing here. And now Annihilate was Choice Scarf. It can't do anything here except switch out. Dragonite is burnt and has lost its multi-scale. It's probably just want to sit there. I like Choice Scarf, Final Gambit, Annihilate a lot. But being locked into Final Gambit in front of 2 Ghost types is just devastating. So yeah, you're really seeing the value of Ghost Terra immediately. It is Dondozo switching in here, so Annihilate switching out. Let's see if Dragonite switches out as well. They are going to go for the defensive Terra here, normal type. Terraing to normal just kind of delays the inevitable because burnt Stomping Tantrum, even with the Choice Band, is not going to do that much. It won't 2 KO either of my Pokemon. And we do get a clean 2 KO on the Dragonite from this range, which is awesome. I mean, and you can see there that, like, yeah, I mean, Wheezing is just... I still have Citrus Berry, by the way. Like, there's... My Wheezing has a lot of health left. Let's go for Sludge Bomb and Dazzling Gleam here. There isn't really a good way around it. Yeah. And this Dragonite didn't really have a better... Like, it used its... I mean, effectively its strongest move. It did have Iron Head for my Wheezing, which I guess is slightly stronger by 5 base power. Dondozo's having trouble. All right, burn Dondozo Avalanche. I was at 90 HP at the start of the turn. Now I am at 113. Poor guy. I just have to keep in mind whatever the last Pokemon is. Dondozo's fainting at the end of this turn anyway, so I'm gonna go for Will-O-Wisp. But I think this probably wasn't a great play because if Chen Pao comes in at the end of this, like if it's not Tatsugiri but instead Chen Pao as the final Pokemon, then I think my life could get a bit more difficult because I would have to play a guessing game as to where the Phantom Force is targeting. So it might have been better just stay in here, click Dazzling Gleam, and then go Roaring Moon after. But if, it all depends on if they're going for Phantom Force. Yeah. In hindsight, I don't think it will cost me the game because in Tailwind, like there's not really that many. I mean, this is also assuming a worst case scenario, right? Heavy Slam comes out. It's gonna do 12 damage to Roaring Moon. Dondozo should faint here. I actually would have preferred it to live, so this is also a slight misplay on my end. Okay, it is Tatsugiri, so we should be all right, to be honest. Even if I lose both Pokemon here, I'm gonna have, you know, Choice Specs, Fluttermane, and Tailwind, which is part of the reason, part of the strength of Roaring Moon is that because Photosynthesis can still be activated with Booster Energy. Oh man, unfortunate. Yeah, because Photosynthesis can still be activated with Booster Energy, I can use Speed Booster Roaring Moon even though Weezing is active. So my whole team is kind of built around this idea that like my opponent might really want to use their abilities, but for me it isn't as important. I don't think I lived this by any means, but yeah, that's fine. Roaring Moon did its job, honestly. Setting up Tailwind was all it really needed to do. Yeah, GG. Cool. Let's see. I'm kind of expecting Dragonite. Oh, actually, Annihilate Blue. Alrighty, that's a little bit spooky, I would say. I'm really just worried about Fissure. And they would really need like an early Fissure too. You know what I mean? Like late Fissure's not going to do it. They need like turn 1 Fissure basically. Uh-oh. Nice play. Really nice play. Yeah. All right, cool. Well done. Yeah, that's a great call in my opinion. They're ensuring that I can't take them out in Terra Blast, which is definitely not ideal for me. Gonna go for Terra Blast here. I should do over 50% though, which is good. And it will Gambit pretty much. Yeah, I mean, Final Gambit's off the table now. Oh, they were reading, they must have been predicting a Torterra to Ghost again. If I hit here, I do miss. That's really bad, actually. Stomping is now gonna, I don't think it will KO me, but it will actually, okay, yeah. So Weezing taking this much damage early is real bad. There's a mechanic I'm excited to show you all, but it hasn't happened yet, so I can't show it to you yet. In a worst case scenario, I think that I'll probably take a Terra Blast here, but I think that the trading Terra Blast, even in that worst case scenario, is probably worth it to me. Because I really do need damage on the Swinglow, and you can see doing like over a third of its health, yeah. So I mean, I'm not happy taking damage on Landorus, but especially because I baited out the Terra, I think it's okay. Yeah, it doesn't do that much. Oh, all right, they got me again, okay. That's not going to KO either, but now my health is a lot lower than I would like. I'm taking out Annihilate here. Maybe this is the wrong play just because I need to know if it's Mendoza or not, because if it's Mendoza, I need Weezing to stick around for much longer. I at least need Weezing to stick around long enough to get the burn down. Okay, I hit this Will-O-Wisp. That's great. That's going to make Tinglu much more manageable. I do need to watch out for, I do really need to watch out for the Fissure still, but that's okay. I think it's Rock Slide or Stomping. It is Stomping, so Landorus is sticking around, which is great. 85 down to 46, so that means that I can actually take one more Stomping Tantrum here. Is Dondozo okay? So I have an idea here actually. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch Weezing out into Roaring Moon here, because they're not bringing in Tatsugiri this turn. That much is apparent, right? And I need to keep Weezing alive, and I think that what I want to try to do is bait them. Yeah, I'm going to try and, oh, also this might mean I can survive a Rock Slide, because oh yeah, this is what I wanted to show you. Basically, when you switch out Weezing, any abilities that activate on, well, most abilities that activate on switch in will activate again. So even though I basically was able to delay my Intimidate by leading Landorus and then switching out Weezing later, so I didn't activate it on the Annihilate, who would have gotten an attack boost from Defiant. Nice. Okay, this was probably best case scenario. Even though I don't get the Intimidate on the Dondozo, I've basically positioned them in a way that's really tricky, where this is one of their only opportunities to transform their Tatsugiri, if they have it. Rock Slide comes out, I think because the Intimidate, I actually survive. You can see that Landorus actually can take one more of those, which is kind of absurd. I'm just trying to make it so that they can't get Tatsugiri in easily for free. Neutralizing Gas is back on the field. They do switch, so I'm hoping that this is Tatsugiri, basically. And I'm also hoping that Weezing makes it through the turn. It is Tatsugiri, so I was able... This is why I probably should have gone to Fluttermane last turn instead. But I was worried about taking a strong attack. Acrobatics comes out. This will not pick up the KO, however. It is Avalanche into the Roaring Moon, so they still don't have any abilities active, which is, again, amazing. Yeah, so they still can't combine here, but if Weezing goes down, it will activate it. The combination will happen immediately, and I'll probably lose the game. They're going to protect here. That's fine. As long as Weezing makes it through the turn, I just need to get a Will-O-Wisp off. I could worth it, to be honest. It is a lot. I probably should have predicted it. Yeah. I knew what was happening this turn, but the problem is that, oh, Tatsugiri is faster, actually. So I actually did have a better option here. I kind of forgot that the turn order would go like this. I'm just basically, I need, Tatsugiri is faster. I could have made the read. But if I got the read wrong, I would have lost. Let's see. Let's see who's faster between Weezing and Dondozo. Okay, I am faster, and I do connect the Will-O-Wisp. This is really big. The Dondozo's Rocky Helmet, so this is permanent damage adding up. The thing is, though, do I take the Earthquake? Because I kind of had to hope that I did. Oh my goodness, Weezing is so good. Basically, the way I'm trying to cover for losing to a double protect, where they go for a double protect and then I lose like Weezing and then they combine. So this way, they didn't protect. Oh, I overthought it. It's probably Dragon Pulse.
Nope.
It's Icy Wind. This is the worst case. This is literally the worst case scenario. I actually just made a gigantic misplay. I can't believe that. They doubled? And they crit. The crits not that important, to be honest. Well, this is bad. All of a sudden, they're going to be combined. Dang, they actually, okay. Oh, they protected. Wait, how much is this? I think I might just KO them, to be honest. Thunderbolt comes out. I could have gone for Gleam, but yeah. Oh, that does a lot. Let's see here. Sludge Bomb, Wheezing being fast. Oh, so good. Okay. Very, very well executed for a student driver. Poor Tatsugiri just had to sit next to Dodoza the whole game. Be like, let me in. Let me in. Gas is especially when you're, oh, I was faster. Okay, then their play makes a lot more sense because I figured I'd Gleam. Yeah, I mean, the power of neutralizing gas, just denying all abilities is really, really powerful in certain matchups. And I think you can see it in there. So the nice thing here is they can only bring 4 Pokemon, so they have to leave 2 behind. It is going to be Ogerpon and Goldengo. This is probably the worst case scenario for me personally. Oh, you want a spiky shield so bad. Oh, you want a spiky shield. You want a spiky shield so bad. Trust me. Oh, they spiky shielded. They wanted to spiky shield so bad. Oh. I didn't need to click the bad move. Okay, Goldengo's gone. It is Rillaboom, so that's a great switch there. From their end, from my end, what do I want to do? Whee! This is a real advantage of Scarf Landorus, by the way. Like, you see it in the turn 1 there. If I was Ability Shield, that was a much, much more dangerous play. I mean, it was still a really dangerous play, but it could have been much worse. This might just be Woodhammer in that case. But because of the Intimidate, it's not doing infinite damage. Oh, it is high horsepower. Okay. It does a lot of damage. My Roaring Moon was kind of important here, so letting it take infinite damage is silly. Like, basically, I'm just worried about Hisui and Arcanine, really. Let's see. I expect this to be Spiky Shield, probably. It is Ivy Cudgel. Oh, are they doubling Wheezing? Dang, nice double. But I do survive. Wheezing is unbelievably broken. Silly Mon. Silly broken Mon. Do I miss? No, I hit. Okay. It is AV, right? Yeah. Okay. I also, in case this is Hisui and Arcanine switching in, which is, I think, a possibility. Oh, it's Christopher Youssef. Okay, cool. There is no Feet of Ruin, though, which is nice. I am using my Terra here, but it should be okay. I think Wheezing is gradually healing. Okay, that was a good play. This is actually kind of tricky. Let's see if I get the poison. Let's also see if I get burnt. That didn't do very much at all. I mean, I don't get the poison either. Okay, this is fine. This is, this is totally fine. Assuming that Acrobatics picks up the KO, which I think it should. You go for Follow Me, that's totally fine. I really just need this Ogerpon gone because I actually don't have that much to deal with it. Whee! Heat Wave, there's no guarantee it connects, but even if it does, I will lose my Roaring Moon, which is okay. I mean, Roaring Moon KO'd the Ogerpon, and yeah, I mean, at this point, I should be fine. My initial plan was to use a slower and like an Adamant Nature Ogerpon, but I got outsped by Chiyu a couple times, and eventually I was like, you know what? I don't actually want to get outsped by Chiyu. It kind of sucks to get outsped. So I decided to make it faster, and so now I am faster than Chiyu, which is I'm very grateful for. This is like, again, I feel like this is an obvious prediction to make. The thing is, even if Wheezing goes down here, yeah, first of all, it's not going down. Normally, you'd expect Chiyu to do a bit more damage here, but because I've disabled the Beads of Ruin, it's not going to do that much. That would have KO'd normally. Chiyu's so strong. Okay, yeah, they were probably just banking on being faster, realistically. They weren't. And again, breaking the Chiyu's Focus Sash with Sludge Bomb was also really impactful in this game. Woodhammer comes out. Actually, that does a lot of damage. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, yeah, you could run Gunk Shot and, you know, do way more damage there, but if you miss, you lose the ability to get the 2-hit KO. GG. I did get, like, this was actually a pretty close match, and keep in mind, I did get that turn 1 perfectly correct, so I probably want to think about how to make sure that I don't end up in a similar situation next game, right? Same lead. Okay, this is what I was thinking about when leading my Pokemon here. I get the Intimidate on an Ogerpon right away, which is nice. I mean, listen, last time I went for Stomping Tantrum turn 1, so this time I'm obviously not going to do that. What I will do is I'm going to U-turn here. Okay, they switch Goldengo out. This also covers for a switch, I think. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I guess I could have Fake Outed. I really do feel like my number 1 priority is getting rid of this. Okay, nice. My number 1 priority really feels like getting rid of this Ogerpon, though, to me at least. So my option is Roaring Moon and Ogerpon. I'm definitely going Moon here, right? Which is going to do a fair bit of damage. Okay, they don't switch, so Acrobatics was better, I guess. I probably got Fake Out, and it doesn't really matter. Here goes Ogerpon. Fake Out, yeah, okay. Hold it. I'm expecting Ivy Cudgel here. Yeah, okay, that's why I made the switch. So I predicted the Ivy Cudgel into Ogre Pawn there because their Ogre Pawn doesn't really have anything that it can do effectively here. Now comes a bit of a harder question, right? Which is I could Terrestrialize and go for Acrobatics. I can also just go for Acrobatics normal for me. I got it wrong. It's Goldengo. Oh, it's Arcanine. Oh, knockoff would have been so good. Oh, knockoff would have been so good. Shoot. Ah, now I'm -1 attack. Okay, I do know the Pokemon though, which is okay. Knockoff would have been really nice there. Okay, sorry. I have a lot of thoughts right now. Right now, they're thinking, oh, I want to follow me so I don't accidentally eat an Ivy Cudgel, but that follow me is so obvious, maybe I won't go for it. But keep in mind, like game 1, I attacked into an obvious follow me before, so they're much more incentivized to either Terrestrialize here or to go for the obvious follow me. Okay, yeah. So they don't go for follow me here. This is probably Rillaboom switching back in. It could be Goldengo though. It is Rillaboom, so that's fine. The question is, how much damage am I taking? Them getting the Intimidate second is pretty bad. They are going to go for this here to cover for a potential Ivy Cudgel. This also lets them reset the Intimidates. But the thing is, I think they kind of want to go for Rock Slide here. That's my impression, at least. They could Flare Blitz, but I think they want to go for Rock Slide. And if they go for Rock Slide, I am faster. I do get them +1 attack, which is really threatening. They go for Terra Blast, actually. Oh, interesting. Into Landorus. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't even think about that. It's pretty weak though, actually. And once this Grassy Terrain ends, they do go for Takeout. Okay, nice play. But I'm most likely losing a Pokemon this turn. If I had Weezing, actually, I guess Weezing doesn't really help that much. It's fine. Let's do the Terra Blast here. It's probably just the what's it called? Landorus. Yeah, so Landorus is going to go down here. But the Grassy Terrain is also over, which is, you know, really nice. I mean, obviously now I go into Roaring Moon. My Ogre Pawn's fully set up, so I mean, I'm in position. I'm in the right position, right? Okay. Neither of these Pokemon can protect. So I could have Ivy Cudgeled and picked up the KO here, but I figured that, like, this was a safer move, and I really wanted to make sure I got some guaranteed damage down, and either took a KO or did, like, a lot of damage to a switched in Pokemon. Thought process is that by Terrestrializing, which I didn't need to KO the Rillaboom, even if +3 Hornleech doesn't KO Arcanine, which I really don't know if it will, I'm just not familiar with the calc. But even in a worst case scenario where it doesn't pick up the KO, oh, it does. Well, even if it didn't, I would have survived a Terra Blast because of the Intimidate, because I'm no longer 4 times weak to Fairy. I mean, it's a 110 base power stab move coming off of like a really high base attack stat. There's no way it survives, right? If you get a boost or two on Ogre Pawn, and then you double its speed with Tailwind, it becomes a very threatening Pokemon. So this is Follow Me. I do agree that this is the right move. I'm not familiar with Roaring Moon's calcs, but I mean, this is super effective Terra Flying Addicts. I don't think that it can survive here. Let's find out. It does go down in one shot, and I don't think that Goldengo takes +3 Ivy Cudgel. Let's find out together. Even if it does, it can't beat Iron Hands in the back, so we're in really good shape here. Ivy Cudgel comes out, +3 critical hit. It doesn't matter. Goldengo doesn't live that. And that's going to be the game. 2-0 in the set, 2-0 in the tournament. Nice job. Yeah, let's go. Oh, this actually isn't what I expected at all. Ogre Pawn Heatran is the lead. Okay. It's not a perfect turn 1, but it's certainly not bad. I don't think that it's very likely that they just attack with both here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be protect with both, but I'm still going to take a little bit of damage here from Chip. Yeah, this is fine. I took a little Spiky Shield damage here, but I just thought that, like, this is the safest move, even though I do allow myself to take a little bit of damage here. So now I definitely need to be intentional with my next move. I'm going to Drain Punch this, I think, and I'm going to U-turn here. This is the most obvious play. Oh, they're just follow meing. Okay, cool. I mean, I'm really happy to... Oh, it's super tanky. Oh, okay. If it's Flash Cannon and I go into Flutter Mane, I'm just screwed. But going into Weezing doesn't help me very much. I think I have to go Flutter Mane here, actually. I'm pretty sure, actually. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'm pretty sure this is just Flash Cannon and I die. Yeah, it was so obvious, but I think bringing Weezing here was a mistake in hindsight, because that was one of my better tools in the matchup, and I just let it go down. Like, I didn't feel like going into Weezing was good for me there. But I think I was... Okay, this sucks. I don't think that they're in Rock Slide range either is the thing. Yeah. This game is not over at all. But this Follow Me Ogre Pawn is causing problems. I really thought they would lean more into the Tailwind mode. I think if I lose game 1, they'll probably do that for game 2. My question is, are they going to let me take Heatran here? Because they probably have a safe switch, right? This is going to be really tough to win. Unless this turn, unless I get a double KO this turn. It was so obvious, and I just like fell for it. But I didn't fall for it. I just didn't feel like, oh, it's torn. That's not so bad. Are they switching out both? They're going to go for the Terra here. Weezing is not doing much right now. I feel kind of silly for bringing it. They have Protect. They also have Sunny Day. I have to watch out for both options here. I don't think that U-turning the... I guess I could have U-turned the Heatran, but it just felt really greedy. Yeah, I wish I had something other than Weezing right now. Weezing was not very good. In the base of the Pokemon they brought, it was not very good at all. Earth Power into hands. It's going to do a lot. What's the last Pokemon? It's probably... It might be Urshifu, actually. Tailwind? There's no way I died on Life Orb Earth Power, right? It is Heat Wave. There's no Sunny Day. A lot of damage. Please don't burn me. They're gonna get full turns of Tailwind, which definitely sucks. A lot. Yeah. I KO both Pokemon, but the Tailwind is the real problem here. Yeah, really either of my other Pokemon as the last would have been much more effective here. But it's not over yet, because we still don't know what the last Pokemon is. Ogerpon. Is it Fluttermane or is it...
Oh no.
Oh shoot. Okay, it is Fluttermane. You know, I'm gonna take a gamble here. I'm actually gonna go for Heavy Slam and Sludge Bomb. Because it's not like they can Terra, right? I think that basically here, there's a chance to go for Dazzling Gleam and the Cudgel move. Or they could go for... Oh, they could go for Moonblast here as well. Oh, Shadow Ball. I didn't even think about that. Although, truthfully, it's not like I had... Ah, yeah. Shoot. I played really badly with my Terra this game. Yeah, this was actually kind of a silly move regardless, I think. Because it's not like Stomping Tantrum will... Yeah, they played really well. I can't really be upset about it. They are really with their Ogerpon. I do kind of wonder if, like, there's a chance that... I'm faster? No way, right? Because no way. There's no way. That's my win condition, right? It's like Rock Slide. If I take a Shadow Ball here, I think I should. I could not, though. To survive. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, this was really close. I actually was in a position where I could have won, in theory, but the Tailwind turns being as they were. Christian Landorus sooner. Nah, like, the thing is, since I was in Shadow Ball range, there wasn't really anything I could do, I think. So I'll need to think about this going into game 2. This is actually a case where Gunk Shot Poison could potentially win me the game. Let's see here. Oh, that does a lot. Okay. I gotta keep that in mind. So I mean, that didn't go super well, but I was actually pretty close in the end. Like, I just, yeah, they played pretty significantly better than me in my opinion. Okay, this is what I expected. I'm gonna Tailwind, Terra Flying, and go for a Wild Charge here. Yeah, okay. They're gonna go into either Grass type or Heatran or Hands. Yeah, that works too. I could have gone for Acrobatics here, but I wanted to make sure that I was like keeping up with the speed at least. Okay, Tailwind comes out. They're going for Bleak Wind Storm. I'm faster. I go for Wild Charge. Ah, I knew I shouldn't have dropped that much attack. That's a huge... Ah, they hit both. I bet the speed drop. Okay, no speed drops. Yeah, okay, no Protect. Or no Fake Out, I mean. This actually might have been a mistake to not take out the Corn here, but I just thought that the Iron Hands is so tanky. Such a pain to get rid of. They were faster than me. Them being faster is a problem too. I was kind of... Man, they're really fast then. And they haven't... Okay, actually a huge problem here is that they have not terrestrialized yet, which means that for the rest of this game... I think I made a big mistake, actually. Oh, big crit. Okay. Okay. So what do I think is in the back? Do I think it's Heatran or do I think that it is... Oh, I forgot about Sunny Day. It's bad. Fluttermane, yeah. I have an idea. It's just that the idea kind of sucks. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do Rock Slide Heavy Slam here. Here's the Terra, and it's probably Sunny Day here as well. The only question is it speed boosting or is it special attack boosting? Let's see here. If it's special attack and if it's speed boosting, I can survive. And I think it's special attack boosting. Yeah, there's Sunny Day. Okay, Photosynthesis activates here. Let's play a game. If my last Pokemon were Weezing, I actually could have switched it in here. Bruh. It's speed. Is it Moonblast? It is Moonblast. It's probably into Hands, right? Yeah, sorry, Hands. Yeah, with the Terra, I can't survive that. I have one turn left of Tailwind here. I can't even flinch them. Yeah, they honestly, yeah, they played really well. Do I die to Terra Fairy and Moonblast? I'm pretty sure I do. I don't remember all my calcs, but yeah. If I just had Weezing. It's like I brought the wrong Pokemon both games, and it is Heatran. Okay. How do I win this? Is there a way to win this? Okay, here's the win condition. They Moonblast. They hit Ogerpon. They don't hit Ogerpon. Landorus doesn't survive this. I don't even think that I take a Heat Wave here, actually. I'm pretty sure I just died a single target Life Orb. I need a miss here. I need this Heat Wave to miss. Turn 2 of Sun, 3. Do I survive?
Nope.
Jeez. Yeah, Sunny Day boosted single target life orb. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, both games were close. I think I made a couple, like, I think I was rushing a little bit too much here. Yeah, I think that this was very much winnable, but I made mistakes and the opponent played really well, and you can't, like, you'll lose when that happens. Horn Drago. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I was just worried about, something else here, basically. Yeah, okay, this is fine. It's not like, even though I got Tailwind up, because Torn, it's like, they will also get Tailwind up, which isn't like, obviously it's not amazing for me, but I also don't think it's so bad. They're staying in with both. I'm not shocked by that. Oh, it's Draco Meteor. Shoot, I thought it was Dragon Pulse. I needed to read the team sheet more clearly. This maybe should have been Protect and Dragon Pulse. I also didn't want to let it go for like unlimited Bleakwind Storms, you know? They're terastallizing. This should be Drago, I guess. I don't hate getting the Terra out already. I went for knockoff because I thought that removing the Dragon Fang, I think I should take a Draco here. By the way, if they're going to build a Regidrago centric game plan, this is something that is really weak to, that is one strategy that's really weak to. Shoot, hang in there, man. Woo! Okay, that's really lucky. Really, really lucky that I survived there. The thing is, like, they got Tailwind up. I have 2 turns, they have 3 turns. Stupid. It's okay. It's not horrible. Oh, if I wild charged. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the Torn this turn. Torn. I go for Bleakwind, so that's good. I was kind of worried about Sunny Day and then the last one being Fluttermane. But no Sun here is good. I'm really glad that I take out the Torn. I don't love taking all this damage, but it is what it is. They have Terra here as well, so I just need to make sure that I really just need to make sure that I don't lose Iron Hands this turn. I feel like that's don't lose Iron Hands this turn. I don't have any delusions about Roaring Moon making it through this. Okay, Regidrago comes in. Okay, so I should be good here. I might have to take a small gamble here. They go for Protect. Probably Heat Wave. I'm gonna heal a lot though, is the thing. Okay. Getting close. Take some Life Orb damage and do a little bit more here. Okay. Okay, so they're really, I should heal a lot from that, right? Maybe more than I think that, so right now the last Pokemon could be one of 3 things. It's not Farigiraf. So it's either Urshifu that's Scarfed, or it's Fluttermane, right? Because if it's Fluttermane, then like my Fluttermane's in good shape and I'll know if they're speeder. They're probably special attack boosting, so I'm probably faster than them. Okay. If they Flash Cannon me here, then I'm in big trouble. Spiky Shield should be, oh, it's Earth Power. Oh. Do I die? There's no way I die to this, right? Yeah, baby. Okay, Heatran goes down. Fluttermane took a ton of damage here. So the question is it... Okay, okay, here's the thing. If it's Fluttermane, I can just go for Shadow Ball plus Ivy Cudgel and I win the game. And if it's Urshifu, this is this is Scarf Urshifu, and so it's faster than me, which is obviously bad. However, what I can do here is I can go for Gleam and Ivy Cudgel here. Like, basically they're pinned either way, where if they take the Fluttermane KO, I get Fake Out Pressure. And if they don't take the Fluttermane KO, then they take the Fluttermane KO. And it just comes down to whether or not Ivy Cudgel. I don't know my Ogerpon calcs, and I also don't really know how bulky Regidrago is, but I feel like this should KO. It's Poison type. It only has like 40% left. Okay, yeah. I don't think the crit mattered there, but I could be wrong. Fake Out Cudgel, and then Drain Punch Cudgel, and I win the game. Cool. So that was a little spooky, but I think I found my way through it very well. Be a forfeit? No. I also want to know if this KOs. The Terra type on this thing is Dark. Okay, so with the Terra, that would KO. Better watch out. Yeah, Sash Tornadus with Protect means that I can't, I feel like I brought the right Pokemon. Horn Flutter. Okay, this is something I was aware of that could happen. They don't have... Okay, they're lower than me. Their only offensive move here is actually Dazzling Gleam. Really don't love this play. Let's see if they Terra Torn. If they Terra Torn, then my play is correct. And if they protect with both, then I think my play is also correct here. They are terastallizing here. It's Terra Water Fluttermane, so we don't know just yet. If it's Terra Water, okay, it is Torn. So I don't think I made the wrong play in that case. Like, if I had Weezing, I could have done a sneaky Weezing play here, but I don't have Weezing, so I think this is the best I have. They go for Tailwind. Are they, I guess my question is, are they subbing or are they Gleaming? They're Gleaming. Okay, so I should just take the KO. I take a fair bit of damage. I don't know if this trades in my favor. I mean, I made the best move I could, right? Like Protect Heavy Slam does not do as well for me because I need to match their Tailwind. So I don't think that clearing the Flutter Mane and burning the Terra turn 1 is awful. It's just that I took a lot of damage on one of my more important Pokemon, Iron Hand. But that's okay. I need to get rid. The Torn is my biggest opposition right now. I think this is, well, yeah. I mean, I basically tried to cover from multiple plays here. They missed at least one. It's on the hands. I think that's all right. 117. I am in range of another one of those though. I'm out. Ton of damage. I just need to make sure that they don't get Tailwind up again. The question is, are they Draco Meteoring, or are they Earth Powering, or are they Dragon Energy? Dragon Energying. Say Earth Power. Okay, it's fine. I think I'm good. Yeah, Earth Power actually without the Dragon Tomahawk boost just isn't that powerful. And although Drain Punch might not look super impactful there, it turns off Dragon Energy for the rest of the game, and it heals me a ton. Like close to pretty much almost exactly as much as they did. He trends the last. That's really bad for them. This should KO. Because I have Ogre Pun in the back. For Earth Power, I survive. Yeah, I think that in this kind of matchup, I definitely need... That's the third time a Pokemon has barely survived a hit from my Iron Hands. I think I definitely am being punished for not having more attack investment. I feel like I was trying to find a cheesy way around this kind of matchup where you don't rely on Tailwind, but I have good tools, especially with Speed Booster Roaring Moon. Yeah, so I think that trying, like, I think what I tried to do, which is just like not really play a Tailwind centric game plan, just didn't really, it doesn't really work. Let's just be honest. Like, it didn't really work at all. So yeah. Tricky. Ah! I'm worried about taking an Icy Wind here isn't so bad, because it would mean that, yeah, okay, taking an Icy Wind here actually isn't so bad. I really should know if knockoff takes away Covert Cloak though. I just don't know. I've turned off Technician, by the way, so the Scissor's a lot less threatening. Okay, they go for Protect. Oh, they're huge mistake. Huge mistake. Half health gone. Oh, I turned off Prankster. That's why that happened. Wolf, please use your brain. Please use it. Why did we give you it if you're not going to use it? Okay, thinking mode activate. Oh, I'm so fast. Okay, they're so slow. Okay, if I had acrobatics there, I would have been... Okay, so here's the thing. I need to be really careful going forward because of the Regidrago. I'm actually glad to get the speed drop here because this is going to be U-turn. And this is either Regidrago or it's something that can... It's either Regidrago or it's something that can get burnt. And pow! Oh, please, 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 please! Yeah. No Sword of Ruin and it's burnt, but I am -1 speed now. This is probably Adamant Nature, right? Oh, and now so I'm activating Sword of Ruin now. So Sword of Ruin activating means there's actually not even a safe switch here for anything to switch in to my Terra Flying Acrobatics. So yeah, I basically just need to deny Tailwind for the rest of this game. I'm going for Protect here. This is probably Bleak Wind Storm and Ice Spinner, but it could be anything else as well. I do make a prediction here into my Iron Hands, getting it some chip damage here. It does a ton, way more than I expected. They go for Icy Wind. So, I mean, Iron Hands taking a bunch is bad here. They have 1 turn left of Tailwind, which means that I've timed this correctly, I believe. Right, there's 1 and 2 turns left. I go for Protect. It's not great because I still don't know who's faster between the two of us. Go for Fake Out. Oh, have they Terra'd yet? They haven't, right? Okay, they're done with Tailwind for the rest of this game. Awesome. Okay, Tailwind is still active. So I'm the fastest thing on the field right now, and I have the ability to turn off both Technician and Sword of Ruin. This Dragonite. The important thing here, I think, is that my Pokemon survive this turn. I maybe needed Weezing to have more health than this to win. Actually, I think I just made myself really weak to Scizor. But I felt like I had to turn off the Sword of Ruin. It could be Terra Poison as well. Like, I'm kind of... I should have drained Terra Poison. Yeah, that was... I, like, definitely overthought this one. In a pretty bad way. Who are they targeting? Weezing? Oh, Hand. I survived just barely. Okay. I'm losing a Mon here. You know what? I think this isn't such a bad trade for me. The thing is, how do I deal with this Dragonite now? Like, that's the primary issue, right? Okay, I think what I do here is I go into Roaring Moon. And I think I attack. I think I don't protect here. They could also protect Scizor. Here's Extreme Speed. This should go into Weezing, I think. Okay, I should survive. So good. Weezing is so good. This is a little bit risky because if I mess this turn, if I miss Will-O-Wisp, I'm in huge trouble. This should be Bullet Punch, but without Technician survive. Okay, don't miss. Oh, I guess Acrobatics first. so much damage with the crits. Okay, I hit Will-O-Wisp. Huge connect. Huge connect. Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay, Roaring Moon. Barely tanks. Oh, I'm going down. Actually, if my last Pokemon were Fluttermane, I would have lost this, right? I guess I would have burnt the Scissor this turn, but I could have lost this. It was just completely feasible. I think it's completely conceivable that I could lose. Okay, I caught the Protect. That's really good. Because I need Scissor to go down. Like, I don't think I get even two-shot here. Actually, I might get two-shot. Okay. But they need to invest a hit into the Wheezing, so it's probably okay. But yeah, basically... Also, how many E-Speeds have they used, right? They've definitely used, like, at least 4 so far. Okay, they go for the double and fail. That was the big question, I think, of this game, is are they going to get a double Protect into Wheezing? Wheezing, thank you for your service. You pretty much won this game for us. Pretty much on your own as well. So we're very, very happy for that. Flop. They've got to be close to 0 extreme speed. Okay. I don't even think, because of the burn, I don't think a crit will KO here. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. So after a burn, or like basically without Sword of Ruin active, they can't one-shot my Ogerpon with a paranormal extreme speed. All right, we need to do that one more time. It is a tough matchup for Chen Pao and Horn. We go for Tailwind. I go for Tailwind. And with the Sword of Ruin active, even though this is presumably a very bulky Tornadus, I get the KO. So we each get Tailwind, but they cannot set it up again going forward into the game. Okay. I bet the Dragonite goes for... I'm going to Terra here, actually. It's a little bit unusual, but I think it's the right call because I want to cover for a double up here. This does 2 things for me. Number 1, it preserves Roaring Moon, which means later, which is really nice. And number 2, I probably should have Wild Charged here. The question is, are they going for Terra Normal Dragonite or Terra Poison Chen Pao? I think both make some sense. It is Terra Normal Dragonite, so actually I made the right attacking decision here. The question in my mind is, does Iron Hand survive the double up here? I'm tearing to water here in part because I wanted to take, like, I wanted to make sure that even if they went for something like Stomping Tantrum with Dragonite, that I would still survive with Iron Hands. Oh, if I could have switched Fluttermane in, that would have been so good. But let's see. I think that this is okay because I've turned off Sword of Ruin, so I've just increased my Iron Hands like survivability by a ton. It is just extreme speed, so I guess it was the mistake. They are targeting Iron Hands though. That is so much. Ice Spinner. Oh, is the Terra gonna save me? I turned off Sword of Ruin. Oh my goodness, I survived. A huge survive. Oh my god. Okay. Big survive. Okay. And I heal back. Not a ton, but more than nothing for sure. Turning off the Sword of Ruin here is the only reason that I was able to survive that double up. And Iron Hands can't protect itself, so that's a really big deal. If I had Fluttermane in the back, then they wouldn't be able to do anything more here, but I mean, it's okay. Like, we're really not complaining. It is Scizor as the last Pokemon, who I don't think is like the best Pokemon here. The first threat though is this stupid Dragonite. That's the main. That's the first thing. They're not going for. Oh, okay. They're not going for Bullet Punch. So they're probably going for U-turn. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. I just forgot my turn order. Doesn't do too much damage. I connect with Will-O-Wisp. Huge. I mean, it's not like it's doomed or anything, but it is challenging. So, yeah, we really need Can. Okay, we catch the Protect. Massive catch here. Because now, even if I miss a Will-O-Wisp, they're just so much more exposed. 3rd extreme speed down. We got 5 left before they're out. Extreme speed, they're probably targeting down. I would guess Wheezing, right? No, actually Roaring Moon. I guess what they've realized is that if they deal with the left 2 Pokemon, it's not like Wheezing can damage Scizor beyond Will-O-Wisp. So if I miss a Will-O-Wisp, this could completely turn the game around. I had Tailwind up? Oh, they did too. Okay, basically neither of us had Tailwind. Okay, Extreme speed coming out into the Roaring Moon. I think that's a bit wasteful, but hey, it's them. Knockoff comes out. It does over half. Scizor's not the bulkiest Pokemon. Who's faster? Scizor's faster, so I don't get the burn off first. Is Will-O-Wisp going to connect? It's only 85% accurate. A miss here would definitely make things harder. I do connect though, and that's going to make the rest of this game just so much easier. Yeah, with both Pokemon burnt, 4 extreme speeds left. Wheezing pretty much can clean this one up on its own, I think. It's so tanky. Still a Citrus Berry intact. This might seem like overkill, and maybe it is, but yeah, I mean, it's just so much. It's just like these slight optimizations you want to get in the habit of making because You never know, like, when you'll need to be able, like, when it will be a battle of inches. This game, it probably didn't matter, right? I probably could have taken an extreme, but, you know, it's good to get in practice. To go for the double. This one didn't matter. They weren't getting through this anytime soon. Yeah, turning off the Sword of Ruin is just so effective. Like, it makes such a big deal, especially against teams that use Chen Pao and like index a ton on physical attackers. Just struggle so much with Weezing. At this point, it doesn't matter. Like, even with a crit, they wouldn't win. So I'll just attack. Yeah, GG. Alrighty, another win for us. Okay, Rillaboom Urshifu are the lead. However, because I've led with Weezing, because I've led with Weezing here, they don't get to actually set up grassy terrain. Yeah, taking away the grassy terrain here is really, really valuable in my opinion, because like Rillaboom here, it's only got fake out and grass attacks. Like they do switch, nice switch there, threatening one thing and then weaving out. It is Chen Pao. This is not great for me, in my opinion. If we see a Terra, we do see a Terra here. So their last Pokemon is either Dragonite, Frigoraph. It's not Frigoraph. It's either Dragonite or Heatran. I gotta keep that in mind, because if it's Dragonite, I could have some trouble, right? Surging Strikes, they're locking into that. I feel kind of silly leaving the Urshifu untouched, but I think it's what I need to do. There's also the possibility, you know, Icicle Crash is only, what, 90% accurate? So it is possible that this does not work for much here as well. Oh, into the moon, actually. This should do a fair bit. This can do a ton. Okay. Jeez, it does a lot. Maybe they expected a Terra there? Hard to say. I think Moon's going down here regardless, truthfully. Yeah, they just doubled the Moon. Okay. All right, here I think is where I start making a couple predictions. I'm gonna go back into Weezing. I might regret not burning this Urshifu, to be honest. Like, I could have Will-O-Wisp. Like, the turn would have been the same, except, yeah, I just didn't want to take the damage. But actually, in hindsight, I think that was a mistake. I need to be really careful. What are they doing? Like, what is going on? A lot. I should survive this, but I could get crit here is the problem. Or I could get flinched. I guess I could get crit too. I could also miss. Wow, I'm actually really, really surprised I went for this. Actually, I could have just protected. Don't flinch. Okay, I get rid of one crucial threat. Rillaboom is suddenly looking very problematic.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out.
Ah, I can't believe that. I can't believe they went for that play. I gotta readjust how I'm thinking about this game, because these plays don't make, these are not plays that I understand. I'm not giving up. I can do some stuff. This should be fake out into my Iron Hands and Surging Strikes into my Weezing. Okay. Okay, well now I just, oh my god, that's a lot. If they would hammer Iron Hands, they might. If the last Pokemon is Heatran here, because they've actually taken a fair bit of recoil, and Sludge Bomb's going to do a lot of damage. It could even... Okay. Give me the poison. They switch out Rillaboom. I guess we'll find out here, huh? Heatran! Oh, I was so close. I was so close. Okay. It didn't do nothing. Wrong move. Very much the wrong move. I mean, I didn't really have a good choice here, though. I guess I could have turned to a water type, but then I would have just lost to Grassy Glide. I fought pretty hard, but they just got so many ridiculous moves correct that I couldn't really do that much in the end. Yeah, I guess, I mean, if they play, yeah, I mean, I don't feel bad about this. I think that, like, yeah, they made some really unusual moves that I wasn't prepared for. I needed them to make a mistake. That was the answer that I had to find. Outrage. Yeah, okay. All right, I lost game one. Oh, okay. I definitely need to make an adjustment because that didn't work. I don't mind getting the Terra out right away. I don't think it's horrible for me. I also think this means they're less likely to go for close combat, which is what I'm actually worried about here. But we'll have to see. I mean, they called my switches pretty well last game. You go for Fake Out into Roaring Moon, Surging Strike into Roaring Moon again. Dang, they've gotten that call right every time. 161 down to 127, down to 96, and then finally down to
62. However, this isn't so bad, I think, because of the Intimidate that I've landed already, right? I am threatening a KO on Rillaboom. Like, they haven't really been respecting my KO pressure at all. They do switch Rillaboom out. Okay, so this could be Chen Pao, could be Dragonite. It is Chen Pao. Okay, so we know 3 of the 4 Pokemon again. Good for me. However, this time, the Speed Booster coming into play here, and between the Grassy Terrain, the Super Effective, and the Sword of Ruin, there's no way that this Urshifu survived. We pick up a 1-hit KO, which means that, I mean, at least compared to last game, this is going much better. And I've still saved my Terra as well, which is really nice. I go back into Rillaboom. So what are the conditions that we're spelling out here? I don't love this play at all, but I don't think that it's so bad. I turn off Sword of Ruin, which is nice, and I want to take advantage of the Tailwind turns with Weezing on the field so I can burn the Rillaboom before it gets an attack off. Because I think that that will like allow my Ogerpon to really survive for a bit longer. Okay, they protect Rillaboom. Big protect here. They're probably going after my Weezing then. That's fine. They either missed. Oh, they attacked there. Okay, cool. Okay, nice. Okay, breaking the sash. That's excellent. With a crit. Doesn't really matter, but it doesn't hurt either. Crash. Okay, they are faster than my Weezing. That doesn't really tell me anything. I hit Will-O-Wisp. Huge connection here. Probably going to be the end of Ogerpon, but I feel like it kind of did its job here. Like, it took out the Urshifu, and now it's burnt. Like, it's taken Chen Pao down to Sash. Okay, this is probably Dragonite. This is Dragonite, so I'm going to get a Sludge Bomb down. I could have gone for the double wow here, but I also thought there was a chance they would stay in, so I made this play instead. I could have Rock Slide in as well, but if I missed Rock Slide, I was in a position where it was possible to lose, so I decided to do this. They're probably going to lock into Outrage, right? Oh, E-Speed. That did a lot! Oh. Okay, I win. Yeah, because I saved my Terra here, I actually just win the game. Because I can now Terrastalize to Ghost and permanently wall Dragonite, and Rillaboom's burnt. Alrighty, one game more. Sludge Bomb. Poison, doesn't really matter. Yeah, no terrain burnt Rillaboom is not making it out of this one. I also have to keep in mind that Rillaboom could go for a Terra Grass. I don't see a clear way to win this. Not like it's like, oh, I can't win, but just like this. It's just difficult. Like I don't see an easy way to do it. There's just a lot of offense, and because of Urshifu's ability to hit through Protect, it's like, yeah, my options just feel really limited in a way that I don't like. Well, I mean, I guess that could work. One. It would make me really weak to a prediction, right? Okay. Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about! That's the world champ difference, baby! Woo! Oh no, Flash Fire. Just kidding, it just doesn't affect it. Now we are moving. No Terra. What are they going for here? They're protecting Shirley, right? Okay, I got the Protect out. Earth Power. Maybe maybe they really don't want to Terra their Heatran now that I say it out loud because they really want to Terra their Urshifu. So I don't really know. I'm Terrastalizing here because they have Terra Fairy, Terra Blast. And I feel like if I lose, maybe I couldn't just sack Roaring Moon here in hindsight. I kind of called them Terrastalizing. Yeah, it probably was a mistake. I figured they'd really want to Terrastalize here. Oh, I got it right. Okay. This is going to be Terra Blast. And if they don't get, as long as they don't get a double Protect here, I think my position is improved significantly because, oh, please don't double Protect, because I'll get some poison, I'll get some damage on putting in range of attacks later. They go for Sucker Punch, good move. There's a lot of damage, but I don't think that that's enough that I'll go down to a Terra Blast here, to be honest. I think I can take a Terra Blast. 10 Pow's down. Terra Blast, okay. Should live this. Come on, Roaring Moon. Yeah! Let's go! Okay, Sludge Bomb comes out. I mean, listen, that's like good damage to Heatran. Poison would have been ironic, but fine. I wanted to attack here with Weezing, but it seemed too risky. Oh, they didn't fake out. Okay, so full HP Weezing. I've taken out
This is one of the hardest Pokemon in the entire world to get, Larvesta and Volcarona. The reason why is because these Pokemon are exclusively available in the eggs. And not only that, but they are the hardest Pokemon to hatch in terms of hatch rates. It's safe to say these little guys are impossible to hatch. Luckily, I actually hatched two of them, and evolved it, so mission complete, right? Wrong. Because today, for the first time ever, Shiny Larvesta has been released in the eggs in Pokemon Go, which makes that easily one of the rarest and hardest to get shinies that is currently available out of them all. But we're in luck, because today is the start of the Scorching Steppes event, which brings some key features that will make hunting this brand new shiny a lot easier for the next couple of days. Because after that, it's back to impossible to get. And to start this adventure today, all we really have to do is just spin some Pokestops, spin, 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 and then go into the eggs and start hatching. Wait, we need one more. Spin. Nice. Because in these eggs, as you can see, the 2 kilometers have hatchable Larvesta, and so do the 5 kilometer eggs, and the 10Ks do as well. I think the normal eggs have that too. Here, these are pre-event eggs. Yeah, Larvesta is still available. In the 10 kilometer eggs, Larvesta is there, but it's the hardest. But look at the difference. Here's how big the egg pool is in the old 2 kilometer eggs, and here's it now. Way smaller, which means the likelihood of hatching way higher. And also the best part, look at this. Half hatch distance for the next couple of days. Easily the single best opportunity to get shiny Larvesta. After this event, I will never get it again. And there's good field research, but the one that we're looking for specifically is hatch 3 eggs. So let's hatch some eggs. Now, also, because why not? Drop the daily instance today. I feel like I haven't used this in a long time. What can I say? I cuddle my birds. Don't need it, but we'll use it. Okay, here we go. The first 2 eggs. We've got 2 kilometers. Which honestly might be a bit of an L. It's all right. It's not what we're here for. Because this is what we're here for, the 2 kilometer eggs. Although these might be older ones. Let's see. These are older ones. It's fine, this is all part of the process. Gotta get these old garbage out of here. Get it out of here. Oh my God, speaking of hatched, have you guys seen my recent hatches lately? Did you see these? Did you see the recent hatches lately? I mean, because it's been kind of crazy. It's been kind of crazy. Let's hope we can have the same luck today. Oh, we got research. From here, we're actually looking for, I think this one, which is Turtonator. Yes, hatch 3 eggs gives you a Turtonator encounter. Can be shiny, which I don't know if I have. Also, we've got Slugma. I think this was like hatch 1 egg. This might be hatch 2 eggs. Litleo. Did I ever get my shiny turret? I do, yes. I have 1. I have 1 single shiny turret. This is a really cool one too. So more of this would be great, and more eggs that we actually need would be even better. Also, we're about to hatch a couple. We got 2 more, and these are 2 of the good ones. Ideally today we hatch 2 kilometer eggs all day long because they have the same hatches. They honestly probably have less. Oh, there's our first one. Less Pokemon inside, so the chances of getting a Larvesta are much higher. And they're 2 kilometers, so they just hatch faster. Oh, and we also have this, by the way, this Scorching Steppes timed research. Hold on, quickly. We spun a 5. I had to say something. We spun 2 5s. That's great. Well, in the 5 kilometer eggs, is it the same hatch pool? No, it's a slightly different hatch pool, but it looks like the rarities are pretty much the same. So all we're going for is Larvesta today. We've got 2 more 5s about to hatch, so for the drive home, we're gonna pop these into some super incubators, and hopefully by the time that we get home, this is all ready to go. All right, let's see what we get. Okay, let's see what we get. Wait, actually, first though, let's see what we got. It's a cat. We got a cat. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Good sniffing. What do you smell? Smells shiny Pokemon, because that's what we're getting, you know? 2 5 kilometer eggs. They hatched, and they had this Litleo, which, by the way, has boosted shiny odds out of the eggs. Bam! And Darumaka. Oh, sweet. We only made 0.1 kilometers on the other eggs. That's not real. That shouldn't have happened. Well, what we do have is this research. I don't know what's in here, but let's see, Slugma. Then we've got Litleo, followed by Slugma. Okay, is this just all Slugma and Litleo? Litleo, yep. Slugma, okay. And the last one gives us Stardust XP. Turtonator, wow, okay. That's much cooler. We'll take a Turtonator encounter. And the reason why Slugma and Litleo were featured as a part of those encounters is because they're kind of the featured Pokemon. You get boosted shiny rates on Slugma and Lit out of the eggs during the event. So not only are we looking for the brand new shiny Larvesta, but we've got higher chances hatching those 2 shinies, which actually, yeah, I know Slugma I don't need. I already have shiny Slugma and Magcargo, so that was done. But Litleo, I only have 2, and I haven't evolved yet to the, like the male lion version. So technically still need a shiny male. So that's also a big hunt today for us. All right, let me work on the rest of these eggs. We've got more eggs. Sid's gonna hatch them. All right, tell me what you get. And if anything shines, yell.
Goomy.
Oh, nice.
Goomy, goomy, goo. Slugma.
Nice.
Slugma.
Let's go. Oh, no shinies?
No shiny. Sorry about that.
Gosh darn it.
This is not an egg hatch, it's a trade with Tom.
Hey, let's go.
So Tom and I, we were in Japan for Pokemon Go Fest. It was absolutely insane. You had a great time?
Oh, amazing time. I love Go Fest. I love Japan. It's my favorite place. Let's move there.
Yeah. What?
Nothing?
Wait. So we both got a lot of shinies. Oh, dude, did you play Gumicom Day?
A little bit. I think I was like dying at home. So I do have some Gooms. A couple Gooms.
Okay.
One Goom from Goom Day, and then the others from Go Fest.
We'll do a Goom swap.
Goom swap? All right.
Shiny Goom swap.
Swap some Goom.
This is a great trade. Oh, are you hatching at all for the new shiny Larvesta?
I'm planning on it. I just didn't get any eggs hatched today before that. Once we hatch from the drift here,
yeah,
I'm putting all the eggs in there.
Okay. Wow, well, good luck on the hatches. I'm trying to go for it today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ooh, we getting a Pancham.
Shiny
okay.
Pancham.
You want a little Emolgi?
I'll take an Emolgi.
Shundo.
I do have a Shundo.
That's kind of
yeah. Screw that guy.
I don't have multiple the Espeons. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
I could give you.
I'll take whatever, like one of the Eevees, Frillish.
Eevees?
I'll take an Eevee.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that Shundo of that crown. Oh wait, 40,000. What did you not get Pancham?
I don't have Pancham. No, so I'll
dude.
take it.
Okay, sweet.
I needed it big time. Is he gonna be at New York Go Fest? I don't care. I want it.
It's only 40,000 dust.
I'm over it. Forever to find that guy.
Yeah, that one was really tough in the wild, especially. And here's your lucky. You're welcome. I hit it all.
Oh,
I hit it all.
God. There we go. Shiny Pancham though. Ooh, nothing good, but thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Tom. Okay, now I'm about to teach you some strategy, all right? I've got a call right now I've got to take. It's going to probably be like a 30-minute, hour-long call. And instead of taking it from the office, I'm going to take it while I'm driving around in my car so that I could be hatching eggs while the call is happening. So maybe we'll get some hatches in and I can pull over and we can like hatch stuff during this call. But this is multitasking right here. This is real grind stuff. Okay, I've been driving around for 44 minutes. I have 2 eggs ready, and I hope there's a lot more, but I will say I was driving at like 15 to 20 miles an hour, and I think you need to be under 15 miles an hour in order to like actually hatch eggs. So pretty much wasted like 45 minutes. Didn't get any Larvesta. But maybe we have more eggs? No shot, right? What a waste of time. That's good. Okay, now we're back in the office and we got the phone hooked up over there, hoping we get some GPS drift from here from the building, because I got a little bit of work to do. I've got some scripting and some YouTube stuff to do, actually for another channel, the Mystic Rips channel, which is all about Pokemon cards, and another channel, the Brandon Martin channel, which is all about like e-commerce, entrepreneurialism, how to own and operate and run a business, YouTube content strategy, stuff like that. So if any of that interests you, the links will be in the description below. But gonna do some work on that, hopefully get some GPS drift on that, and hopefully get some more eggs hatched, because we got the freaking, we're loaded with luck. Oh, it actually worked. Look at this. GPS drift. We got 2 2-kilometer eggs, which gives us 1 Slugma. We gotta get a shiny. We got to get 1 shiny this video. 2 Houndour. Okay. And luckily the office actually has Pokestops too, so we can spin and get these filled right back up. Sweet, we're at 1.4, almost hatching the 5-kilometer eggs. Bro, the office is OP. Forget the shiny fridge. We've got the Shiny Luck Mystic Rips headquarters. And we've got 3 5-kilometer eggs, Litwick, followed by Darumaka. Oh, I gotta show this to Sid. Give me 1 Larvesta, please. God, Litleo. Still no shinies, by the way. And look at that, we got 3 more 5-kilometer eggs, bro. Give me some 2 kilometers, please. Make my life easier. Let's keep hatching. I got another egg. It's a 2-kilometer. It's Slugma. 5-kilometer egg has Darumaka. 2-kilometer egg. High shiny rates, really? Higher shiny. The Master Ball has been released twice in Pokemon Go, once in May of 2023 and the second in September of 2023. And people have caught some insane things with them. So today we look at the top 100 Master Ball catches in Pokemon Go history. Starting off with a banger by one of the best players in the world, Fleece King, with an extra small Galarian Zapdos. It's actually crazy to watch him use his Master Ball, knowing he's literally one of, if not the top player in the world. And this is what he Master Balls, right? So it's kind of a cool like window into like the world of a top player. But an extra small Zapdos, as you can see, 878. Oh, look at that, new size record. That's so cool. Now we've got a shiny Lillipup. Wow, Master Ball and a shiny. Okay, this is like it's one of their favorite Pokemon and it looks like their dog. So I understand why you'd use a Master Ball. I get it. Shiny Lillipup, it's always cool to see a Master Ball used on something that's not a Galarian bird, because I feel like that's like the most logical option. So always fun to see a fun option, and there we go. Beautiful shiny Lillipup. 2 Master Balls used and got lucky and got the Zapdos. No way, look at this. Dude, this person got all 3 Galarian birds on the same daily incense. Wait, that's crazy. Yeah, look at they're showing it right in the screen recording. As you can see, there's the Moltres in their inventory. What? And then the Articuno and the Zapdos? They caught all 3. Yeah, wait, let's look at the journal. Dude, this is unreal. This is unreal. Look at that, Zapdos was caught, Articuno caught, literally a minute apart from each other. I've never seen this before. This is the craziest thing. And then there's the other Pokemon. And then there's the Moltres, bro. They caught all 3 on the same incense? That's gotta be a world record. Now, which ones did they get with the Master Ball? Apparently they used 2 Master Balls on this daily incense. Okay, so there we go. The Moltres had a Master Ball, okay? The Articuno had a Master Ball. No way they just nabbed the Zapdos and an Ultra Ball then. Zapdos and an Ultra Ball? That's the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. Ombre here. Oh god, moments before disaster. Well, what happens? We've got a Zapdos. Okay, sweet. Zapdos hit with the Master Ball. Okay. It got caught. No! No, dude. Oh my god. The Zapdos has a Zorua. Oof. My beloved Nundo Master Ball catch, bro. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there we go. Master Ball on the Galarian Zapdos. And 0% IVs. That is, okay, 0% IVs, harder to find than Hundos. That is such a rare find. In 4 years, I didn't even wait to catch it with a regular premium ball. This is my favorite Pokemon, and I wanted it in a Master Ball. This person got a 100% IV Darkrai from a raid with the beautiful Halloween background, with the Harvest background in the Master Ball. I absolutely respect that. That's probably the second best usage of a Master Ball, is a 100% IV Legendary, because you don't want to lose that. There it is. That's so sick. Congrats. Caught this, and don't hate on me for purifying it. I cared more about getting the Hundo for the Mega, because that's how strong it is. That's so sick. A Shadow Mewtwo, it was a super high IV Shadow Mewtwo, purified to a Hundo, caught with a Master Ball. Absolutely respect. Now we got a really good IV. Ooh, look at this. This is a weather boosted, like nearly 3,000 CP Galarian Articuno. Honestly, I've been waiting and trying to find a Galarian Articuno for months now to use a Master Ball on and like finish a YouTube video. So the first Articuno I see is also getting a Master Ball. So this I definitely understand and absolutely respect. This catch was caught when I was a low level trainer, like level 31, and it turned out to be 3,000 plus CP with good IVs. Okay, wait, this is crazy. So obviously we've got an Articuno with question mark CP. It's weather boosted, so it's gonna be a big guy. Gonna hit it with the Master Ball, love that. And it's gonna go into the Pokedex, even better. And wow, 3,088 CP, oh my god. Those IVs are fantastic. That's such a good grab. An XXL Galarian Articuno. This is so sick. It's huge. This looks awesome. Wow. Okay, that's a great one. Biggest bird for sure. First encounter after getting the Master Ball. I respect this. The first Pokemon you find, throw the Master Ball at it. We've got a 463 CP Poochyena. The Master Ball is gonna be used. I do want to do a thing in the future where I catch the first shiny I find with a Master Ball. So maybe we do something like this with a shiny. And there's a proof from Australia. It's a Master Ball Poochie. Wow, this is a big daddy. It's a 2100 CP Moltres. Obviously the Galarian Moltres, that's gotta get caught. And it goes into the Pokedex. Beautiful. With, oh, it's a Hundo! Dude, it's a Hundo, what? 100% IV Galarian Moltres. That's insane. That's insane. I thought I found a huge shiny Noibat in Pokemon Go and it kept breaking out, so I used my Master Ball and it was a regular Zorua. Oh no, that sucks. Look, there's the Master Ball, there's the O. Oh, that sucks. Probably the worst thing ever is using a Master Ball on a Zorua on accident. That is, oh god. Oh, this is beautiful. Another XXL Articuno. I mean, you love to see it. Gonna hit it with the Master Ball. And there it is, caught. XXL, 2800 CP. Very cool. Oh, this is great. Okay, we have another Moltres at 1249 CP with the Master Ball, and it's gonna go into the Pokedex. Love a Pokedex Moltres. That's great. Are the IVs good? God, that's good IVs, man. How do people get so lucky? Oh, this is great. Use mine to catch this good boy. Look at that. A Krabby in a Master Ball. It's not shiny. It's just full of love. This was my first Master Ball. Oh no, another Bidoof, eh? Listen, Bidoof is like the god of Pokemon, okay? So if you Master Ball Bidoof, freaking, I salute you. Nothing but respect. Tip the cat. That's very cool. Gotta love it. Were the IVs good? Not at all. Doesn't matter. This person found 2 better ones right after this. We've got Galarian Moltres, a weather boosted one, had 691 CP. Going into the Pokedex there, absolutely beautiful. Gotta get that screenshot for Twitter to flex. Very cool. Okay, good IVs. That's a Pokedex. Oh, apparently this person said this bird was total BS. They were not happy about this catch. Let's see why. Silver Pineapple Berry down, 1700 CP, nighttime in Halloween 2, which is just so cool. And there's the Master Ball hitting it. Okay, let's see what was so bad about this. I'm assuming the IVs, 1721. Oh, they're rough. Ooh, look at this dude. This Zapdos 3200 CP, and those IVs are fantastic. 93, there you go, caught with a Master Ball. No shot, a shiny Lechonk, the one and only. Man, that is such, A, I don't even have that shiny, so that's a super duper rare thing. B, it's a beautiful shiny, and C, I mean, have you ever seen a better, more beautiful Master Ball animation than a shiny Lechonk going into the ball? Okay, let's see, was it is this for the Pokedex? No. Was it a Shundo? No, okay. Still amazing. Ooh, this person got a Kartana while on vacation. Hit that with a Master Ball. Okay, regular Kartana. IVs are so-so. Maybe this is super rare for them. Jeez, dude, a 98 IV Galarian Zapdos. Bro, where's everyone getting all these good IV Zapdos and Galarian birds? Mine suck. Let's see it. We got a 3094 CP weather boosted Galarian Articuno. I mean, you gotta be happy with that. Oh my god, bro, dude. Again with these IVs, 100% IV Galarian Moltres. Wow. I was teaching my 4-year-old to play Pokemon Go, but I left him alone for 1 minute and he used a Master Ball to catch a Drifloon. Oh man, Drifloon caught in the Master Ball. The IV's 1 star. That's actually so funny. Hey, I respect it. Ooh, caught in the Master Ball, an extra small shiny Ledybot. That's cool. Man, 3200. Again, these good IVs. IV Galarian birds, bro. The Galarian Articuno. Beautiful. Okay, let's see it. We've got the Master Ball. We've got the Moltres. It's Halloween. The beautiful background. A beautiful throw. A beautiful catch. And look at that. That is in. Beautiful. IVs? All right. This is not a picture. This is a video of my Pokemon Go app freezing on me just before I attempted to throw the Master Ball. I didn't catch him. So unfortunate, dude. Oh my god. I definitely have had Pokemon Go freeze in the past, and it sucks. But I've never had this kind of luck. That hurts. All right, let's see. The Master Ball's flying. What's it flying towards? It's a, ooh, okay. A Xerneas. I mean, this makes a lot of sense, dude. It's like galactic. It's spacey. That's super sick. Okay, let's see what's up with this Xerneas. We've got, is it a shiny? No, regular. It's a Hundo, bro. Hundo Xerneas. That's so sick. Okay, another Master Ball flying. Another mysterious Master Ball. It's flying towards Galarian Articuno, my boy. And that goes into the Pokedex, dude. Halloween, Pokedex, Galarian Articuno. Chef's kiss. How are they V's? All right. Wait, no way. Shiny Feebas. Is this person got a Master Ball Feebas shiny? No shot, right? Oh, they're doing it. Oh, it's happening. And there it is. The shiny Feebas in the Master Ball. This is, what is this, like Reversal's account? You guys see that? Reversal, shiny hunting Feebas in Sword and Shield for like 3 years. This is him. Okay, at least be a Shundo, right? Right? All right. The king, the legend, it's shiny Bidoof. Yes, dude, I'm so happy that this one, we got a shiny Bidoof in the video. This is, wait, it's invisible. That was a weird glitch, okay? It was, what the heck just happened? My mom's name is Kamala, this person said. Wait, this is great, a Kamala, which is, this is a regional, right? Is this a regional? This feels like it should be an Australian regional. Okay, the Kamala, and the Master Ball has been thrown at it. That is secured. And a very, very unique Master Ball catch. All right, what do we got here? Oh, this is in field research. 107 CP shiny Magikarp from the field research. Cool. With the Master Ball usage, I love shiny Magikarp. It's one of my favorite shinies personally. It's like the snack that smiles back, you know? Goldfish. This, I got respect for. It's a Pidgey caught by a Master Ball. Okay, we've got a Shadow Trico caught in Master Ball. Wow, that is a bold Master Ball catch for sure. A 0-star shiny Trico. No way, dude. It's the brand new Beanie Wooper shiny, which just came out during the Fashion Week event. I haven't caught it yet. Well, fingers crossed we'll get it on the Go Plus or something. But that's a pretty cool Master Ball catch. That's definitely something dope to have in there. Here is another, dude. 31, nearly 3,200 CP Halloween Galarian Articuno. This is the only one that I want. Let's see that. What a monster, bro. What a monster. Oh man, the Galarian Zapdos, weather boosted Halloween, 3,100 CP. This is a freaking massive catch. Okay, my boy, Galarian, there, another Moltres with the weather boosted at 2,570 CP. Bro. Like, you don't even need to use Stardust after catching this. You just have a really good CP bird. Wait, this is sweet. The Shadow Weedle in a Master Ball. That, again, anybody catching like their favorite Pokemon in a Master Ball, that's such a fun, like, that's cool. I like good Weedle. What do we got here? We've got a Trico, just a normal 160 CP Trico. We got a Pineapple Berry. No way. No way. Master Ball on a shiny Trico. You know what, dude? This might be this person's favorite Pokemon, or maybe they got the Master Ball and just caught the first Pokemon they found, which I think is kind of a funny usage of a Master Ball. Look, the game glitched. The game doesn't even like, the game's like, why would you want to Master Ball this? But like, okay, guys. Ooh, 100% IV Yveltal. There it is, caught in a Master Ball. Is this level 50 as well? Level 50. That's awesome. No way. Oh, here we go. Shiny Darkrai. Wait, 2116. I think 2132 is the Shundo, if I'm not mistaken. But Shiny Darkrai getting into the Master Ball. And if you notice, the coloration of Darkrai is kind of just like sort of darker shades of what a Master Ball looks like. So it like makes sense. And there we go, the ball is flying, Master Ball is in, Darkrai is caught. I lost my Master Ball for this. I figured the game would stop it from being wasted if something like this would happen. Oh wait, no. Wait, what happened? What, the Pokemon couldn't be found? Wait, did they like quick catch the Smeargle or something? Look, they threw the Master Ball, the Smeargle glitched out, and they lost their Master Ball. Bro, that is my worst nightmare. The 1 million catch raid. Wait, this was this person's 1 millionth Pokemon caught out of a raid. It's L Unknown, which is my favorite ever unknown. Caught with a Master Ball. That is so cool. That is so cool. Ah, here we go. 100% IV Heatran, also with, oh wait, no, the Galarian Trio, wait. I just got debated. 100% IV Heatran, but the Articuno, or the Moltres, Galarian Moltres was caught with a Master Ball. I've been debated, but we'll put this in the video. This person said, friends say I'm dumb for doing this. 1650, it's a Guzzlord. This one definitely was Master Balled for the memes, which I always, dude, this looks crazy in the Master Ball screen. Oh my God, this thing's huge. Look, even the Master Ball is huge. Like the game doesn't know what to do with this. How are the IVs? I mean, it's a Hundo. It's a Hundo Guzzlord in a Master Ball. That's kind of cool. Oh, this person got a shiny Cacnea off the Daily Incense. This was their first ever shiny ever. Wait, shiny Cacturn. Catch card. Oh, never mind. Yeah, shiny Cacnea, that was super cool. So got that in the Master Ball, beautiful. Oh, this person caught this from a Grunt, dude. This was in, look at that, Deer Park, Australia. Caught after defeating a Grunt. Master Balled in the Shadow with the Shadow Shiny Charizard. That's so, out of a Grunt? This person already had 2 Galarian Articuno, but this one was over 3,100 CP. So apparently had to use the Master Ball on it. And in my opinion, Galarian Articuno, that's the best Galarian bird. This is worth the Master Ball. It's a Bidoof in a Master Ball. This person's caption was, people said they would, but everyone went quiet when the ball came out. So here we go. Absolute respect for doing what they said they do and getting a Caterpie in a Master Ball. Oh my gosh. The Master Gast got hit with a Master Ball. Okay, that's unique. Oh, cool. This was the last Kanto Pokemon this person needed to complete their Pokedex, so they Master Balled it. I respect that for completing out the Kanto decks. Ooh, do we think this is worth it? A Celesteela in a Master Ball. Oh boy, here he is. It's reversal. Caught the Pidgey in the Master Ball. As you can see, I'm pretty sure this is probably the first Pidgey reversal ever found. This is like another Pokemon YouTuber and streamer, and we actually interviewed him on the channel here. It was a great conversation, so check that video out if you haven't already. He's an ex-top player in Pokemon Go, and he got his Pidgey in a Master Ball. This person said, absolutely wasting their Master Ball. They just really like Sneasler and Sneasel. Nah, this Pokemon is sick, and it's definitely a cool Master Ball edition. That's, what a Master Ball choice, eh? Bang. My child is cut off from Pokemon Go, caught a Magnemite in a Master Ball on my account. Oh no, dude. There it is, the Magnemite. That's so funny, bro. Did I waste my Master Ball? I'm glad I caught it, but I still feel like a sucker. 2,800 CP Articuno, but obviously 0 stars. How I lost my Master Ball. My niece is 6 years old and she loves Pokemon. I've been showing her the cool things I get and take goofy era pictures with her and her favorite Pokemon. She likes Mewtwo the best. Through the day, I was at my sister's house and I let my niece play Pokemon Go on my phone as I have before. She says, look, it's Team Rocket. I tell her to beat it and rescue the Pokemon. She's super excited and blows through the grunt without an issue. Then she starts trying to save the poor Geodude. After many failed attempts, my niece proclaimed, that's it, I'm using the Mega Ball. I thought she meant the Great or Ultra Ball. Then she shows me the screen and she caught the Geodude with a Master Ball. Oh no, this person's niece used the Master Ball on a Geodude. Oh, what the Master Ball got me. This is like a 2 IV, a 4 IV Moltres. Whew. Good use of the Master Ball, dude. Hundo Galarian Zapdos. Where are people getting the hundos, bro? Where are people getting these? Use my Master Ball, good choice. Man, 3185 CP, Galarian Zapdos, weather boosted with really good IVs, that's a W. Oh man, the Master Ball was used on a 1 IV Galarian Articuno. Honestly, that's super sick. So I really wanted to save my Master Ball, but the nerves got the better of me. This is what I caught. Wow, 3200 CP Galarian Articuno with really good IVs. I'd say that's worth. I used my Master Ball on a Bidoof as a joke. Nice, Master Ball Bidoof. Ooh, look at this, a Master Ball on an Entei. That's really nice. Okay, cool. Nice to see something different. Am I stupid for using my Master Ball on this? Last ball on a Groudon. The Master Ball was used, and the Groudon is decent IVs. Really wanted that Groudon. My Master Ball was destined to be used here. 2136 CP Darkrai, that's a 100% IV. There's only one ball remaining. Last ball, they used the Master Ball to get the hundo. That's like dream situation for Master Balls. Wow, 3267 weather boosted Zapdos. Caught really good IVs. That's oh my god, wait, that's a 14. That's almost a hundo. That's crazy. Use my Master Ball to catch this W or L. We've got a 100% IV Guzzlord caught in the Master Ball. We saw one earlier. I think it's a W. Man, this person ended up getting a Master Ball with the 100% IV Kartana. Honestly, it's a really useful grass type. Pretty good hundo. I finally used my Master Ball. Debated using it. Thankfully, they did it, and they were in disbelief at the IVs. Look at that, 2427, 93 IV Moltres. Oh my gosh, they used their Master Ball. That's so, dude. Do you think this person used 2 Master Balls? Or they used 1 Master Ball, got their Galarian Articuno, and then they caught the second Articuno with like an Ultra Ball. Who knows? Ooh, they got their Master Ball just in time here. Weather boosted, Galarian Moltres, caught with a Master Ball with really good IVs. How to use your Master Ball. Oh god, they gave a tutorial. It's a Golbat. No, this is the wrong bird. This is the wrong flying Pokemon. Golbat caught with a Master Ball. Best way I use my Master Ball. Oh, that's a really good, okay, really good shiny IV Darkrai. Very cool. I think that was a fine use of my Master Ball. Wow, really good IV Galarian Moltres on the Master. Yes, where are people getting these? Was this worth the use of my only Master Ball? Dude, we got a regular Archon. A regular 752 CP Archon. Respect. The one and only situation to use a Master Ball. This person found a, what is this, a 100% IV Suicune that they're gonna use for PvP, and it was their last ball and they used the Master Ball to secure it. I respect that. Oh my gosh, my friend just Master Balled this. Safe to say we're no longer friends. Dude, a hundo Galarian Moltres, what? Tempting first Master Ball encounter. You think they used it on the Magikarp? We saw a shiny earlier. Should I use it? Whoa, bro, what? This is a wild, what is it, Zygarde? Oh, this is a Zorua encounter. Oh my gosh. Imagine accidentally thinking you're about to catch another Zygarde with a Master Ball and it turns into Zorua. Dude, oh, what a great grab. 98 IV Galarian Articuno. I would freaking eat someone for that. What's the most newbie thing you've done in Pokemon Go? Here's my shiny Rayquaza caught with a Master Ball. Shiny legendary Pokemon are 100% IV catch rates. But it's really cool to have a shiny Rayquaza in a Master Ball too, though. So this person said, I literally just used a Master Ball on a Bidoof. Okay, there we go. Love the Bidoof. Did I waste my Master Ball? We've got a Celesteela, which I think is an extra small one, maybe. All right, that's really cool. This is like the second Celesteela in a Master Ball. Is this a trend? Oh, this person used it. They said, there goes my Master Ball. Use it on a shiny Sneasel. That is very cool. So I used my Master Ball to catch a Zapdos, and yeah. No, this person Master Ball to Zapdos, then later on the same instance got another Galarian Zapdos. What Pokemon has a child caught with your Master Ball and has been super proud of? Oh no, dude. Corey got me. We've got another child Master Ball. Oh my god. Ooh, well spent. Would you use your Master Ball on this? It's a Yveltal, not a hundo. What do you think? Oh no, dude. Galarian Zapdos, Master Ball. The IVs are 0 stars. Oof. Just caught this a little bit ago and used my Master Ball on it. I think it was worth it. That's pretty good. Nearly almost a Shundo Suicune. Oh, this person was not happy. What a joke. Called to a 2 IV Galarian Moltres. Ooh. First rate, use a Master Ball. I would too. It's a Shadow Shiny Articuno. I never caught one. That's fantastic. Oh god, it's the worst nightmare. Zorua Master Ball. It's a Galarian Moltres in the wild. Caught, and then it's Zorua. 76 CP. Oh, with the Master Ball. Yikes. Okay, then we got a TikTok here. Oh wow, Shadow Lugia. Okay. Shadow Lugia in the ball of Masters. This is a great way to like hit number 100 here, is with this is an Apex. This is an, oh no, is it the normal Shadow Lugia from the raid or an Apex Shadow Lugia? I don't know. Either way, that's a really cool catch. Oh, this was Apex Shadow Lugia. It's in the tags right there. That's so sick. IVs
Hey, really cool grab. And those were the 100 craziest Master Ball catches in Pokemon Go history. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and let me know in the comments, what did you use your Master Ball on?
Smeargle is my least favorite Pokemon of all time. While he might seem like just a goofy, fun little guy, don't be fooled. This artist is actually a war criminal. Let me explain. At first glance, Smeargle looks totally unassuming. In fact, its stats are some of the worst of any competitive Pokemon ever. But the stats don't tell the whole story. Smeargle was given these terrible stats in order to prevent it from taking over the game with its unique gimmick. Smeargle can learn every single move in the game. It does this with its signature move, Sketch, a move that permanently transforms into whatever the last used move was. While other moves can temporarily transform into other moves, Sketch does so forever. And that means that Smeargle can use even the signature moves of other Pokemon. This is a problem because of a Pokemon that has actually never been legal in competitive Pokemon, Darkrai. Darkrai's signature move is Dark Void, an 80% accurate move that puts both to sleep. Sleep is one of the most debilitating status conditions in the game, taking a Pokemon out of commission for up to 3 whole turns. And being able to hit both Pokemon with a move that inflicts sleep is something that was never intended to be used in any serious competitive match. Good thing Smeargle changed that. Smeargle almost single-handedly ruined an entire year of competitive Pokemon back in 2016. It was paired with Mega Kangaskhan, who could use Fake Out while Smeargle put everything to sleep, Xerneas, who Smeargle could support with literally every move in the game, Mega Salamence, who could set up Tailwind to allow for faster Dark Voids, and Primal Groudon, who could KO everything Smeargle slept before they could wake up. If you're thinking, yeah, well, I would just knock out Smeargle before it could use Dark Void, good luck, kid. Smeargle almost always holds the Focus Sash item, meaning you need at least 2 attacks to knock it out. And if either Pokemon is slower than it, well, I hope you like napping. And as if a Pokemon that can put everything to sleep, learn every move in the game, and be completely unpredictable wasn't already bad enough, Smeargle actually gets even worse with its hidden ability, Moody. This ability gives one stat 2 stages of buffs at the end of every turn, in exchange for lowering another stat a single level. The thing is, Smeargle doesn't care that much about its stats being lowered, as it doesn't use its attack or special attack stats offensively, and it's so frail that lowering a defensive stat doesn't really matter. Raising its speed or doubling one of its defenses, though, can make it much more threatening, but neither outcome is as bad as Smeargle getting an evasion boost. Especially given you already needed 2 attacks to knock out Smeargle, missing a single move and getting sent to the Dark Void is so unbelievably frustrating. And Moody means that every turn Smeargle stays alive lets it get more and more stat boosts. 2016 was, I think, the least popular format of competitive Pokemon ever, and Smeargle was a huge part of that. It introduced so much luck into the game and was so frustrating to play against that many of us who played back then still wake up in a cold sweat seeing the Dark Void animation in our nightmares. Now, for those of you who are real wolf heads, you know that 2016, Smeargle's year, was also the year that I won the Pokemon World Championships. I was so determined to not lose to Smeargle that I had multiple dedicated counters for it, including Taunt Mega Gengar, who could trap it on the field and stop Dark Void, and Lumberry Safeguard Bronzong. I hated Smeargle with a passion, and my team in part was able to win because it so thoroughly shut it down. But most of you at this point are probably a bit confused. I just described a nightmare scenario where Smeargle dominated the game. But if you started playing after 2016, you're probably thinking that you haven't seen Smeargle in a competitive match, maybe ever. And that's because Smeargle was so obviously unbalanced, it was nerfed into the ground. Dark Void became one of the only moves Smeargle was not allowed to learn. And just for good measure, it was also nerfed from 80% accuracy to 50%, a huge decrease. Poor Darkrai had to pay the price for Smeargle's sins. On top of that, Moody was nerfed to no longer be able to affect the accuracy or evasion stats, to make sure nothing like Smeargle would ever happen again. After the nerfs, Smeargle became a struggling artist. No longer a master of its craft, it lost its seat at the table to Pokemon with actual stats. Smeargle's fall from grace was so massive that today's competitive players have no idea that it was a force to be reckoned with. They think of Smeargle as some funny gimmick joke Pokemon that you can use to troll your friends. And I think that everybody deserves to be terrified of Smeargle. If I had to suffer, so should the kids today. And Smeargle was just recently added back into Scarlet and Violet. So when I heard that Pokemon was holding an official online tournament, I knew what I had to do. Build a team with Smeargle and traumatize the next generation. Now, it's worth noting that this online tournament is different than the other ones I've made videos on, which are community run. First, this tournament is a ladder tournament where you get 15 games per day, each day for 3 days. And you can play as many or as few of those 15 as you want. Second, this tournament is best of 1, meaning there's no room for error and no chance to adapt. And third, this tournament is closed team sheet. In Scarlet and Violet, every other official tournament uses something called open team sheet, where before the match, players are given information on each other's team. The moves, items, abilities, and Terra types, though info about the stats and natures are kept private. This is amazing for the game and makes it way more about actually playing than just, I don't know, cheesing your opponent with a weird move or really scouting the competition. Unfortunately, this online tournament uses the old closed team sheet system, so I'll be playing in the dark. Of course, Smeargle is a great Pokemon for a closed team sheet tournament since it can learn every move in the game, making it basically impossible to predict. Speaking of, let's talk about the team I'll be using. Smeargle. Without Dark Void, Smeargle lost a lot of its immediate pressure, but it can still be a huge force. I'll be using it to support some powerful Trick Room Pokemon, and Fake Out and Follow Me will help ensure I get Trick Room up. I can use Spore to do a pseudo Dark Void impression, though the real highlight of this set has to do with Smeargle borrowing Alchemy's signature move, Decorate. Decorate doubles the attack and special attack stats of whatever it hits and is a completely broken move that is wasted on a pretty mediocre Pokemon in Alchemy. Luckily for us, Smeargle can use it too. Of course, using Decorate means I don't want to use Moody since a random speed boost can screw me over, as I'll suddenly be unable to decorate before my partner Pokemon attacks. Without the chance to boost evasion though, giving up on Moody is a lot less impactful. Farigiraf is my Trick Room setter of choice. With its Armor Tail ability, I can shut down all priority moves including Fake Out, allowing me to be the only Fake Out user in battle. Safety Goggles will help keep it safe from Amoonguss, Psychic and Dazzling Gleam let it take advantage of Decorate, and Helping Hand can boost the damage output of the real star of the show, Ursaluna Blood Moon. Ursaluna is one of the single strongest Pokemon to come out of Scarlet and Violet. With its immense special attack stat and signature move Blood Moon, which is basically just a better Hyper Beam, plus its unique ability that lets it hit Ghost type Pokemon and causes its moves to never miss, it's an absolute menace. Paranormal and Life Orb can boost its damage even more. And if it ever gets a Decorate boost, well, actually, I'll just let you see for yourself later. Hyper Voice and Earth Power round out its moveset, with Earth Power hitting Steel and Rock types, while Hyper Voice is a strong Normal type move that hits both targets. At this point, my Trick Room core is complete, and I want to make sure I have Pokemon that can work outside of Trick Room too. Ogerpon Rock is a good contender. It can support Ursaluna and Farigiraf with Follow Me, and with its sturdy ability, it basically also has a Focus Sash. Ivy Cudgel and Woodhammer make it a threatening Pokemon to ignore, and I can use Taunt to shut down the anti-Trick Room Pokemon my opponents may have, like Indeedee or their own Farigiraf. But Ogerpon isn't actually that fast. I want something really fast in case Trick Room can't go up. I'll use Choice Scarf Urshifu Dark. Not only is it a fast attacker that pairs well with Farigiraf's Helping Hand and Armor Tail, but you actually can't tell what type Urshifu is from Team Preview, adding another layer of ambiguity to my team. Lastly, I want another fast special attacker, so I'll add Choice Specs Fluttermane. I'm a little worried about Amoonguss though, so I'm going to use Terra Grass. With this, I can stick Fluttermane next to Farigiraf or Ogerpon and have my entire board be immune to Spore. In this tournament, everyone starts with a rating of 1500, and that goes up or down depending on if you win or lose. What's cool is you can see where you currently rank compared to everybody else in the tournament, so I'll have a good idea of how I'm doing. So with my team locked in and my rating assigned, it's time to start the tournament. Actually, it's not time to start the tournament. It's time to talk about my favorite sponsor that we have on this channel, Holzkern. For those of you who don't know, I love watches. I've worn one ever since I was a kid, and I really like that they're both fashionable and practical. So when Holzkern, a company that makes watches and jewelry, reached out a few years ago, I was very interested. What's special about Holzkern is that all of their products have natural materials integrated into them, like wood, stone, and more. This makes each product truly unique because of things like the grain of the wood, which I think is cool. I have several of my own Holzkern watches. In fact, I wear one almost every day, and I've also gotten them as gifts for my friends and family, and let me tell you, they're always a hit. And actually, Mother's Day is coming up soon, so if you still need a gift, Holzkern has given me a special code you can use for 15% off. Click the link in the description and use code Wolfie at holzkern.com/WolfieVGC. As long as you order by May 7th, Holzkern is guaranteeing they'll get your order to you before Mother's Day. I think Holzkern is great, so I'm really grateful to them for sponsoring this video, and you should definitely check them out if it sounds like something you might be interested in. Alrighty, here we go. I am a little bit nervous. I haven't played any kind of closed team sheet best of one tournament in a while. There we go. You can see my rating is 1500. I'm not currently ranked, and I've played 0 battles. I'm expecting Fluttermane Chiyu. Yep. These teams typically tend to lead Fluttermane Chiyu in my experience. Let's see what the item is. It's probably Speed Booster Fluttermane. I expect to see the booster energy come out here. The thing is that because like this could be anything. It could be Terra Ghost Chiyu. It could be Terra Fire Chiyu. It could be Imprisoned Fluttermane. That would be really bad. If Trick Room doesn't go up, I will always lose this game. So I need to make sure I get Trick Room up if possible. The fact that they haven't locked on their move immediately makes me think, okay, they probably don't have Imprisoned. I could be wrong about that. Okay, they're not Terastallizing, which is really good. Fergraf Terastallizes first, so in the end, it wasn't necessary, but I think it was the safest option for sure. So I definitely don't regret going for this here. Fake Out is nice because it will break the Focus Sash on Chiyu, and this thing, there's no way this thing has Covert Cloak. It actually does a lot of damage, more than I expected. Game over. GG. They had Taunt. All right. I lose every time. I can't believe they had Taunt. Oh, what a terrible way to start. I could have gone for Follow Me. There's actually, I don't see any way through this. Because they're just going to taunt Smeargle. Yeah, my bad. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Oh, it's Snarl, actually. Okay. I think that's probably Choice Specs. Let's see here. It's not very easy, but my thought process right now is Smeargle into Farigiraf, Sucker Punch to, like, yeah, do some damage to this Fluttermane to put it in Hyper Voice range, Snarl and Dazzling Gleam. Smeargle comes back out, Follow Me, Trick Room, pray that I survive the Dazzling Gleam Snarl combo. Assuming it's Dazzling Gleam and not Moonblast. Terra. Fluttermane, okay. So I'm going to do less damage here, but maybe they thought I might have been Choice Band, which is actually that's a very valid fear. Okay, hang on, wait, I'm back in this. Sucker Punch? That's actually meaningful. It doesn't look like a lot, but it matters. Moonblast, okay. No Dazzling Gleam. I take less I take more from Snarl. Oh, please miss Snarl. Please miss Snarl. Please, 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 please. I've been so good. Miss. Yeah. I think I take another one. It's gonna be close, but I think I'll survive. Basically, Hyper Voice is probably a roll to KO here with Helping Hand Hyper Voice if they have no bulk. But if they have bulk, I'm surviving with Farigiraf. Okay, I'm alive. Okay. All right, I'm down 2 against 4, but I did get Trick Room up finally. So there is technically a chance. The question is Helping Hand Hyper Voice gonna be able to KO Chiyu? And it looks like it's gonna be a roll even if they don't have any bulk. I thought I used my Terra, but I had to use my Terra. All right, first one is in. So if I'm gonna win this game, it's gonna be right here, right now. Looks like they're about 95%. It means my options are make a prediction here and go for Earth Power into Christopher Yusa, or pray that I get the roll. But the roll is probably not in my favor, but I think I have to go for this. Now, if Fluttermane protects, that means I made the wrong move this turn, but I think like I had to just hope I got lucky. I could have Fluttermane. Or I could have just killed the Chiyu. I should have made the read. Okay, maybe it's a kill. It's a roll. It's a roll. If it kills, I'm fine. If it kills, I'm alright. It's probably not gonna kill. Yeah. If Snarl misses both, I'm back in this. Hit both. Okay, yeah. Oh, God, that's so strong in the crit. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is a really good lesson. This is a really, really good lesson because I just need to make sure that I'm getting Trick Room up, like, no matter what. You know what I mean? And I should have just followed me turn 1. It would have been so much, like, smarter and safer. Good play by them. The good thing, though, is that I have, like, a lot of games here, so I'm going to just Trick Room my left. Oh, it's nothing. Crash, orbit, save myself some time. Rough start, but that's okay. I think that this is going to be a real learning experience. Because again, I haven't played a best of 1 close team sheet game in like a long time. And so I need to kind of remember how to go about playing this. Overflowing Dragonite is okay, interesting. Dragonite, alright. Hey, take comes out, great. Focus Sash. They go for Tailwind, actually. Okay, so Tailwind's going up and double the speed to their team. Unfortunately for them, Trickroom's going out here. Oh, I guess they could Wood Hammer, and that would also be bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, wait a second. Hang on, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, God, all right. I made a mistake again. Oh, man. Oh, yikes. They really go after Smeargle. Oh, I should have just stayed in. This was too risky. I got greedy. They extreme speeded in front of the giraffe. Huh? Please don't kill my Ursaluna. Oh, it's U-turn. It's lit. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. They U-turned. Lamora, okay. So here, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go for Spore into Glamora and Terra Normal Blood Moon. And my thought process is basically if they Terra to Grass. Oh, but what if they Spiky Shield? I want to decorate.
I've just heard Thomas has been given orders to stop. The Fat Controller needs to speak to him. You know what's going to happen? Percy's going to slam up the back and take the train. Oh my goodness me. Thomas is in a lot of trouble, but he's taken off. His brake van is dragging. What's going to happen next? Oh no, he's stuck on the bridge. He's stuck on the bridge. Percy's taking off. What's going to happen next? Oh no. Percy's just slammed Thomas. It's a train wreck. Thomas is off the line. Thomas is off the line. Hello, my lovely audience. On my review table, there is a box from the local charity shop that collects Thomas stuff for me. It's all from one house, I believe. It's a whole bunch of very funky train stuff. And in this video, we're going to investigate exactly what we find in here. And going by this right here, we're off to a very good start. Well, this may look ugly. I might have to tip this out because there is so much train boogie in here. Oh, could be other things as well. Oh, yeah. Don't you love the sound of them toys hitting the table? Woo! Oh, there is some nice stuff from an earlier time of Trackmaster in here. I like it a lot. I'm going to have to sort this out to make any sort of sense about what's in here. Even hidden stuff in the bag. Ooh, mysteries, mysteries. But if I do some digging, there's actually some constructions here, or instructions. We call them constructions from what my son says. Oh boy, Thomas at Echo Cave playset. I hope the whole playset's here. That looks awesome. Just give me a moment and I'll sort this out. Well, first off, we're visiting Chuggington. It's a remote-controlled Wilson. The one up the back there was one from a previous collection video, so I'm not showing you like the same thing over and over again. Mind you, the one up the back there didn't come with a remote control. This one did. I've just put batteries into this. I've taken a look over this. It looks pretty good. It looks like it's only had a bit of play, a bit of scuffing under here. But I want to show you the batteries. I actually had a peek in here. It's got a brand of batteries that I had never seen before. Coles batteries. Now, of course, I tried, and it does work. But it's not sounding too healthy. In fact, I think those batteries are flat. I'm just reading this thing here. May explode if put in the fire. Yeah, we know that's fun. Made in Republic of Korea. And I also noticed these batteries have just started to leak. Many people say to me, the generic batteries are the leakers and they're the things that destroy things. Well, I've actually had a set of Duracells. I put it in this Diesel 10 here. That ended up destroying this toy. My son was playing with this inside. It was the first set of batteries in there, apart from the ones that were in the review, because I got covered up batteries I used in my review. They have leaked and they've done a lot of damage. We will take a look at that in another video, or else we will get completely derailed by battery talk. Battery industry is a curious one. I was doing some reading. There were some very clever clone Duracells getting about. I wonder if I've been stuck with them. Well, I'll try and give Wilson a run here without crashing, holding the camera and using the remote. Okay, it's got the turn function. And then we can go forward at some time, about there. And then we go turn again. I don't want to run off the table. And we'll try and go back the other way. And to Wilson. Wilson smacks into Wilson. Hey, I like these remote control trains. Great details on them. They were always a little Thomas & Friends remote control train. And you never saw nice details like that on the Thomas & Friends one. I guarantee it. Everything was there. I mean, anyone who got one of these would have been happy. Even had a coupling there. I never saw rolling stock for these. Maybe you did. I never did. Yeah, it's a nice find. Starting to get a collection of these. Hey, the next item, or items, plural, resides in this bag. There's some good boogie in here, I can tell you. Oh yeah. Bring it on. Okay, well, I've never seen these before. I have now. Luckily it's got Tonka on there. Luckily it's got a brand name underneath. Do you know these trains? Let's take a look underneath these little trains which have got little faces. Well, here's the first one. It looks just like a covered wagon, a bit stylized. Wheels are nice on this. That's what this is in the back. Number 107 Tonka. Underneath, it's talking about being a Masito toy. I hope I'm saying that brand name correctly. Made in China, of course. Tonka, blah, blah, blah. Magnetic couplings, and there's one very interesting aspect to these magnetic couplings, and I'd like to show you what it is. Well, if ever you're going to design some toy trains, you have nice magnet couplings, and most importantly, you make sure you magnetize to the most popular toy train, and that is, of course, hello, Thomas the Tank. We'll be taking a look at some other toys in this video where they didn't quite get that right, and I think it was part of the demise of why their toys never went anywhere. Well, not as far as I should have gone, but anyway, it's nice to see these little toy trains connect to Thomas. And here's the other caboose. I suppose I call it a brake van. That's what they call them in Australia. It's the thing at the end of a train. I wonder if there were engines and things with this series. Obviously there would have been if it was a train. Again, it says the same things underneath here. And let's just see how it connects up to the Thomas Wooden Railway. We'll be chugging around the mountain when she comes. We'll be chugging around the mountain when she comes. We'll be chugging around the mountain, chugging around the mountain, chugging around the mountain when she comes. Choo-choo! Okay, our next Thomas. It's not a mystery to me anymore. I've actually got the piece of merchandise this belongs to.
Theme Pokemon can learn a featured attack. Okay, don't look at my 108 nice throw contributions. I tried, okay? Okay, let's go figure out what secret Pokemon were released in the wild and in the raids. Hopefully it's cool. Okay, so from what I'm hearing, these unlocked Pokemon spawns and raids are actually insane. This is a really cool thing. Typically, we don't get to do, like, unlocks like this. Oh, also, I've got my field research box. Galarian Mr. Mime. Okay, not what we're looking for. I still am looking for my shiny, what are you? This guy, my shiny Drampa, so looking for that today. But the most important thing is the spawns and the raids. Oh my god, look at that. And I was just about to say, I've been running my Go Plus this entire time, driving around LA, and I wanted to see if we caught anything, and we absolutely did. Looking at the shinies, actually check this out. We just got a shiny Bulbasaur from the wild. Wow, great PvP IVs if that's a thing for Venusaur. I don't think this is even part of the spawns. That's insane. Also today, I hatched a shiny Dratini from a 10-kilometer egg, just randomly, which was awesome. And this morning, or yesterday? No, today, I got a shiny Magikarp in the wild off of the Pokemon Go Plus as well. So 3 shinies so far today. I'm freaking cracked. But the goal right now is to get a 4th, and it's off of the spawns in the wild. And raids. Okay, I'm not seeing any of the new raids. There's 2 new raid bosses, a tier 1 and a tier 3. So maybe we find it, but we definitely want to find the tier 1. Right now though, I wanted to Mega Evolve one of my max level Mega Dragon type Pokemon because these bonus spawns and raids are very dragon heavy. So we want to maximize the XL candy and candy we're getting from catching the Pokemon. And to catch the Pokemon, let's use the daily incense. See if we can get ourselves a Boyd or some of the new spawns. Oh, we got one of the new spawns in the daily. It's a Gibble. Sick. Okay, also, I was going to go down to the pier and play and find some spawns, but it's starting to rain right now, and I am not dealing with that with a camera, especially without an umbrella. So we're going back to the car to at least get the umbrella so we can keep playing because these spawns are really good. Oh, it's starting to rain like proper. Dang it. No, we found another one in the wild. This is not on the daily, but we got a Fallings. Dude, look how big this is in the wild. That looks crazy. But there's this. This is also spawning as part of this new update. Fallings. You never get this guy. Oh, dude, that's mad unfortunate. I just got here, man. Oh, it sucks. What's not mad unfortunate is we're in a Drampa raid right now. We're trying to get the shiny still because I didn't get it last video. I've been taking remote raids all day yesterday. Haven't gotten it yet. And honestly, as much as I want to drive around and do Drampa raids right now to try to get the shiny, we've got a problem there. First though, win 3 raids. 1 is checked. Still not allowed to catch it until I get the shiny. By Drampa. 23 Pokemon on daily, including some of the new Pokemon in the wild. And unfortunately for Drampa and the new raid bosses, with the tier 1 being one that I really want to find and raid, check it out.
It's raid hour.
Look who's doing the work now, Thomas. Fat Controller's finally woken up to the fact diesels are more useful than steamies. Oh, steady up, Pinchy. Oh, I know you're excited. Yeah, the Fat Controller sent us to the smelting yard. We've heard the steamies are getting melted down and turned into something useful. Guess what, Thomas? You're next. So watch out, Thomas. If the Fat Controller sends you to the smelting yard, it might be your last run. Well, hello, this is a Thomas collecting video. I think we're up to number 18 of this series of videos. The first items we're going to look at are trapped inside this box of dinosaurs and whatnot else. I actually picked this up at a local church fair for $10. The whole lot was for $10. A bit of a story about why I got the dinosaurs as well, but there's also some very other cool things in here. Yes, I played with the dinosaurs and stuff in a recent take and play review I did with my son. My son really liked that King Kong. I hope it's a real toy. I know my audience are going to know that or not. I think it's got info on the feet there. But what we're really interested in is the Percys that are in this box. I did just want to buy the Percys all by themselves, but the lady said to me, you can have the whole lot. It was like a lot bargain thing for $10. It's a 2009 Mattel toy. They are still available in the shops where I live, being 2016 when I'm making this video. Both have the batteries in. That one's not working.
Bust my buffers!
Oh, bust my buffers. That one is working. We will put new batteries in this. I'll just put Kong aside here and I'll just dump out the other dinosaurs that were in this $10 box of goodness. Well, it's Percy and the dinosaur invasion. There is all sorts of dinosaur goodies here. I don't know much about the names of dinosaurs. I know some of my audience will be expert. Is that a Godzilla puppet or something? I've got no idea where this stuff has come from or what it's really connected to, whether it's just generic dinosaur stuff. To me, it looks like a whole bunch of generic stuff. Oh, that's a Toy Story one. Just finding some goodness here. That's toothless, but a wingless one, I think. That's a Happy Meal toy. It's got that feel to it. They've always got that same sort of plastic. Please correct me if I'm wrong there. Yeah. Oh, there's another thing down here. A Godzilla thing here. Wow. It's pretty cool, isn't it? In fact, it's very cool. A bit scary looking. Yeah. So I think, you know, for $10, all that dinosaur in there as well. Of course, the King Kong, which I think was a bonus, but really, the gold in the box for me was the double Percys. Well, I've dressed some dinosaurs into the back up there. They look very impressive, and if you're good to me, I will take a closer look at King Kong later in the video. Yes, the local church fair has been fantastic for finding some great Thomas and Friends and dinosaur bargains. I had a good chat with the lady who sold these to me. I think she's a regular there, and she's from Hungary. She's been in Australia for some years, and I got talking to her about her homeland, and I learnt that her family is still basically back in Hungary. And we got talking about Europe today. See, being in Australia, because I've got no family in Europe, I rarely hear what's going on. That's the Percy that doesn't work, okay? Please, I'll keep on with my story here. And she explained to me, she says, well, Hungary is in a bit of a crisis. In fact, Europe is, because there's been a migration of people because the recent world events have gone across Europe. And the way she said it to me, she said, basically, we've entered into World War III, but we haven't realised it yet, and I thought that was quite scary. This is the Percy that does work. Okay, so we've got rechargeable batteries in this one. So maybe you come from Europe and you watch my videos, maybe you can tell me your feeling about what's going on while I change these batteries over. Okay, this is the Percy that doesn't work. It had those batteries in there. PB, is that lead? Who knows their chemistry? And what I can see is that there's been a bit of leakage, a bit of damage there, because the battery here has been a bit leaky. That is the problem I see all too often. This is the one which had the rechargeable batteries mixed brand in there, but that looks okay. But that is the Percy that was working. This is the Percy that doesn't work. Sometimes you just give it a bit of a scratch across there and put some new batteries in, and it may all be hunky-dory. Well, it's not good news, boys and girls. I've tried everything I can to get this toy to work. Maybe I'll just get a couple of bangs on the table. Let me get the batteries back in. to both and see if I can get it fixed. Well, these are the batteries from the Percy that at the moment isn't working. As you can see, they have been leaky, although they didn't really destroy the battery area as bad as I've seen in other toys. And just looking over the Percy that doesn't work at the moment, you can see it's had a bit of play. Who knows, it may have had a bit of a swim in some water. I think that's the sort of thing that would kill these toys. Its eyes are a little bit derpy-eyed, aren't they? Had a bit of a Eye Friday there by the looks of it. Add some character to the toy, but we'll try and get this thing going. And I'm absolutely sure it's on. Okay, so sometimes the switches can be ratty in these, so play with the switch a bit. Okay, try and get it to go. Maybe a couple of bangs. A couple of firm bangs. Dinosaur just fell over in the background. No. I think that Percy's had it. But the good news is, the other one with the fresh batteries, all singing, all dancing, nice and loud now.
Bust my buffers. It's dark in here.
It is dark in here, Percy. I don't have to bang you around on the table because you're a goer.
I will light the way.
I know you will, Percy. You're excellent for that. Let me say something right here. I'm going to pull the fix of Percy and separate it away as a separate video. It's actually very curious to see what is going on inside this toy. The way I fixed Percy may help you fix one of these toys if you have one with a problem. I'm separating this away because sadly this video will be too long for YouTube these days, and if I keep the fix up of Percy within this video, it's going to completely destroy this video. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way YouTube is geared these days. The next piece is a beautiful piece of Thomas & Friends Toy History. It's a take-along piece. It's a Sodor smelting yard. I made a little intro piece using that part. It may be on this video or not. It all depends on the copyright status of my channel. It's always nice to have something with a Sodor feel. This certainly has it. The cauldron here lights up and makes a sound when you tip it. And it'll do it the other way around as well. This take-along destination would use a piece of track to clip into. I've only got one of these pieces of track. This didn't come with the smelting yard, but I'll just show it to you. There's little prongs that connect in to the part there. It's the sort of toy, once you start playing with it, you can't stop playing. It is a bit of a bygone era toy in a sense. You just don't see the Thomas & Friends toys like this anymore. It is 2006 era take-along. I know that because it's under here. They go back in the learning curve era before Mattel started to control everything. I mean, how often do you hear me saying, wow, the good old classic toys? I mean, really, the Sodor feel to this is what I think is very, very important. Maybe the one thing I don't like about this toy is the fact that it uses these little button batteries. There's actually 3 little button batteries, and luckily it wasn't corroded and damaged in there. You can play, you don't need batteries and noises to play with this toy. You can play with it without the noises, but it is a lot more fun playing with the noise. So when this playset was made, Thomas, well, basically looked a little bit different. He looked like that, and I keep saying that the take-along Thomas is the one I think which will become the collectible one. Everything that came after this was basically a process of making things smaller, lighter, and cheaper to build. And if I just for a moment drive in Thomas the Tank of today, that is the Take and Play one, Mattel variation of it, and I put that there, and I go and reach over the old learning curve take-along Thomas and put them side by side, it is actually quite surprising how different those two trains are. You could write an extensive list of differences between the take-along Thomas of yesteryear and the Take and Play Thomas of today. Just on the changes over the years, that is a piece of take-along track, 2006 era, so 2016 now, it's been around for like 10 years, probably about time it's going to be dumped. That there is what it slightly morphed into when Mattel grabbed hold of it. It was a bit of a downsize. If I connect it up like that, at least they still spoke to each other, you can see that the take-along is wider than the take-and-play track. I don't know if many people notice the difference. This one's a little bit more silver than what came a little bit later on. The same difference was happening also with all the other pieces of track. Obviously that's a straight piece of track, and then it sort of changed to that. But there are all different types of variations of this track. There were some which had little things on the side and whatnot. I dare say my audience knows more about this track than me. As I've learned in life, you can't stop things from changing. You just have to adapt to them. It's funny, we're slowly getting used to that, Thomas, there, the rollover cab one. I'd much prefer to have this one. I think, like I said, this is the one the money's on in my books. If you ever see those going for a good price, get one. But I wonder how much that would be on eBay. Hey, and I wonder how many people have that piece of track which it connects to. I think that's the part that's always going to be missing. Oh, the next Thomas, it's one, I've got a few of these now. This one has had a lot of love. I don't mind them when they come through with a lot of love. Normally there's like a push-along handle here, but if we take a closer look at this Thomas, boy oh boy, we can see that he has been banged around there at the front. He's got lots of scuff marks on his wheels there. He's been sun affected. It doesn't bother me at all. I love it when they come through like this. At least this Thomas has had a home. It is one of the, I think, classic Thomas toys. It's Tommy. Nice scratching there. And if we take a look underneath here, we'll see that it's the year 2000. One common thing that I've found with these Thomas toys is so often the battery area has been destroyed. Now I think what happens is when children play with these toys, they push them through puddles, and Thomas goes for all sorts of adventures, and he never really gets time to dry out, or the battery area isn't really sealed for that sort of style of play, and that's what I see just about every time. Yeah, sometimes the batteries will totally destroy the terminals in here. Other times you might be lucky. In fact, I think this one, it's actually not looking too bad. But the problem is, if this toy has been through water and everything, if you get this up and running again here, so often the speaker in there has been destroyed by water. I'll try and get this running, but I'll be quite honest here, I do not like my chances at all. I've never had much luck with these ones. I'm sure there'd be many of my viewers who would have had one of these when they were children. There'd be some very fond memories with this style of Thomas. That's why I'm keen to hear it, because often when you hear something, it brings back the memories even harder and far better than just seeing something. I've got so many of these in my collection. Rarely have I heard them make a oot of sound. Please work for me, please. I want to hear this. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Bring back memories? Hey, what else does it do? Is there any other sounds in this? It's like the beginning of the Thomas anthem, isn't it? It's a one-trick sound pony, is it? Okay, well, we'll finish off by looking at the face. And his eyes are looking up. It's sort of beautiful to see, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful to see. Now, this is an important one for me, for the fact that it makes it sound. I will take the batteries back out, because in storage you don't want to keep batteries in there. But what I'll do is I'll put a bit of an X on here so I know that it's one that works. Okay, our next bit that I've collected from the charity shop. It's not really Thomas or Friends, but it's sort of related to it. And it's something that I really want to have a very quick chat about. This train system here. And I believe it's the one from IKEA. Oh yes, the wooden railway system. It is a standard classic system. I like it a lot. It's probably the most popular little toy train system about. I don't know whether this is all IKEA. Maybe it's the earlier stuff. Maybe it's a few other brands smacked in here as well. Nice street lamp there. A bit of a TARDIS thing going on there. Some rolling stock. I think that is the IKEA rolling stock. I like this here, the traffic light. I love tangible toys like this that look like the real thing and actually play out tangibly with your hands. That's what we sort of miss these days, isn't it? That's the engine there. IKEA toys often incorporate lots of black. But the best thing about the IKEA system relates to the track. The IKEA wooden railway track, well, how do you know you're dealing with IKEA? Well, one of the pieces will have an IKEA label on it. That's a dead giveaway, isn't it? But the other thing that I liked about it was this piece here. This piece gives you a male end, but you can change the sex of it very easily. And this is something that a lot of the other train systems can't do. I can take that piece out, and now you've got a female piece. So with the IKEA track, it's really easy to have a female piece if you want, or if you really want to go the other way, you can have a male piece. And let's be honest here, how many times have you built up a model railway with wooden railway and you've ended up with that? Dong-dong, especially when you've gone and changed directions. Well, guess what? With the IKEA system, no problem at all. You just get that piece there. You just push it in like that. Problem solved. And really, that is the gold in that system. It's that joiner there. And you're probably thinking, oh, but Leo, it doesn't fit in the Thomas Wooden Railway. Well, guess what I've got here, guys? That's a bit of Thomas Wooden Railway there. Confirmed. Okay, guess what? Look at that. Straight in. Problem solved. Now, I know Thomas and Friends do a very, very convoluted wooden railway track pack that does this sex changing and things using these red tabs. I've actually got one, but I can't find it at the moment. It's in the workshop somewhere. If you're going to get the IKEA set, the best thing about it is these bits here. I would be running into IKEA to get it just for that reason, and that's enough of that. And I'll squeeze this in. That's what the IKEA train sets look like when you buy them from IKEA. They are really, really cheap. It's one of the cheapest little wooden railway sets you can get. You can get little trains. These are the track packs as well. That was a $10 track pack, well worth it. And there was a bit of a tunnel and bridge set there. Yeah, that's enough of that. Well, considering I dug down to find that IKEA train packs, I have dug even further to find some Thomas Wooden Railway stuff that I sort of had forgotten that I had, although I did remember one thing. This is the pack I was alluding to earlier. It's called the Sure Fit Track Pack. That's the price there. It's just shy of $40 in Australia. Just remember that. And that's what you get in this track pack. I only got this because I saw it as so unusual, because I knew there were other ways, far simpler ways of resolving these problems. Sure, those little pieces there are useful, but this piece here is a very convoluted way of doing a sex change. So that little red tab flips around to give you the other sex. Like I said in the video, that piece there from the IKEA sets does the same thing, and the track pack from IKEA is cheap as chips. Maybe think I'm being a bit harsher and a bit tough on good old Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway. I know there'd be people who build lots of wooden railways and they're experts at getting out of trouble in the way you do get in trouble. On the back of the box here, it does show you some of the things that the track parts in this pack do, and they are very typical of the sort of problems you have when you're building wooden railway tracks. The next item for show, or should I say items, I've got two of these. It is that take-along Sodor covered bridge. They are really, really nice pieces. It's 2007 era. I will show you the thing underneath here, but I want you to take a look at the tops of these first. The fact we've got the classic take-along handle on top here. It's a sort of thing that sort of screams, wow, isn't it special? You just don't see stuff like this today. That's the details about this toy. A bit tricky to see. It's a little bit tucked away. Of course, this is the underside of the toy. It's a bit of a peculiar toy because I was trying to work out what would these voids be used for. I suppose you could tuck stuff in here, couldn't you? If we turn it around the right way, I think there are some things missing from this. I believe there would have been possibly a door here, and both of them are suffering the same fate. I don't understand how the track ever connected to this, remembering that that's the style of toy that would have played with this set. It is quite a curious elevation we have here, and it's something quite nice I like about it. If I just bring back for the moment the IKEA track, the elevator track piece, take that piece away like you can, which is convenient, isn't it? Look at this. Ooh. And once you start building a track, well, you just keep on building, don't you? Yeah, I've been quite industrious here. We're going to do a little bit of fun here, but hopefully learn something along the way. These covered bridges are lovely. One thing I don't like about take-along system and take-and-play is that the trains work lovely on their own track system, but they're never translated across the wooden track. I love for the fact that it looks like this can marry into that, even though it's not really connected properly. But guess what? We can get our trains running here, and we might be able to see some magic if things actually worked. Well, James is going to show some magic, or is he going to get stuck? No, Thomas is going to come to the rescue with a bit of a nudge. We didn't see that finger, boys and girls. And there you go, Thomas can go through the bridge section there while James is going nowhere, and Thomas is going to crash off the end. And if I give James a bit of helping hand, guess what? He's going to go through the covered bridge section as well. Bye, James. So there's something really nice about that old take-along piece. It is nicely compatible with wooden railway trains. Mind you, I'm not really a big fan of the all-metal powered wooden railway trains. Really lovely piece there, it's nice and big. Get your hand, adult hand, right in there. You just don't see Thomas and Friends toys like this today, I absolutely guarantee it. I'm going to try and get those two in there running and see if we can make them dud out the other end. It's very hard to get these guys going at the same time. Okay, we've got it, and James has popped out first, and here comes Thomas, and I think James is stalled there. But why aren't I surprised? I'm glad I brought out the IKEA set. It has meshed in well with this take-along stuff. Nice to see that, isn't it? I do wonder exactly what this was for, whether it's part of a playset or was one which had doors and you basically stored your trains in there. I know my audience will know. And who knows how much this would be on eBay these days. It could be one of these things that might be, you know, a couple of dollars, or it might be a couple of $100. Okay, the next two Thomases sort of have a common connection. Let me see if you know. I'm not going to tell you what the common connection is. Let you guys tell me what it is. I have cleaned this one up. That might be a clue. Okay, and this is what it looks like. I do believe this is licensed. I like it when they're like this. It's very strange. And that's Thomas there. Obviously, they're wheels, okay? You're starting to get a feeling for that. And it's got, well, Annie there. I don't think there's any Clarabelle. And it does have a tag. Let's take a look at this. There's one side of the tag. I've got to flip around and show you the other. That's the other side there, 2003. Yeah, it's not a young plush item at all. It has had a lot of love. I don't mind the Thomas love. I actually do like this one a lot. I remember when I saw it, I got very excited. I was a little bit worried initially that it might have been like a knockoff item, but I do believe we're dealing with a real deal. Yeah, similar Thomas collection. I think it's ones like that that catch your eye. They do with me. This other one here, it's one of these sit-on Thomases. It's got like a control panel like that. Okay, well, I'll get to the reason why it doesn't work very soon. It's got a sort of front feature like this here. That's the face there. It has been affected by sun. It has had a lot of rough play, I think, all the Thomas love. It's missing its stickers down the side here. When I first grabbed this, it was in very, very poor shape. You're looking at something that's had a lot of cleaning work done to it. I think that piece there will pop out, but it's not going to do it for me now. If I open this up here, it may resolve part of the mystery of what this Thomas does. Now, it came with these balls sort of all jammed in there. The battery compartment is written off. Okay, don't even try to expect I'm going to fix this one. But I do think that this one was like a ball-blowing Thomas, I hope. I hope that's the case. I know you're going to say, oh, Leo, you're totally wrong, but I believe the balls came out of this Thomas right there. I've seen bubble-blowing ones, and I've seen ones that blow sort of fake steam, but this is the first one I've got, which has the hole here and these balls. Let me just close down the seat. Man, it was messy when I got this. Got a little coal bunker there, I love it. And I'll show you underneath here, and if I don't talk, you'll hear the sand, which is still caught up in this thing. Listen carefully. Okay, let's take a look at that there. Okay, that's one piece of information there. Kittyland, made in China. Why aren't we surprised? And copyright details 2010 Ghislaine Thomas. If you didn't hear the sand before, there is more sand coming out of this Thomas. I think it comes out a little hole there. You can tell by the wheels it's had a lot of play. It's also got a jockey wheel up the top here. That's sort of semi-collapsed. It doesn't really want to spin freely. You can see scuff marks on this thing. This Thomas has had a lot of love. I don't mind that at all. Another curious part to this Thomas is the warning here about basically don't put your hands down the funnel. Mind you, as soon as I see those warnings, I'm trying to get my hand in there. So maybe that's telling us about what that does there. But I do like the face on this Thomas. It's pretty awesome. Yes, like I may have said, these both have a bit of a common story to how they ended up with me. I don't care what condition the Thomases are in. In fact, I think ones like this tell a much grander story than something that has been trapped and never played with. I really feel toys get rather sad when they show no love. I just grabbed that sand with my old, very old now, trusty DC-35. I'll do a couple to get your blood pumping, eh? This is one that came through the charity shop. When I first saw this, I got very excited. I got excited because I know I haven't got one of these before. And I'm starting to think, man, how many variations of Thomas the Tank can there be? Look at this one here. What do you think it was? I had a long discussion at the charity shop about the possibilities of what this was for. Was it like an Easter egg novelty toy, where the Easter egg would sit there? Was it something like an egg for breakfast sort of thing? I'm sure my audience is going to tell me. It has got some licensing info underneath, and we'll go there next. This is a tricky one to see. It's actually hidden down here. I have to get the camera in closer. Okay, looking very carefully through the middle of the screen. Britt Allcroft, Thomas Limited, 1993. Yes, I like this one a lot. I like the ones that are different. Okay, you tell me what you know about this, Thomas. Maybe they're a dime a dozen, but I tell you what, I have not seen many of this, Thomas. To me, it's excellent. No pun intended. Oh yes, another excellent find from the charity shop. Wow, when they produced this one for me, I got excited because I don't have, in fact, this may be the first one of these I've got. It's a take-along. It's 2002, I believe, right through the centre there. Hopefully you can see that. And for me, well, this is Thomas Gold, even though it's silver. I love for the fact this has been played with. It's all scratched up. This is telling us a story about Thomas Love, and, you know, it really makes me happy when I see Thomas has had such a fun time with someone. Imagine the stories that this little toy train could tell if it could talk. Well, I suppose I could make it talk, but I won't. I love it. I really do. I mean, bring it on. More of this, please. I don't mind if they're scratched up, dented, broken, or anything else. To me, it's all part of the collection story. Okay, the next is an assortment of wooden railway, and in the charity shop, that thing there would be something like $4. Let's see who's in here. Yeah. Okay, I think what we're dealing with here, I think it's Imaginarium. If I'm wrong, please correct me. It's just a generic wooden railway item, that one. You don't need to see it for that long. There's the next one. I actually like this one a lot. It's almost the same colour as my table. I think it's Imaginarium that does that style of detailing. It's had some love, hasn't it? Hey, there's nothing really saying a brand or anything on this. I can't see it on the wheels. Oh, okay. This one here, I call it a green caboose. Maybe it's an electric something. Again, oh my God, it's electric. You know. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. Okay, this one is some sort of carriage. I'm thinking it's all the same. Well, same generic brand, the best way of saying it, isn't it? Also, this has the same sort of feel. Nice space in that one, and then a bit more of a flat car with that same detailing under there. One where the load has been blown off, so probably carrying explosives, and it's gone. And once again, I can't see any names on it. Then we get into something which is a bit more familiar. Emily's Tender, it is 2012, so it's the Mattel era. Okay, so it's sort of like the later version, but Emily's missing in action. I don't know where she's gone. Let's not make up any rumours about that one. A nice, I call it classic wooden railway Rusty. And I'll say classic because I looked at the date. I think it was 2003, but the cockie's outside. Just spin the wheel there. If you, yeah, you just see there 2003. A learning curve. Probably the other way of sort of denouncing it's an earlier version. What do you think of that? Had some love, hey? And there was Duncan, who was also 2003, but not showing as much love. Mind you, you know, Duncan may have just been lazy. Okay, there's reasons why some toys have more love than others. I think it's 2003 as well. I know you'll correct me if I'm totally wrong. It's learning curve. So, yeah, Duncan hasn't had much love, but it looks like Rusty's been working really hard. Well, that last bag was sort of fun. Here is one which is probably more interesting. Let's take a look at what we've got in here. Come on, little chappies. Come and play. Okay, first one we're going to take a look at is a Checkout Emily, as I call them. These toys were all for Australia in 2007. When you went to Coles or maybe another supermarket, they were sitting there at the checkouts wanting to jump into your trolley. There's the licensing info there. 2007, you can see it. They had strange little sets of wheels inside there. The ones on the outside were sort of like dummy wheels. They were everywhere and they lasted for some time. They were sort of strangely detailed in some areas and not detailed in others. And Emily was quite a large engine. If I bring in a Thomas here from my collection, you can sort of see that for some reason Emily was modelled quite large. I don't know whether that's right or wrong. I know the audience may have a lot to say about that. But nevertheless, yeah, very, very popular toy that was around. It's quite some years ago now. It's strange how time goes by. Next one we're going to take a look at is a take-along. This is Arthur. This thing weighs... it's like a great big lump of lead. It must be a lot of metal in this toy. And that was the peculiar thing. I think that the old Duck, the very early version of Duck and Arthur were like some of the heaviest of these toys that were about. 2004. Okay, learning curve. And we can see this has had some love. Hey, I like that. But man, oh man, this was a very, very heavy model. Yeah. I don't know. You probably got your 5 cents to say about that or not. The models, these types of trains became so much lighter as they got developed by another toy company. And we'll just leave it at that. Okay. Straight away I can tell this is a take along without looking anywhere else, because I can see it's got a big number 1 here. It's got the big yellow whistles there. It's had a lot of love. In fact, it looks like it's had a boiler explosion. We're missing the front. We're also missing the axle here. Must have been a Thomas and Friends Frankenstein experiment possibly going on here. But hey, I'm going to have Thomas love and I'm going to keep it. I like ones like this because in my collection people will say, hey, how'd you get that Thomas which is missing its front? Well, I can tell a little story about it, how it came from the charity shop, and it's going to be loved from that point on. Yeah, imagine if this Thomas could talk. Mind you, he can't because he's lost his face. Okay, Ertl. Woohoo, this is a very, very nice one. I don't have many of these ones. You know why I don't have many of these ones? Because it's a paper face. Okay. Nice the fact we've still got the funnel there. Just so often you'll see the funnel of these guys has been broken off or bent right back. This is the one you want to have. If it's in pristine condition, they start to pull some serious dollars now, these guys. If it's mint in box, as in real mint in box, not fake mint in box, I'd hate to think how much they're worth. It's missing a buffer there. It's had some love, hey. It's got all the hallmarks of being played with, like the coupling system. This was the weakest link. Yeah, but hey, I don't mind if it's got love. It's a paper face. They are hard to find. They're hard to get. I'll just try and find the year on this one. Okay, there's a close-up of underneath here, and if I track along nice and slow, nice and steady, we'll see 1984. Nice year. 1984 was a long time ago, I know that, because back in 1984 I was racing home from school to see Thomas and Friends, which was on TV, I think about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, to watch the amazing model work in the TV show. Now, my question to my audience at the moment is, would you be racing home from school to see the amazing CGI work in today's Thomas videos? Wonder who's going to answer that one. Okay, I think I've shown enough in this Thomas collecting video. I've had a lot of nice variety and diversity here. I actually like doing that. I don't like to just stick to Thomas's. I did fix the Percy. That will be a separate video. I'm doing that.
Hello,
Hey, look, Percy's talk out there, because it would have just completely destroyed this video into something which is way too long for YouTube. Which item here do you like the best? Hey, you tell me that one. I'm going to tell you the one that I like the best, and I'll give you the reason why. The one I like the best is this one here. This is an older toy. It is at a very interesting time in the Thomas and Friends timeline. Sure, it's a toy which has got its faults, but I tell you what, there's a lot of charm and charisma that emits from this toy, and that's why I like the paper-faced Ertl. Maybe you think I'm zonkers in saying that. Maybe you think something else here is more impressive. I better keep my promise and go and grab the mighty King Kong up the back here. Let's see if we're dealing with something fake or something real. Okay, sorry for the whipper-snipper sound outside. My neighbours are gone crazy and I can't stop them. This King Kong toy has got lots of articulation. In fact, the more you play with it, the more you see it moves down on the legs as well. It moves. It is quite impressive for that thing here. It is sort of nicely detailed. Looks like it's been in a bit of a cat fight. Even its head moves around there. I don't think the jaw moves at all. It has got a button on the back here. Okay, here's a button on the back, as most King Kongs do. And I think that you set the arm up and the arm would drop. Because if I push the button, it does nothing else. Maybe you can tell me if it did something else. Yeah, it's one of these toys that once you start manipulating and playing with it, it's actually a whole ton of King Kong fun. Down on the foot is some licensing info, I believe. One foot says this. I think it says Kong, the 8th wonder of the world. The other foot says Universal Studios 2005 Playmates toy made in China. So from seeing the info on the foot there, I'm certain we're dealing with a legitimate licensed toy. It is actually a very, very impressive toy. It could be highly collectible. I know the audience are going to tell me. I know when I did the Take and Play review, my son was playing with this, and it was very hard for him to stop playing with it. So that's a fairly good sign you're dealing with something which is, you know, a half-decent toy. Yes, I'm glad I remembered to come back and look at this toy, and I've actually just worked out you can have both the arms up and I push the button. Look at this. Rah! Okay. Well, I better leave this video here. As always, thanks for watching, and bye for now. Thank you, King Kong. It was lovely looking at you. They're going to do some toy magic, I hope, and not crash and fail, and maybe prove to us that... Well, maybe prove to us that, There is a thing called a file reel, and I think we've just got something for it. Silly here, trying to get both of those guys in there running at the same time. Virgin impossible. It is impossible. I'm going to try and get my hand in there and get both those guys running. Using another hand here. Here we go. And James is caught up. Fail, 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 fail. Oh, he's gone down the middle there. That's a fail. Try and get both those guys going at the same time so we can get them pop out the other side. It ain't happening, boys and girls. I'm going to try and get both those guys in there going and see who pops out the other end first. Fraught with danger, this. And guess what? Failed again. I'm going to do something very silly and daring here. Try to get both those guys running, see who pops out the other end. If I can pull this off, it'd be a complete miracle. Nope. That's a no. Well, hopefully I kept my promise and looked at the toy, and I better leave this video here. That's on the file reel.
Minecraft ripoffs. Something I've never talked about on this channel before. What? This isn't me reusing ideas. The last one came out 2 years ago. Come on, guys, please. More Minecraft. So as you can see, I'm getting back in the ring and covering one last mega collection of Minecraft ripoffs. The first video had 10, the second had 20, and this one, well, you could probably guess. And even better, today I'll be exclusively covering Android games, something I've barely touched on in the past. I also got a handful of guests to give some of their own reviews, but I guess you'll just have to watch and see. But first things first, I learned a lot since the last two videos. Something worth noting for this series in particular is that Minecraft actually started out as a clone of another indie game, Infiniminer. This is according to the description of Notch's first upload of early Minecraft gameplay on YouTube, where the description describes his game as an Infiniminer clone. However, I'd argue that once Minecraft started taking shape as a survival game, that label became void. Infiniminer was a team versus team FPS. And while there was building and breaking blocks, there was no crafting, mobs, or resource management. You know, the things that made people fall in love with Minecraft. It's basically the same as calling Pixel Gun a Minecraft ripoff. Sure, it might have started out as one by copying the style, but over time, the game grew into its own thing. A lot has changed since the last time I covered Minecraft ripoffs. Something I noticed personally is that a lot of app developers found a new method of piggybacking on Minecraft's popularity. Making apps with mods, maps, skins, and add-ons. This newer method takes a lot less effort. Instead of making an entire game, just steal a bunch of maps and add-ons from websites like MCPEDL, and put that on the App Store with a boatload of ads. You can even put "for Minecraft" in the title for more search results. There's also another lazy method of Minecraft ripoff creation. We'll see it in our first game we'll be looking at, Block Crazy Robo World. And it's an exact copy of Minecraft, but with different textures. I already covered a handful of these, but there seems to be a whole ecosystem of copy-pasted Minecraft reskins. This goes one level lower than ripoffs, with whoever's behind these games putting even less effort into them. Just taking a version of Minecraft Pocket Edition, an older one judging by the UI, and just putting it on the App Store. The game itself is literally just an older version of Minecraft Pocket Edition. This means the play experience is about the same, aside from recolored menus and worse textures. Overall, if you want a free version of Minecraft that's just like it with a texture pack, just download an APK of the real game. There's literally no reason to play this instead. Next, we got CubeCraft. So we've gone from a direct copy of Minecraft to a copy that doesn't directly steal anything. This basically plays as a mobile gamified version of Minecraft. You gather materials, chop down trees, and mine cobblestone, then use the materials to build houses. but it takes elements that usually wouldn't be the focus of the game. If you were to ask someone what makes Minecraft such a fun game, I assure you very few would say that chopping trees down is their favorite part. It's the creativity that comes from being able to build whatever you want. And when you take the creativity out of the game, it leaves you feeling empty. Like you have to do all the work with none of the reward. It feels like it was made by someone who knows about Minecraft, specifically knows that it's popular, but doesn't understand the fun of the game. As if you were describing Minecraft without any of the reasons why it's fun. In some ways it almost recreates the experience of Minecraft, except that it's only the material gathering. You never get excited about what you're building because you don't get to decide what it is. You're just walking from point A to point B, then back to point A to get more wood. When the game literally completes itself in front of you, you're just stuck doing the busy work and waiting for things to progress. When looking at videos on Minecraft, they almost never keep in the resource gathering because it's an intensive grind that gets repetitive very quickly. So I find it strange that this game is trying to be nothing but that monotonous grinding. The game is well aware of this too. Every once in a while, you could find things on the ground, different items that help the game pass by faster. More inventory signing, etc. But at the end of the day, you're just stuck with the same gameplay loop over and over again, regardless of how quickly you could do it. The scenery changes, but the actual gameplay doesn't. The whole time, I never really felt like I was making progress. You could see the number of diamonds going up, and you do build different structures, but that dopamine hit never really comes, because you don't feel like you actually gain anything, which leaves the game feeling like it's empty. A game that has a lot in common with this is actually Cookie Clicker. It's another game that has numbers going up on a screen, but the reason that game works is because you're able to exponentially get more and more cookies to see the number go up faster and higher. You can compare your early game just clicking on the cookie with all the upgrades you get, and you could noticeably see the improvement. Here, the only way to do that is to watch ads. That's kind of what it means to make a successful free mobile game. A game that isn't fun. One that forces people to watch ads for any level of reward. So yeah, it really has just taken Minecraft and turned it into a regular mobile game. But that takes away everything that made Minecraft unique in the first place. Overall, I think my opinions of this game are actually very minimal. I think the fact I had to go on an entire tirade about the philosophy of mobile games says a lot more about this game's lack of anything interesting. I'm almost hesitant to call it a ripoff, more like a misguided remake that takes away everything that made Minecraft interesting. Next, we got crafting and building. First things first, this game forces you to be online, which is always a bad sign. Oh no. Oh no. This is just another direct rip of Minecraft. A few replaced textures here, a couple of UI changes there, and it's literally the exact same game. This one's an even more direct ripoff. The game takes directly from the Caves and Cliffs update, as you could tell with the main menu. The controls are worse, with a generic virtual joystick that's shaped like a square.
Okay, so apparently the joystick is actually just a part of a new control method for Pocket Edition. I just haven't played the game in a while.
And because it's a newer version, landmarks like villages and strongholds spawn. The strongholds even spawn directly beneath villages, the exact same generation as Bedrock Edition. They really think that by slightly changing all the textures around, they can somehow magically differentiate itself from Minecraft, despite being the exact same game. I tried to find the end portal, but the stronghold I found led to nowhere, even after blowing it up, and I feel kind of dirty playing this crusty looking game. As I said before, if you want a free version of Minecraft, just pirate it, or even better, just cough up the money to buy it. Also, I got an ad for a Minecraft Lucky Block mod, which is funny because, Minecraft. Next, we got Craft Monster Master. Why? It's the exact same game, but again, this one makes even less of an attempt to differentiate itself from Minecraft, looking exactly the same with more mild texture changes. So you know what? Instead, I'm gonna play Craftsman Building Craft, which I conveniently got as an advertisement.
Fuck this game.
No. Oh no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me, please. Don't be another exact recreation of Minecraft, and that's exactly what it is. Somehow it's even worse than the other one, with very obvious creases in the menu background. The UI is slightly different, by that I mean it's blue now, but it's the exact same copy of Minecraft. Somehow the textures are even more similar than the last one. How deep does the rabbit hole of exact Minecraft copies on Android go? Why are there so many of these that the Google Play Store does nothing about?
Hello, I've been kidnapped and forced to play a super duper fun Minecraft. I mean a super fun block game that may or may not resemble a popular sandbox game. But that's just a coincidence, of course. So let's just play some good old Desert Craft. This game's main menu looks fantastic. Survival looks the most interesting, so let's just start with that. To start everything off, the controls for this game feel clunky and slow. And don't even get me started on the crafting. Crafting a pickaxe took almost 5 minutes. When I tried dragging something to the crafting slots, it just wouldn't work. But I eventually got the hang of it, so I did what every great explorer does and dig straight down, and it took me nowhere. So I gave up and decided to play creative mode. The creative world put me in a grass biome, which doesn't reflect the game's name at all, but I ignored this major oversight and killed the man. He was sturdy, but I managed. After committing first-degree murder, I built the best tomato I could ever make, and it was stunning. The building in creative mode is just plain bad. It's slow, you can't spam blocks, and you can't instantly break blocks. So you just have to slowly stand there, break a block of wood. And since the building sucks, you're gonna mess up something you're going to do. So do I recommend this awesome Minecraft game? No. Yes. I do. It's a masterpiece that should put up in museums across the globe. It's so good I believe everyone watching should download it immediately. So what are you waiting for? Go download this peak, please.
Next we got Craft City Loki. For the love of God, please just be a mildly original game. Nope! It's the exact same game for the 14th time. I don't know if I could take any more of the exact same game. Why is it the same every time? It's just Minecraft. It's all just Minecraft! The only worthwhile thing of note is that the name seems to be based on Loki Craft, which seems to be another Minecraft ripoff game. Next is Mine Tap, Craft, and Merge. Finally, we're out of the realm of direct Minecraft copies. However, we're not out of the realm of bad games. In this game, you get blocks and merge them to get higher level blocks. You can use the higher level blocks to craft better items in order to get more blocks. Much like all other merge games, it's all just a big waiting simulator. Whenever you want to make any sort of progress, you have to wait for it, which gets a little boring over time. I will say it's pretty interesting how many aspects of Minecraft's game design have been refitted to work in this new format. Crafting, building, smelting, and so much more is all here. All of these factors come together to make this more Minecraft themed than a generic merge game. While this game is technically similar to CubeCraft, the process of getting blocks isn't just standing next to a tree and doing nothing. Instead, you actually have a game here. It isn't exactly reinventing the wheel, but again, it's better than standing there. Some of the progression doesn't make much sense. You combine stone to get iron ore to get an iron block. Sure. Then when you combine 2 iron blocks, you get gravel for some reason. Iron blocks aren't worth 9 iron anymore, although a lot of other crafting recipes are directly translated. Much like CubeCraft, there's also a village mode where you build different structures to grow a village. You build them with blocks, which you gain every time you merge other ones. Over time, you can also get more and more space to merge more blocks. Occasionally, the game drops a chest with a timer that incentivizes players to keep going for another 10 minutes. It drops other chests too, like ones you need to watch an ad to open. Oh boy, I love mobile games. With constant timers you need to wait for, you may be wondering how the game keeps people playing. Every time you make any form of progress, the game gives you constant notifications. This game also has a constant need to add more quests, even including bonus characters you unlock by watching ads. Every single one of these features are just another attempt to keep people playing. Constant quests, constant pretty colors. After a little while, the game slows down quite a lot, and that initial enjoyment disappears very quickly. After a few minutes, I got bored, but by then it hopes you've already watched enough ads to make the money. Next game is School Party Craft, because if there's anything kids like, it's school. The second you get in the game, you're immediately hit with 1 billion options. What will you do first? I don't know, why don't you let me figure out what this game actually is? First, let's check out skins and clothing. In this game, you could play as a lot of different little guys. But no matter which one you choose, all the skins have this ugly 3D texture. Despite not being connected to the internet, the game really wants you to believe these mods are real. The characters have flags next to their names as if they were actually coming from these countries, which is strange because they don't talk like humans.
How is your mood? Hello?
I have no idea where I'm supposed to go, but the game gives you a series of quests you can complete. And even then, running into people with a car is also a good alternative. Not to mention the cars look nothing like Minecraft. My immersion is just completely broken. This is so sad. To put it simply, this game really is just GTA for children. Even though the game has school in the title, the game thinks it would be a smart idea to give you a gun. So I guess this game takes place in America. But don't worry guys, it's a paintball gun. Of course, you could also put on a Friday the 13th style hockey mask, but I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. But don't worry about this game corrupting your brain to make you evil, as it knows the difference between right and wrong. When you shoot at people, your happiness percentage goes down. So who's really winning?
How is your mood?
Bad. I wasn't very inclined to do the missions, as unlike my character, I take great pleasure in the suffering of others. You can also message players, but they're not real, so the conversations are completely incoherent.
Hello?
Kill yourself.
I like this cat.
Die, please.
Ran.
Clearly my friendship with Blood Ray means nothing, so maybe I can find some new friends at the club. I already hate everyone here. I feel like this game is trying its best to be like Brookhaven or other Roblox simulator games, but instead of being a gangster or whatever you do in Brookhaven, instead you go around being a nuisance and opening chests. Also, why are there very colorful bags of garbage littered everywhere? Never mind, I have recruited an army of pets that I'm neglecting, so all's right with the world. Oh wait, I have a property in this game? Hey buddy, can you get off my property please, monsters? Except instead, it's Minecraft, and when you select a build from the shop, you instead have to build it yourself. Everything from the gameplay format to the presentation just seems like a worse version of Blockcraft. The way the next block appears with a ghost-like overlay is virtually identical to how it was when I played Blockcraft. Once building starts, it's impossible to place blocks outside of the preset, which means you're basically just stuck building exactly how the game wants you to. A lot like building a Lego set. The sensitivity is also very, very low. It's not uncommon to have to swipe multiple times just to turn around. Luckily, there isn't any combat mechanics or enemies, so timing isn't that important. If I had to use a word that would describe this game's controls, that would be slow. Everything from moving around to flying to building is all just slightly slower than I feel it should be, and that gets a bit frustrating. But don't worry, there's also an option to build on your own. However, that's also at the cost of blocks. Once you run out of blocks, you have to use coins to buy more. The control for breaking blocks is really annoying. Instead of just holding down on the block like it would be in regular Minecraft, you instead have to switch to pickaxe mode. That extra button press, adding to the feeling of this game being slow. For some reason, every time you build, it switches back to pickaxe mode, which causes you to destroy what the game just told you to build. And those blocks don't reappear, leading to these really annoying holes in builds that should be solid. Overall, not that great of a game. In fact, rather repetitive. It's just waiting for you to run out of blocks so it can force you to watch an ad to replenish them.
Hey, it's me, and it's not getting any better from here, is it? Craft boys and girls. You can craft a love? Just like that? Apparently science still needs funding because when I try to play, I get a bunch of ads, but I have to push through for him. Here's another one right now. All right, now let's... All right. Lovecraft Boys and Girls looks different from the last time I played it. Alright, we have a great selection, a bunch of white people with their disgusting feet out. It looks like a futuristic hub video. Okay, I selected 2010's Plaid Girl. And I just started talking a storm. Then I realized, I don't know what any of this is.
I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
It looks like you have to select the right emotions so the Minecraft hotties will follow you, but like, I don't know how that helps me, and they all seem to react the same. They're only pretending to hear me out. I see how it is. So I tried to dig a hole and become one with nature in an anti-technology tantrum until I realized I don't know how to dig a hole. Don't try to craft love. And yeah, I'll say it. Fuck off, Joshua.
Next game is Craft Commander Mine and Build. This game is really weird. You play as Steve from a top-down perspective and level up your base while recruiting piglins to attack zombies. Unlike the last couple games, this one isn't one ever-changing game, but instead being confined to levels. You need to set up a base, much like a tycoon except it resets every level. Then you have to kill zombies, free villagers, and charge into battle with your army. The game uses these really unfitting royalty-free sound effects, and it gives the whole game the same vibe as YouTube Kids videos, where the voices are not at all matching the characters. Every level you unlock a new mechanic to play with, a new element added to your base, which you could use to continue your conquest. The punishment for dying is exactly the same as it is in regular Minecraft. You lose everything you're holding, which in this game would be the iron and gold needed to continue leveling up your base. Upon level reset, all immediate progress is lost, forcing you to get back to building from square one. This gets kind of annoying, since it makes you feel like you're going backwards. In later levels, mobs like Endermen start to spawn, but unlike the mobs in the actual game, they all just act like stronger and bigger zombies. This game also has skins, so you don't have to play as this weird misshapen Steve. Instead, you can be characters from other things, like the doll from Squid Game, various DC superheroes, Freddy Fazbear, Joker, and even Shrek. There are flags every few levels, and when you claim them, you get to see all the characters' T-pose, and it's very scary. Eventually, the game told me to tap on something I couldn't tap on, and the game got soft-locked. Overall, how do I get out? Someone help, please. The next game we have is Craftman Go. This game seems to be a ripoff of Blockman Go, another game I covered in the last video. But once we actually get in the game, the execution seems to be quite different. Like, really different. Blockman Go follows a Roblox-like structure of different games, and Craftman Go does something similar but distinct. The game immediately starts with a daily gift, encouraging children to make playing this game a daily habit. The game seems to be made up of 3 different game modes: Craft.io, Creative Mode, and Escape Hell. In Craft.io, or is it Craft Block World?
The world may never know.
You play as some bootleg version of Steve while attacking everyone around you, swatting them down into little pancakes. Truly, only a monster would come up with this sort of thing. Like many other fake.io games, it's incredibly obvious that the players you're fighting against aren't actually real. They have names of what are supposed to be real players, but in reality, they're just not. This minigame is surprisingly violent, with certain death animations having actual blood. So no, Jimmy, I'm not gonna let you play this game. As you destroy your opponents, you become bigger and bigger, and so does your hitbox, leading to exponential progression in terms of what you can do. On different levels, you're given different weapons. It would have been interesting to have different classes with different weapons, rather than just a slightly different hitbox to use, especially since if you weren't playing against bots, it would be pretty broken, since the longer hitboxes seem to be a direct improvement over shorter ones. Either way, I'm just giving this way too much thought. Next, we got Creative Mode, which is yet another ripoff of Blockcraft 3D building game, this time being an even more obvious ripoff, having the exact same progression of building, starting with a simple well and slowly unlocking more complex structures. Just like that game, it lets you build until you run out of blocks, where you'll then need to get more blocks with gold, or ads. I am incredibly underwhelmed. The last minigame is Escape Hell, which is played in portrait mode. I'm 100% sure this is just another mobile game, but then again, most mobile games just rip each other off anyways. This seems to just be an endless runner type. Using the format, try to get as far as you can without dying, rather than being level or progression based. It's okay, but I can't leave. My guess is that the game hopes that by being 3 smaller games, it could pretend to be a much bigger one, which doesn't really work, but good try, I guess. This one is called Crafty Lands. This game is kind of ass. First of all, it requires an internet connection, which means it wants to give you ads. After picking a map, it just spawns me in the middle of nowhere and expects me to know what to do. Following these pillars, it just takes me to a big tree. A tree which leads to literally nothing. I'm not quite sure what the goal is here. You can mine with the drill, and you can place blocks with a magic wand, but the game gives you no direction on what to do. I get that Minecraft is also a sandbox game, but Minecraft also lets you craft and do things. The closest thing this game has are these kind of horrifying deer around the map, but there's no way to kill them and expunge them from existence. I know, very unfortunate. Something that's kind of cool is that there's a very minor rotating effect as you go across the map, making it look like you're traversing an actual planet. Sort of like there are other maps too, and because this game doesn't have a goal, you unlock all of them immediately upon starting the game. And when you go there, you can experience the deep, enthralling gameplay of raking and placing blocks. I don't really know why this game exists. I guess ad money? Yeah, that's probably it. Oh cool, it's Fortnite Skull Trooper. I'm gonna buy the... Wait, what? They cost real money? Oh, it's because the game wants to con kids into giving it their parents money. How pleasant. Thankfully, the game lets you try on other skins by trapping you in a small box where you can't do anything, but when it comes to actually getting them, sorry kid, better cough up the dough. Overall, this game was mildly disappointing. I also got an ad for this other game, Minecraft, Blocky Craft, and I think it's really weird how other Minecraft ripoffs seem to be attaching themselves to other ripoff games, hoping that kids confuse them for the game they're already playing. Although it's more like the ad hosters are recognizing the pattern than anything else. The next game I'll be looking at is Monster Crafter. This game immediately opens with lore. Something year 2030, I don't really care. My name is Edgar Fly, and I have to pick a starter Pokemon. I'm going for Charmander. The cool thing in this game is that you actually get to design your monster yourself. Now that doesn't mean it's gonna look good, because it isn't, but the fact that you can create your own monster at all is pretty cool. Aw, how cute. I'm gonna name him The developers combined Minecraft and other types of games in a way that's actually pretty interesting, rather than more straightforward combinations of these games, like Pixelmon. The game's battle sections take place in dungeons, corridors that you go down where you have to fight 3 monsters, 2 normal ones, and a boss. We're starting out in the grass level, so it seems picking a fire type was the right choice. While I'm not a big fan of in-game shops with free gifts and expensive microtransactions, I do find it interesting that you get to break blocks to open the loot box. It's still basically gambling, but hey, at least it looks visually interesting and it fits the theme of the game. I usually don't like turn-based RPG games, but in this game, the combat has some additional interactivity. Whenever you hit your opponents, they have a tendency to drop items you can then pick up to benefit yourself, like little tokens of your element to use higher level attacks, or hearts that heal your monster. This is especially important as there'll be a ton of close calls and your health doesn't regenerate between fights. After beating the first dungeon, the game decided to give me a second monster. I'm gonna call this one Blurg. As your monster evolves, it unlocks more and more abilities, but it doesn't level up fast enough to keep up with your enemies. When you make it to level 2, your enemies are on level 3. When you get a new monster that's a level 1, you're now gonna see enemies at level 4. It's designed in a way that after a certain amount of time, you're guaranteed to lose just because of the sheer numbers disadvantage. That's because if you're forced to lose, then you're forced to respawn. And to do that, you need to watch ads or use gold. And leveling up through trial and error is impossible, as when you leave the dungeon after losing, you forfeit all XP, which means you can't level up in the grinding monster game. The last really annoying feature this game has is a stamina system. Ew. Overall, I have really mixed opinions on this one. On one hand, I really do like the game. I think its ideas are pretty good with the creativity involved, but once you look past the surface, this game just wasn't designed for people to enjoy playing it for free.
What's up, homeboys? Danerade here. Terror and I have collaborated quite a bit, and recently I gave Terror the opportunity to voice a former PopCap employee in my video, The Tragic Demise of Plants vs. Zombies. Shameless plug? Yes. In return, Terror tasked me with an even greater opportunity to thank me for offering him his role in my video. Today, I get to check out Minecraft Garten of Banban. Yeah! I like Minecraft, and I like Garten of Banban. Playing both these games has such a light and airy feel to it, just like chiffon. You put them together, and I can't help but be excited. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm going to try to be as objective as possible when reviewing this game. When booting up the game, you may notice that there are these non-removable ads placed at the top of the screen. To keep you guys engaged and not click off this video, I'll layer Subway Surfers game over it. So we spawn in this primarily empty room, which I get it. Game development is hard. The best part of this game is easily the art direction. It's so Minecraft. Oh yeah, if you want to hunt for the lore in this game, every time you click on one of the notes, you'll have to watch an ad. I like money too. We walk down a long hallway and find Opila Bird. Better lock the door or else we go all the way back to the beginning. This game design decision harkens back to the NES days when there were no save features. So when you died, it was back to the start of the game. Now, while Opila Bird kinda looks like he's from Minecraft, I have no idea what's going on with the Bambolina model. It's just a hodgepodge of different shapes you learn how to find the volume of back in geometry class. grass. What's going on with her feet? So, this recreation of Garten of Banban parallels that of Chapter 2, where Bambolina is just a massive dick. I think it would have been a good opportunity to reimagine this section, considering the setting of the game is supposed to be a kindergarten. Maybe we could have learned basic colors like red, blue, orange. But what we have here is still adequate as we tackle tricky puzzles and navigate the complexities of
a labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize.
Overall, Minecraft Garten of Banban combines two of the greatest games by bringing the best of both worlds with top quality animations, unique characters, and more, all presented in a portable form factor prime to take over the gaming landscape. Back to you, Terror.
The next game we'll be looking at is The next game we'll be looking at is Multi-Block Craft. Title-wise, this seems to be a ripoff of another Minecraft ripoff, Mini Block Craft. This isn't the first time we've seen ripoffs of ripoffs. In fact, this very video had some. But I don't know, maybe it'll lead to some interesting things. First things first, the game immediately hit us with a daily reward. Oh boy, I can't wait to wake up every day just to play this game forever. Something you'll quickly pick up on is that creative is the only game mode in this game. I imagine a survival mode either costs money or isn't in this version of the game. After not letting me make a world because of the title, and having to make a completely new one, I get to choose my character, which seems to be some Five Nights at Freddy's looking guy. Loading on, it seems to be a pretty typical Minecraft ripoff. I spawned on an island, and, you know, the usual. Checking the creative inventory, there seems to be a lot of different blocks in this game. Obviously not as much as Minecraft, but a lot nonetheless. Looking around, there's also various mobs. You encounter different birds and hogs that you wouldn't find in Minecraft. This game seems to borrow a lot of aspects from a game from the first video, called Survival Craft Day 1. Something interesting is that the mobs will still try to attack you, even in creative mode, while in the real Minecraft, they're passive. Of course they can't kill you because you're in creative mode, but still, weird that they go after you. Dude! Go away! Leave me alone! Another interesting difference is that breaking blocks in creative mode actually drops a block, while in Minecraft it just breaks. Obviously, both games are still very similar, but at least it's attempting to be a different version of Minecraft. While I respect that they didn't copy Minecraft verbatim, it's very clear that it's a lot more interesting to point out the differences than the similarities. As yeah, they're different games, but not that much. Why are there so many hogs at my house? Get out! What do you guys think? If you think it looks great, or if you think it looks completely terrible, make sure to comment, wow, that's a great house. I am very proud of you. As for this game, I think it's okay. Next is Ninja Sword Fight Game. This one's interesting. It doesn't brand itself as a Minecraft ripoff and instead takes the more generic title of Ninja Sword. But that doesn't stop it from using Minecraft for all of its visuals, so it still counts. It takes the form of a pretty generic mobile game. So generic, in fact, that I've even covered a game just like this before. You basically fly through the air with a sword and try to kill all the enemies. In the one I played before, the characters were all FNAF and Undertale branded stickmen. But here, they're Minecraft characters. I think the reason the developers chose to base its visuals off of Minecraft is for two reasons. Firstly, branding. Minecraft is a popular game, so it makes sense to piggyback off of its art style, because it makes designing skins for the game really easy. All they have to do is go to Skindex or any other Minecraft skins website and just yoink design. This also streamlines the skin system, which is pretty much the entire reason this game exists. You have to watch ads for skins. You have to play the game to get coins to get skins. Skins is how the game makes money, and it's also your reward for playing. Another thing this game relies on are constant pop-ups. After every level, you're pretty much guaranteed to have some sort of pop-up, whether it's the option to get a skin, for an ad of course, or whether you could get more coins at the end of a level, to buy more skins in the shop. When killing mobs, you can just wave your sword around, but it's better to go for the head. But that's really the only strategy this game has. I guess you could use your sword to block arrows from skeletons, but generally I was able to play this game with my mind on autopilot. Much like that game Craft Commander, one of the other 8 million games in this video, other copyrighted characters are used to appeal to kids. Can't use skins to keep kids playing if they don't want to get them, and I guess that's why I don't really care to keep playing, regardless of how many coins or skins the game shoves down my throat. But sword fighting through levels isn't the only mechanic this game has. There's also a small section where you use diamond diamond blocks you collect over the course of the game in order to make a world that generates gold while you're away. If you want a better town, then you have to watch ads. But that's not a surprise because it's at every facet of this game at this point. And of course, all that gold is used to get skins. Overall, this just seems like your average generic voodoo-like game at this point. Greedy mobile games aren't all that much of a shock, but Spider-Man holding a gay pride sword kind of is, so I guess that's something new and daring. The next game is Minecraft City, Roblox game. So no joke, the first thing I see when I get on this game is Skibbity Toilet. Then I shoot it, and it makes a Skibbity Toilet noise. This seems to be another GTA style game. I'm not sure what exactly this game has to do with Roblox, but I'll figure it out. This game is very similar to School Party Craft. The first thing you see after the Skibbity Toilets is a daily quest telling you to destroy the Skibbity Toilet monster, and you have to destroy 15 of them. I killed Theodore. Now the thing that makes this game really cool is that you can go around shooting whatever you want with no consequence. So it turns out there's a build tab in this game, and after using it, it turns out that this game is also a ripoff of Blockcraft, my favorite. The only difference is that in this game you can build Among Us and Skibbity Toilet items. Also you can walk on air, which is pretty gangster. Around the map there are also fake players like Theodore and Matthew, and it's funny to kill them. Killing people and breaking stuff is really the only entertainment this game has to offer, aside from building, which you can do pretty much everywhere except for on the road for some reason. Around the map you could also find blatant in-game advertising, which is completely immersion breaking. Guys, I don't think I'll ever recover from this. While you can destroy the Skibbity Toilet menace, you can also destroy the cameraman. So you really are a lone wolf in this twisted world. On the topic of advertising, every once in a while drones show up and start showing, and you can't get rid of them. They're just gonna follow you around, and they even go through blocks, so you can't get away from them. Please, leave me alone. Just like the rest of these games in this exact format, once you run out of blocks, you can either spend coins to get more, watch ads, or wait on the timer. The good news is that because they're now you're raped by the mobs, and then they take the villagers as hostages. Now we enter the gameplay. This game is a simplistic platformer that uses the Minecraft characters. When actually playing the game, it doesn't have that much to do with Minecraft. It seems like a lot of these mechanics could have been lifted from another similar platformer. For example, there's no mining and no crafting. But you do push blocks around rather than place them like a Minecraft game. Obviously, there are Minecraft-themed enemies, but I could easily imagine this being a different version of something like Lep's World or other mobile Mario games, especially in terms of the sound design, as there's very little to do with Minecraft. There are even literal Mario question mark blocks around the map. Or I guess it could be the Lucky Block mod. It makes me curious as to whether or not the game was initially intended to be a Minecraft game, or if it started out as something different and was later rebranded as one. At the very least, I do have to give props to the fact that the graphics were designed coherently, and aren't just a collection of stolen assets from other people's Minecraft skins. Every once in a while, the gameplay format seems to change. Instead of doing a regular platforming level, there's now an auto-running mechanic, where you have to play it similar to Mario Run. I've seen this exact thing being done in Lep's World as well. The very next level, we make it to a boss, a mutant zombie lifted from the Minecraft mod. It's a pretty easy fight, but I will say it's nice to see a difference between levels. Kinda weird that all the different levels are back to back though. Outside of levels and inside of certain ones, there's a skin shop you could use to get a different outfit for your character. And by that, I mean, you'll never guess, more copyrighted characters. Overall, I really don't feel anything towards this game. It's pretty clear that it was designed to just be another mobile platformer, and I can't really fault them for that. It's just kind of okay.
Hi again, fellas. It's me, Quite here. With a Y. Yeah, it's gameplay only. Get fucked. Terror asked me to check out this game he found called Zombiecraft, and he told me it looked promising, just full of glowing reviews. Thanks for the recommendation, man. In this game, you play as palette-swapped hero Brian and fight against zombies with crystal penises. Wonder if they got like a crystal skull in the dickhead. I actually had highest play times of anybody to review this game, 15 minutes. I don't know if it's fair to call this a game. Like, there's no settings at all. Like, this is me trying to turn all the way around. I have a desk-length mousepad. This is how far it'll take you if I go across the whole thing. Not even 360. Basically, you have two resources to manage, your hearts and your battery. One is health, and your battery is how many blocks you can hit. Different blocks will cost different amount of charge, and after your battery runs out, punching blocks will start to run into your hearts, lowering your health. Be very careful though, because if you run that down to 0 by punching sand, you will die. What's this? I couldn't figure out how to craft in this game, like anywhere. I managed to get my hands on a few resources like a protein structure by killing a glowing-eyed sheep, as well as iron and quartz sand, and it really makes me think a lot of the effort into this game went into making the items themselves sound cool instead of telling you how to use them. Half my playtime was spent fiddling around in the menu trying to figure out how any of this works. It's organized pretty nicely, don't get me wrong, the symbols that tell you what each type of item is pretty helpful. If only I could do anything with any of them. I was desperately trying to figure out how to at least fight a zombie so experience the namesake of the game, but they aren't anywhere. The only other signs of life are those sheep I was talking about that make the pipe hitting the ground noise whenever you punch them. I don't know if there's some kind of trigger for getting shit to spawn, or if you have a set amount of time to prepare before they start rolling in. And honestly, I don't think it's because I was missing out on it. I think it's because it just doesn't exist in the game. Every single other review confirms that there is no way to craft. Others figured out how to make iron pants, but I don't know how they did. I only have so much else to say because I don't think there's much else in this game, man. Back to you.
This one's called Noob Play, Human Ragdoll. This is another game that really has nothing to do with Minecraft from a gameplay standpoint, but instead, it's a direct ripoff of People Playground, the newest leader of the murder toy box genre, initially popularized by games like Kick the Buddy. This is basically a reskin of People Playground, with the only difference being that the blank dummies are switched out for the Minecraft characters. The funny thing is that you can get mods for People Playground, including Minecraft ones. This game is covered in ads. You can barely be playing the game for a handful of minutes, and it'll still find a way to throw a Mr. Beast skin in your face and tell you to unlock it with an ad. There are also these bonus rewards, which force you to watch an ad whether or not you want to claim it. This is usually the point where I turn off my Wi-Fi, which is what I've been doing with every other game here, but unfortunately, if you turn off the Wi-Fi, you get a pop-up telling you to turn it back on, and you can't play the game without it. Basically, this game is an ad farm, and it isn't really trying to hide it either. There's the Ultimate Pack, which is $20, and it also comes with a Skibbity Toilet Monster. What are you? Like other Minecraft ripoffs, this game tends to advertise similar games. In this case, Melon Sandbox, which most definitely follows the exact same gimmick. Characters have a tendency to just randomly disappear instead of dying, which takes the reason this game exists, to kill characters in a gory but comical way, and completely takes the fun out of it. Overall, I really don't like this game, mostly because I was watching ads more than playing the actual game. What? The next game is Dragoncraft? Okay. First things first, I'm immediately greeted with an age selection screen. Time to put in my actual age of 46. Then after seeing a fun little loading screen with some different colored dragons, we are introduced to the world of Dragoncraft, with a red nether portal to boot. Then we're faced with a tutorial where it tells you how to use the controls. I'm not sure why exactly we need to be introduced to these mechanics, as most other games just let us go wild, but hey, I guess an optional intro isn't that bad. We walk through the portal and load onto the island. Then, oh no, you build a house just like the other Blockcraft ripoffs. At least now we get to hatch an egg. Wow, this UI looks amazing. Then we get a dragon, which I'm going to name not Spyro, because that doesn't look like him at all. He spawns in but is immediately depressed, realizing he's in a Minecraft ripoff. This is so sad. I can relate heavily, as I also have to play this Minecraft ripoff. The game tells us that building a farm is gonna make our depressed dragon happy, but instead of building it ourselves, we're just gonna let the game build it for us. Now it's time to fly our dragon. Guys, I'm so excited. This game's been hyping it up so much. It's actually pretty underwhelming, as you move slowly and you just fly through rings like it's Superman 64. There's also a target practice minigame that's about as in-depth as the flying. You sit in one spot and have your dragon shoot fire to hit targets. You have 90 seconds to hit as many as you can, and some of the targets move around a little, leading to a level of variety. But at the end of the day, you can't move around, so there's only so much you can do. I will say, this is the most original part of the game, which isn't all that surprising, as every other aspect was directly taken from something else. The building in this game is a lot snappier than other games of this type, but I'd say that's actually for the worse, as with no smooth animations to guide you, it looks a bit janky, but fundamentally it's still the exact same mechanic we've seen in like a billion different games. Just tap where the game tells you to place block. This game also takes cues from Dragon City, being able to breed dragons and get new ones. I don't think this is a combination I've ever seen before, but nonetheless, my journey has come to an end, as it told me to claim my new dragon, which I wasn't able to claim, no matter how many times I hit the button. Mob Army Craft War is the next game. No, don't tell me this is another game we've already played! In this game, you go around the map collecting blocks and spending it on other things. But don't worry, this is not just a ripoff of another game. Oh wait, it is! But for this game, it follows a level system with chapters, while the other game just uses levels. But either way, it plays about the same. It's honestly crazy just how much these different games cannibalize each other, taking the entire idea of the game as well as the exact execution of it and just making it again. The only difference is that the ad money goes to a different developer this time. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was taken from another similarly formatted game, without the Minecraft branding, as some of the abilities here don't fit Minecraft all that well, like a giant asteroid falling from the sky. Either way, this game is pretty bad and very, very uninspired. The only thing I actually like about this game compared to the other ones is that your base progress stays between levels, so that's something. In Chapter 3, you fight against a warden, and after killing it, instead of just disappearing like it was a normal enemy, it instead slowly sinks into the ground, a true testament to the quality of this game. The only other thing to note is that the grass and flowers are really laggy, and that's kind of funny. This next one is Block Star Planet. This was made by Movie Star Planet to appeal to Minecraft fans. At least that's what it looks like. But I guess there's only one way to figure out what it really is, by hopping in ourselves. First things first, we get to design our block star. Oh, I get it. The joke is Rockstar. Why doesn't it have any hands? After coming up with the genius nickname, Poop, I'm now entering Blockstar Planet World Tour USA. That's a little long. Then we're bombarded with 10 trillion different things. And a gift. I think now is a good time to mention I've never really been into Movie Star Planet or Club Penguin or any of those other online types of games. I never tried playing these games when they were popular. I don't know if that has anything to do with this game, but maybe Blockstar Planet could help me understand why people like these kinds of games. Right away, I noticed the battle mode, where someone playing as Mommy Longlegs from Poppy Playtime began blowing me up with a rocket launcher. It gave me immense depression. One guy didn't even load in. He's just a pair of shoes. I don't know why there are people who put actual hours into getting good at Blockstar Planet versus mode, but I mean, more power to you, I guess. Eventually, I got bored of fighting the same two people and left. But don't worry, we can also play parkour. I respect that this game has actual servers rather than just putting in bots, but that also means that a lot of the time, servers are empty with no one actually playing on them. Except for cute 11 Adam, that scoundrel. At first, the parkour minigame wasn't really parkour. You don't jump on anything for the first 2 levels, instead just walking to the exit. After that, it turns to more of a standard platformer, where you know, jump on platforms and try to avoid hitting the ground. You don't die immediately upon touching the lava. Instead, you just take a little damage. You get a double jump, which lets you correct your positioning, something very important for a game like this. Yeah, that's about it. Another optional minigame is just called Chat, where you're supposed to meet other players and hang out. Unfortunately though, I seem to have entered a ghost server, but that doesn't matter anyways, since only registered users can chat, so it's not like I'm able to talk to anyone anyways. Maybe that's why the servers are empty. The game is in third person by default, which means I'm gonna have to stare at that awful creation I made, but thankfully, I could zoom it in, so I won't have to. Too bad I've already seen the horrors. Every time you get back to the lobby, the game asks you to make an account, which gets a little annoying. But I get that paid VIP memberships is most likely how the game makes its money. I didn't get a single ad while playing, which is actually really respectable. It's clear that a lot of kids would be playing this game, so it's good to know that they won't have to look at stuff like this.
At the end of the day, go kill
The
yourself.
last minigame I feel like playing is mining. You use a laser on the ground to get materials. The game instructs you to go mine, but you can only take 10 minerals before going back to spawn to dump it off. It seems very formulaic and shallow. I'm not sure why most players would be playing this, but I guess that's why no one was on it. Honestly, I'm surprised people are still playing this. This isn't a bad game by any means. It's definitely not worth buying a VIP pass, but for a free game, it has no ads and a handful of minigames. So there are definitely worse options out there.
It's me, Sournail. I've been told against my will to play a Minecraft ripoff, so I'll be playing Worldcraft 2. Play free best sandbox game with your friends. Since I hate all of my friends, I will be playing single player. For some reason I got an ad about Minecraft loading in, already a good sign. Spawning in, I already have full iron equipment, because I am so Sigma. I chose Fragile terrain, which for some reason creates these floating monuments.
Here's one called Mini Block Craft 2. This is a sequel to a game I'd previously covered, Mini Block Craft, and I'm glad to say that this is an official sequel, and not just a different game pretending to be one, which is pretty common for ripoff games. Starting a new world and having an Ash Ketchum skin, Mini Block Craft 2 is already off to an interesting start. So I got into the game and the first thing I do is pick a fight with a pig. I think it's interesting that animals behave differently as they take more damage, and even start running away from you once they pass a certain threshold. It gives the mobs quite a bit of character, although I am curious as to why this game seems awfully familiar to Survival Craft Day 1, as well as Multi-Block Craft, which we played earlier. Maybe this game isn't that original after all. The longer I played the game, the more I felt like I'd already covered it, and that's because Survival Craft Day 1 is literally the same game, down to the different graphics, wonky crafting, and everything in between. And seeing that Mini Block Craft, the original game and not the sequel, has 10 million downloads. Wait, is that true? That doesn't say 10 million. That said 100 million! What?! And seeing that Mini Block Craft, the original game and not the sequel, has 100 million downloads, it makes me wonder whether or not Survival Craft Day 1 was the original itself. I'm personally leaning towards the side that it is the original, as this game has strange stretched Minecraft skins as the main character, which just doesn't look right. Not to mention, Survival Craft Day 1 costs actual money, so either someone stole this free game and is selling it for actual money, or one of the biggest Minecraft ripoffs is actually just straight up stolen from another paid game. Regardless, this guy still has an incredibly strong arm. Those blocks went flying. Eventually I got jumped by 2 wolves while crafting, and then now I'm dead. Overall, I've played this game before. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Next, we got Wildcraft Animal Sim Online. Okay, so this one isn't a Minecraft ripoff, but instead a much needed change of scenery. Trust me, after 50 games with the same graphics, this will feel like a breath of fresh air. First things first, we're hit with a loading screen that has a wonderful render of a tiger. Then you have to choose your age. Obviously, my canon age is, 32. You thought it was 46 earlier, but nuh-uh, not anymore. Now we're in Wildcraft. This is a story about the wildlife. The wildlife. A story about beautiful nature and animals. Nature and animals. A story you create. Oh, so the music's just fucking gone now. Now it's time for the tutorial, where Mum tells us how to move and hunt. Wow, so realistic. Then you have to defeat the fox in a climactic battle. Why is my head inside of him? I don't know where my health is, so it's a little scary. But after beating him, I get to open the chest, and I got a rare pet accessory. Rare skin and common elixir. I don't know what they're for, but hey, they seem important. Then I get to level up my power. Now it's time to enter in my character's name. Hi, my name is 1. These wild animals eventually put on clothes and hats, which is very strange. My immersion has been completely broken. For a little bit, I thought I was really out there in the wild, and also a wolf. Tip: if you experience lags or freezes, you should change graphics level in the main menu. Once you get into the regular gameplay, hunting animals, this game is a very average animal simulator. It's no Life of Black Tiger, but still. I guess the physics are a little wonky, but to be fair, if it was a great 10 out of 10 masterpiece legendary game, I wouldn't be talking about it. After getting some food and bonding with a fellow wolf, bonding in quotes because I almost beat it to death, I get to give her a name. This one's called 2. The game also has a multiplayer mode, but to get it, you have to reach level 10 and get a cub. So sad, I'll never be able to socialize with my other wolf friend. How am I supposed to know who's the true alpha? I don't want to go into too much detail since, as I mentioned, this isn't a Minecraft ripoff, but I hope this change of scenery was enough of a break. Time to get back to the real garbage. Garbage like Block World 3D Craft and Build. After agreeing to the terms of use, I get to look at a man wearing weird armor attached to a background he's most definitely not a part of.
Hello, friend. Welcome to Block World 3D. I will tell you about what awaits you in our game.
Oh boy, I can't wait. There are 4 game modes: adventure, building, battle, and survival. There are also different biomes, different creatures, and even a market where you could download new content, similar to the one on Bedrock Edition. And you can even spend money for premium. Everyone's favorite thing in free mobile games. Then we get to design our character. You start with 100 coins. If you want your skin color to be white, tan, or brown, that's completely free. But for some reason, you have to pay all 100 coins if you want to be black. There are also animations, but they cost 1 billion gems, which would put me in immense poverty, especially after buying a skin tone. Now it's time to make our world. First thing I noticed is that it takes forever to destroy blocks. There's also an option to immediately build structures. I was worried that means the game's a Blockcraft clone. However, it doesn't force you to build it yourself, which is great for me, because that means I won't have to review another ripoff of Blockcraft. There are a couple more crafting recipes in terms of tools than regular Minecraft, with different items like various levels of shields and hammers being available. But even with the appropriate tools, mining still takes forever, but that doesn't stop mining animals to death from being funny. There are only 5 hearts and 5 pieces of hunger, which is a little weird. Villages also spawn on top of very conspicuously placed dirt. What everything here has in common is that it all feels like Minecraft, but not quite. Something that's actually kind of cool is that the paintings are based off of actual famous paintings, like the Mona Lisa, the Scream, and Starry Night. Other ones too, that I would know if I was cultured. The world in this game isn't very big. It's really easy to walk from one side to the other. While walking through the world, I found what looked to be a nether portal on one side of the map. Going through it, it takes me to a different portal. They aren't even that far away from each other. Why is this here? Eventually I decided to start digging down and seeing what happens. For some reason you can't craft stone tools, so a wooden pickaxe is the best I can get. Eventually I found what looks to be iron, but unluckily I couldn't mine it and ran out of wood. At night I was expecting some mobs to spawn, but from what I can tell there were no monsters. But when I did go to bed, I slept through a wall. It didn't even skip to daytime. Why are beds even in this game? You can also place blocks through them. Overall, this game kind of reminds me of old Minecraft Pocket Edition, at least with the limited world size. But I'd be lying if I said that some aspects weren't a little questionable. Why did I have to pay 100 coins to be black? But generally, this game is still far from the worst here. For the last game in this video, I'm once again going to cover Blockcraft 3D building game. You may be wondering why I've decided to end this video, and by extension this trilogy, by covering a game I've already talked about before. Well, that's because Blockcraft 3D building game is actually the very first game I've ever talked about in the Minecraft ripoffs videos. Looking back at it today, it definitely hasn't held up as well as any of my later videos, but at the time, it was the best video I've ever made, something I was truly proud of. To show how far I've come, I've decided to cover this game again, and hopefully better than before. Opening the game, we're once again greeted with a cutscene. Playing through this tutorial again, it's clear that a lot of these other games are clearly just trying to be a worse version of this. Down to the method of building, and even the way the game introduces itself, the gameplay loop, and the UI, it's successful. After making a handful of structures, you can gamble in the gift machine and get a gift. I got a black cat. The game ultimately follows the exact same formula as the game that ripped it off. It wants you to build until you run out of blocks, then use gold to get more. At least this one doesn't require an internet connection, so you can play it without having ads shoved down your throat. When connecting the game to Wi-Fi, you can see other people's builds and villages. And taking a look at them, it's clear that some people actually put effort into making these look good, which I personally find absolutely insane. I guess that's what happens when Minecraft is $10. Some people have to make do with what they can, I guess. Look, somebody even made a little nether portal. It almost tells me what game they'd rather be playing. In one of the worlds, I encountered a dog. There he is. Looking at other people's worlds was honestly way more fun than building my own, which is interesting because it's also one of the few features that this game has that all of its successors don't. It gives you a reason to be building with creativity rather than just using the presets, which is pretty good. I remember at some point growing up I actually played Blockcraft for a bit, so this one's pretty old. This age advantage made Blockcraft the go-to Minecraft ripoff, demonstrated by the amount of direct copies we've seen in this very video. Something that's definitely changed since last time is the tagline. It's no longer more than one game, apparently. But wait, I feel like one specific character didn't get an appearance. One that first appeared in Minecraft Ripoffs 2.
Hey guys! Terrorism Gaming here! If you're wondering why my voice all of a sudden sounds lowered pitch, it's because I got older! Today, I'll be terrorizing Planet of Cubes! I can't believe the entire planet is made of cubes! That's genius! So when do I get to blow shit up? What? You have to pay coins? No! That's fuck this game!
Making this video shows me that even in the world of ripoffs, there's still a hierarchy. More prominent ripoffs, like Blockcraft, inspire ripoffs of their own, which just shows how big Minecraft is, when even its ripoffs can get popular enough to inspire other ripoffs. But through all this, one thing is certain. Stay away from any mobile game that forces you to turn on your internet, and also, no more Minecraft ripoffs. I'm done, baby, let's go! I can't believe it's finally over. I spent the last 2 months working on this shit. I'm done, no more Minecraft.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today's video is going to be a bit unique in that it's a compilation of the last 4 videos. This is the director's cut of the full Roblox Iceberg series, which you probably already know of. In this video, I'm just going to combine the last 4 videos into one full-length movie, along with giving extra commentary on things like correcting entries, adding more insight, etc. I hope you guys enjoyed enough to give it another watch, and if you're new here, then you're in for a treat. Now I don't want to waste your guys' time anymore, so let's get into it, starting with part 1. A wise man once said, "I don't think I'm gonna make another iceberg video." A wiser man said, "Never trust a YouTuber." Yeah, I didn't think I'd be making any more iceberg videos because, you know, the trend is kind of dying out, and I felt that I covered everything I wanted to cover. That was until I saw this beast. I got a lot of requests to cover this iceberg, or to cover the contents in it. And since we destroyed 15,000 subscribers in a month, I think you guys deserve this. This thing covers practically every concept known to Roblox, so if you're one of my viewers who knows nothing about the platform, this will be an apt introduction to all it has to offer. For the sake of time, sanity, and my computer, I will be uploading this video in 4 parts. Also, I will be skipping entries I talked about in previous videos, so be sure to watch my other videos if you saw an interesting entry that I missed before you complain in the comments. Also, I'm going to be skipping any myth entries, or entries that I think are just downright stupid. Fair warning, I'm definitely going to get stuff wrong, because although I've been playing Roblox on and off for some 10 odd years, I'd be lying if I said I was always a huge part of the community. Also, I'm going to skip topics that I just don't think are interesting enough for the video. Like only the most boring of boring topics, for your sake and mine. Thanks to Forkoy, Lewis, and many other members of my Discord for help with this iceberg. Without them, I doubt I'd be making this video in all honesty. Well, I'm gonna take the advice of one of my comments now and shut up so we can get along with the video. Let's begin with the tip of the iceberg. If you've ever played pretty much any online multiplayer platform, you've probably already been made familiar with the expression noob. It's no different with Roblox. In fact, through Roblox was my very first exposure to the term. Noob is just an internet slang term for new player. In Roblox, noobs have a general look characterized by the yellow body with the blue torso. This is probably the most popular imagery associated with the term noob. Fun fact about this part, I had to blur a few of the pictures while looking through the Google image results for noob because there was like weird on the front page. I didn't even notice it until people started pointing it out to me in the DMs. Awkward. As Roblox updated their default avatars, however, technically what a noob is in-game has changed. But I think everyone's going to remember the classic yellow dude as the one and only true noob. Cafe groups / games are places that people gather to roleplay while going to a cafe. These include groups like Frap, which actually landed in hot water for copyright, Sizzle, Panda Express, and many more. These games have a history of being trolled and raided. I've done it before myself, since it's kind of gamer nature to disrupt people trying to do serious roleplay.
I gotta put you in here. I gotta put you in this guy's. Put you in the window.
As of recent, many of these cafes, which were named after real companies, have had to change their names and branding because of Roblox cracking down more and more on copyright. Groups in Roblox have a group wall function, one of the few places still alive on the Roblox website where you can actually still post public messages. Ever since its creation, these group walls have been spammed with unnecessary messages, advertising free Robux or hacks, or posting some scary chain message or something dumb like that, or just somebody chatting in annoying multi-messages. Roblox has a pretty active myth community, although it's been less active in recent times. Essentially, Roblox myths are like creepypastas that get shared around the community, except some of these myths kind of have the air of maybe it's real. There's a community of myth hunters, or those who try to uncover evidence of these myths / look deeper into them. Some examples of this are 1x1x1x1, Guest666, and Gauze. The myth community is super huge though, so I will definitely have to cover it fully in a later video. UGC stands for user-generated content, and these are basically items like accessories or models created by